you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. It's a beautiful Thursday morning, and we say welcome to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey, and of course, in our usual tradition, we'll take you through the topics for the day and then get into some of the conversations that Nigerians are having, and that's exactly what I'll be doing right now. So let's dive into it. Fayose makes shocking claim, reveals Makinde paying 10 billion naira to be Atiku's running mate. Okay. U.S. lawmakers introduced bill to sanction.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the states. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality, but no, this is
Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. You, but don't Fuji. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
Good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning on Voice of the People Television. It's a bright and beautiful Friday. Today is February 13th, 2026. Well, you know what? Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Now, we will be here tomorrow, but this crew will not be here. So let's take this opportunity to tell you Happy Valentine's Day tomorrow. And now, when you are celebrating, please celebrate responsibly. You understand what I mean by that. Good morning, Moses.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jay.
Good
morning. Happy Valentine's.
I wish you the same. You're already in the spirit.
I'm already in the spirit.
Happy Valentine's Day to you.
All right, then. That's it. Good morning again and welcome to VOP This Morning. Now, let's quickly run into the stories we have today. Introduce you to the stories we have today. Inec demands 873 billion naira for National Assembly to conduct successful polls. When we move away from that, Nigeria is rich, but politicians have turned it into a crime scene. That is coming from Peter Obi. Plus, in the State of the Nation, Tinubu's reforms is the rescue mission that saved Nigeria from collapse. That is coming from Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State. Now, these are the major topics of discussion, but you also have other interesting stories, other interesting topics that we'll discuss in the course of the show. Join us, come along with us as we take you into all of this.
Well, talking about Valentine, for those that might want to have money bouquets, I know Jane here would like to be served a money bouquet. You know, you can't receive one right now.
You know, the CBN has one.
Yeah, CBN has one that amounts to financial crime. Yeah. It amounts to abuse of the naira. So please, gentlemen, don't bother yourselves with money bouquets, all right?
But just, we can still receive
you can do transfer.
You can do alert, please.
You can do transfer bouquet.
Transfer bouquet.
Yes. That is if the network allows you to do transfer.
Now, here we go again. Network.
If the network allows. Oh, well. Let's move on to one of the conversations Nigerians are having. There was this message that came out yesterday about IKEDC, that is the Ikeja Electric Distribution Company, issuing a stern directive to all its customers, warning that failure to submit valid tax identification details by February 20, 2026 could lead to suspension of electricity services. Interesting. In line with and this is in line with the newly enforced Nigeria Tax Act 2025, which came into effect on January 1, 2026. The company announced that all invoices, including electricity bills, must now carry at least one approved identification detail, such as a tax identification number, TIN, Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC registration number, or the National Identification Number, NIN. Well, IKEDC explained that without these details, bills will be considered invalid, meaning customers may not be able to receive electricity supply after the deadline. I laugh in Japanese. The announcement has sparked heated reactions among residents and business owners in Lagos, many of whom fear the policy could plunge households and enterprises into darkness, while others argue it is a necessary step to enforce accountability and curb tax evasion. I don't know what tax evasion has to do with you paying for electricity that you get. I mean, you're paying for it already. I don't see how, tax evasion comes into this. And, it's just troubling. When this was posted on my estate platform and people just went crazy asking, what does this mean? What is going to happen? Are they going to, cut off our supply? Some people have NIN, some people don't have a TIN because, they're still trying to regulate things and all of that. But it's just troubling that this is coming out. And, in the usual fashion here in Nigeria, if you've ever been in civil service, you will understand that things like this, they just bombard you with information and put you under pressure to do it within a very short time, and then you start to run from pillar to post, looking for a way to solve the problem. These are things that ordinarily the agency or whatever, or would have done on their own. I think this is uncalled for. That's basically my take on this. This is uncalled for, and the pressure that they are putting on Nigerians is absolutely unnecessary. If you have an NIN, with the NIN, all other agencies can get into the portal and know who is doing what, your NIN is linked to your BVN is linked to your NIN. When you go to register, open an account in the bank, they collect your NIN, they give you, they bring out your BVN, and then you register all of it. So all of that should be able to tell who is a Nigerian, who is paying tax, who is doing what. You don't need, 200 and something million people in Nigeria. This is IKEDC now. Before you know it, it's going to be Eco Electric, and then Enugu Electric as well, and then, the other one. And you want the whole of Nigerians to start registering TIN and NIN and all of that. Come on, man. Come on. I think we can do better.
Moses, you hit the nail on the head when you said that the Nigerian civil service, even the Nigerian system, we spoke about this yesterday, is designed to stifle people. It's designed to make you be on your toes. It's designed to make you struggle. The NIN, we talked about how we even got it, before they eventually lasted.
Exactly, yes.
And then see this one now. What is even making me so angry is the fact that just 1 week. The deadline is 7 days from
It will
now.
be extended.
Definitely.
Definitely.
But the whole intent is to make you panic, to make you be unsettled. I never say
And because you understand that if you don't panic, you won't do
the right thing.
You won't do the right thing.
Yeah.
That's Nigeria.
Yeah.
No, you see, this issue, there are a lot of talking points around this issue. Let me start with what Moses said, NIN, National Identification Number. Why wouldn't someone have a NIN? Because in Senate climes, people that we look up to, the moment a child is given birth to, I think within a week or so, the person gets a national identity. So all the issue of having to struggle at some point, when you are taken care of at that point. Nigeria is a work in progress. Nigeria is a work in progress. The people that are the developed countries, I'm sure that at some point, in their stages of development, they pass through all of this. But the worrisome thing in all of this, to me, is the fact that, like Moses said, and I align my thoughts with him, something that you are paying for. Why will it now be tied to tax? You're already paying for the electricity. And even the electricity you are paying for. Now, apart from being unstable, it's also taxed. Because you're also paying tax on that electricity. So what is the issue of having to compel you again to produce a tax identification number to be able to, access electricity? I think that is the point of divergence as far as I'm concerned. The issue of tax, I've always believed that Nigerians should pay tax. Tax is something that, globally, people shy away from. People try to avoid tax. But government in one way or the other, nobody wants to pay tax. But government in one way or the other compel people to pay tax. But the problem we have in Nigeria is, what do we do with the tax money? That has always been our issue. What do we do with the tax money? Until such a time that Nigerians believe that, well, if I pay tax, my tax money will work for me. We'll keep all this going back and forth, people trying to evade tax in one way or the other. Where tolls are collected, just in front of those toll gates, you see craters. If you go to motor parks, there's no motor parks that have existed for like upwards 30, 40 years. The moment it rains, the entire motor park is flooded. But they collect tax Monday to Monday, January to December, from as long as 1980 to up until this moment. Yet, those taxes, those parks, are not paved. So what is the essence of paying off all of this tax? Because at the end of the day, when the levies are collected, it gets into the pocket of the chairman of the NU or the park manager, and you see, when you see them eating like this, you even have pity on them, big bowls of meat and drink, meanwhile, people are suffering, people are paying levies. And that is the same thing that happens about taxes. We pay taxes. And our politicians use that tax money to live large. And they turn around to ask us to tighten our belts. That is where the problem is.
It's ill-timed. I think even before they even bring this up, they should fix the system. We don't have lights. Light has been erratic. And one of the 8-point agenda of this administration was that we're going to have lights. You can't be asking us to pay for what we are not even enjoying. And then even the process of getting these documents, it's not even seamless. And again, you begin to wonder, what's the essence of having NIN when we still need to do this tax, whatever? Because I'm also thinking...
Tax identification.
Yes, because I still don't understand why everyone has to, because I know there's some people who are not really earning.
The fact is that for you to own a house and have electricity in that house, you should be doing something, so you should pay tax. I think that's the argument.
We want the system fixed.
Yes, we want the system fixed.
And they will happily pay the tax. Let's move on to some other story. In an interesting twist at the Federal High Court in Abuja, Justice Obiora Egwatu has withdrawn from presiding over 2 high-profile cases against former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, citing personal reasons and the interest of justice. The EFCC is prosecuting Malami on a 16th count charge of money laundering involving over 8.7 billion, while also seeking the forfeiture of 57 properties worth an estimated 2.12 billion, allegedly acquired during his time in office. These properties spanning hotels, schools, residential estates, and printing presses across Kebbi, Kano, and Abuja have fueled public outrage over corruption in Nigeria's corridors of power. The cases were initially handled by Justice Emeka Nwite, who had ordered interim forfeiture of the assets before granting bail to Malami and his co-defendants, warning against attempts to influence the bench. Egwatu's sudden recusal has now thrown the legal battle into uncertainty, intensifying public debate over judicial independence, political influence, and the credibility of Nigerians' anti-graft war. I don't think we've really, come to terms with the gravity of what we have at stake with this Malami's case, because this is a former Nigerian chief law officer. When you think about the fact that this was someone who was saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that laws are enforced in Nigeria.
Rule of law.
Yeah, rule of law. Then we understand the mess, the deep mess we really are in. But again, irrespective of the judge's decision, what his reasons for withdrawing from the case, that's not even the issue. What Nigerians are hearing is that here we go again. Another high-profile case that would linger for long and then get stalled, and maybe after a few years comes up again and justice is not really served. History has even trained us to believe that this is normal. It's normal in Nigeria. We had the case of Ibori, which lingered for years before the UK government, I think, stepped in. We had Orji Zokalu.
12 years.
For 12 years. We had Dariye, we had Jolin Yame. We also have the former Minister of Petroleum, Desiane, who
we have Yaya Bello.
Exactly, who infamously asked to be moved to Nigeria to come and have the hearing here because she knows anything can happen here.
We have Dasuki.
We have
Farouk.
Exactly. So history has trained us that this is just one of those things. When you are powerful, when you are connected, your crime, the enormity of your crime does not really matter. It's just who you are. And it's really sad because...
In fact, the more you steal,
the more you steal,
they avoid you.
The more they avoid you. And in short, the richer you are, the easier it is for you to get off the hook.
Away with it. Yeah.
It's really sad. And Malami's case really hurts me because in his time, he was the one who announced that they were going to repatriate more of Abacha's funds into Nigeria. And he ended up stealing more than, allegedly stealing. Allegedly, please. Allegedly stealing more than what was even repatriated at the time. And again, 57 houses, 57 properties, hotels, schools. There was something Moses said yesterday that if you steal, was it 1 trillion? There was this analogy that he gave that was mind-boggling. That if you steal that amount of money...
And you spend 1 million naira
every day. I mean, even your...
Take you 2,000.
It will take you 2,000 years. Yes. So your entire lineage will not even be able to really enjoy that money.
Depends on how you spend it.
Wait, 1 million a day.
1 million naira.
1 million a day.
If you want to buy a car of
100 million.
10 million, 100 million all at once.
You buy that car every day.
Probably. You might reduce it.
Now, before I have my take on this, now the figures that Jen reeled out are actually naira denominated, before we think
not
that
the dollars.
No, it's not the dollar denominated, it's naira denominated. Now that said, when I read this story, I said, the man's name is Egwatu, and Egwatu literally means I'm not afraid.
Oh.
But the man is scared now. He's accusing himself, so he's not leaving his name. So when people answer names, they should also try to live up to their names. Now that's by the side. The meat of the matter is that we have started, like you said, we have started again. The back and forth will linger for a very long time. Oh, now is this witch hunt? No, it is not witch hunt. No, it's because I joined ADC. No, it's because they're after me. And I didn't get that, but that's a lot coming our way. We have reared out names.
Yeah.
People, especially, it becomes instructive for us because some of those people went scot-free here. And like Ibori, when he went to UK, just one case.
Just one case.
And they caught him. And he served his jail term. But when he came back, his people even celebrated him.
They did.
So we talk about loss of values. Unlike what we had, the erosion of our traditional African values, where thieves are honored now. And that is why when people get into government and they don't steal enough, when they go back to their community will say, we are disappointed in you. But if you steal enough and come back home, they will shield you. So that is our new norm now. That's our own process of growth. Unfortunately, society is at the receiving end of it. Monies that are meant for public schools, for hospitals, for roads, to build Nigeria up, to develop the economy. is taken away by people.
Yeah.
Money is recovered, like we see now in the Malami's case. It's allegedly looted. Looted money recovered has been looted. So where does that leave us as a people? And I hope that this back and forth will not continue. Let's ensure that, well, people, because we have all of these things because there are no consequences for crimes. And because we don't punish the small crimes, the big ones thrive.
No, we punish the small crimes.
No,
You see a
sometimes we
man,
don't even punish the small
no, when
crimes.
I mean small crimes in this context, I mean the lowly placed, the ordinary man.
Yes.
You see a man who maybe boggled his boss. I'm not saying that was good. You
Yes.
see him being tried. And,
I understand your
And then
perspective.
the bigger men go off the
They
hook.
get away with it.
They get away with it.
Yes, that's an angle to it.
Yeah.
But when I say we don't punish small crimes, it's because, like Alain Dume told us, well, if this amount is not up to 1 trillion naira, why bother yourself? EFCC should not disturb you.
All right, let's move on to another story.
Okay, now, former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai was at the center of a dramatic confrontation at Abuja's Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport on Thursday, where security operatives reportedly attempted to arrest him upon his return from Cairo, Egypt. According to his aide, Muyiwa Adekeye, El-Rufai refused to follow the agents without a formal invitation or warrant of arrest, insisting on due process. While viral videos captured a tense scuffle as operatives forcibly seized his international passport. His lawyer, Obong Akban, condemned the incident as an illegal arrest attempt and executive overreach, alleging that the Department of State Services, that's the DSS, acted without lawful authority, while the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, had only issued a written invitation to his residence during his absence. Now, there's a video on the screen, and that is the scuffle. I hope we can, wish we could get a voice to that so that the audio, so that we could listen to what El-Rufai is, the altercation between him and the security agent there.
Nobody, not even the president, will tell me I have to do anything. It's a free country. If you want a letter, if you want to invite me,
invite him and then he will.
Nobody will arrest him. Listen, nobody, not even the president, will tell me I have.
Now, there you have it. That's the scuffle at the airport between the security agents and Nasiru El-Rufai and his loyalists and all of that. I think he preempted this, because he had said, I might be arrested anytime soon.
I think a letter was sent to his residence when he was away.
EFCC.
Yes, by EFCC. Sometime in December.
Yes.
When he was away. Yeah,
but the DSS, wanted to arrest him at the airport. Now, I have been trying to put this thing within context of arrests. Does it look like...
It wasn't exactly an arrest. It was more like an invitation.
No.
The letter was an invitation.
No, I'm not talking about the letter. I'm talking about what happened at the airport.
Yeah, they were calling him in for questioning and all.
And he refused. Why?
Yeah, because he said he needed a warrant.
And that is why I'm trying to, let's put it in context. Is it proper that before EFCC or no, before DSS queries you, they must issue a letter to you? Or before police arrests you, they must issue a warrant to you?
Well, if there's going to be an arrest that is not taking place at the scene of a crime, then there should be a warrant. Say, okay, we have come to, call you in. Okay. So there should be a warrant of arrest.
Should be a warrant.
There should be a warrant.
As a matter of fact, we are trying to understand the law here. So what El-Rufai did is correct.
Ordinarily, I'm not a fan of El-Rufai.
No, well, let's leave him out of it. Let's leave the messenger.
I can't leave him out of it.
No. What I mean is that if it happened to me at the airport, what would be my position in all of this?
You are an ordinary man. Okay. So if it happens to
but
you...
I'm Nigerian.
Yes.
So we are contextualizing the whole thing now.
I'm going somewhere.
Okay.
Now, ordinarily, it's wrong for people to just walk up and... Now, they can invite you, all right? Invite you and say, come for questioning, all right? Not outrightly arresting.
Ambushing
and arresting and then snatching his passport. That is wrong. You can request for the passport, not to snatch it. That is on one side.
Maybe because he refused to hand it over.
Okay. That is on one side. Wrong.
Okay.
It's wrong. But then this is in a Nigerian context, like you said. This is a country where even people like El-Rufai have broken the law a lot of times. You know, when I saw this story, I had to go back in time. I remember there was a case against him in 2025 about the arrest of certain individuals, if I remember correctly. So Adara elders, about 9 of them were arrested. He arrested them when he was governor, sometime in 2019, detained them. You know, now let me remind Nigerians of that story, really, because in Adara community, Kajuru area of Kaduna State, there were attacks, incessant attacks at that time. And then a traditional ruler was killed by unknown gunmen. When the ruler was killed, the Kaduna State government, led by Malam Nasir El-Rufai, called for a town hall meeting, and the elders came for the town hall meeting, and they were arrested.
Without warrant?
Without warrant, without explanation, and detained for over 40 days. If I'm not mistaken, about 43 days. They were detained without trial, over a month in detention. And then after a while, he was advised by the Attorney General of the, they were released. And then they went to court later, and the court granted a certain sum, that he was supposed to pay about 900 million or thereabouts, that he was supposed to pay, which I don't know, as damages, which I don't think he has paid yet. So we have political office holders, I don't want to say rulers, but those in government break the law a lot of times. But when it comes to their own cases, they now put that same law in front of you and say, no, it is wrong to do this. You can't just arrest me. But you have arrested people a lot of times, detained them without trial.
You know, in all of this, do you know what I come up with? They didn't want to arrest him.
They what?
They didn't want to arrest him.
Okay.
If they want to arrest him, one man would defy an entire Directorate of State Services. No, they didn't want to arrest him. So that's it. But like I said, we are putting it in context now. If somebody like El-Rufai will not be arrested, I know they have arrested Showore a lot of times at the airport. A lot of people have been stopped from traveling and taken in by the DSS. And I mean, they didn't make a fuss of it. So if it is proper, if it is not proper, to accost people when they are traveling or when they are coming in and question them, then they shouldn't do it to any other person. I mean, if El-Rufai has proven to us that, well, you cannot just arrest people like that, then let's have it for everybody.
And not selective justice.
And not selective justice.
I agree with you.
Anyway, let's quickly run into the papers before we get into our major topics.
Without a warrant. Without a warrant. Let's emphasize that. Without a warrant of arrest. Then you can arrest people.
Okay, Jane, you have the papers?
Yes, we do. Let's start off with the front page of the Punch newspaper. Nass to harmonize electoral bill on Monday. Senate reps versions of bill face final reconciliation. Real-time results transmission not same as e-voting, says Senate. Fubara fires commissioners, assembly awaits new list. Police hunt abductors of 12-year-old Oyo schoolgirl. El-Rufai sparks controversy after airport arrest drama. Jonathan floats 50-year cap for African presidents. Inec seeks nearly 1 trillion for 2027 elections. 2027, Atiku Fayose clash over Makinde's fears grow over gas plant maintenance. And on the front page of The Guardian, National Assembly tightens grip on public finances amid 2027 election funding debate. Senate, real-time results transmission does not translate to e-voting. Those are the big stories on the front page. Murtala at 50, African leaders trade blames over continent woes, gerontocracy. OPEC taxes take over 90% of NNPCL's 60.5 trillion naira 2025 revenue as Otedola predicts naira rebound. We must outgrow disregard for rule of law, El-Rufai says after attempted arrest. Those are the big stories on the front page of The Guardian.
All right, there you have it. That's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines, but we'll get deeper into these headlines at 10 o'clock when we get into newspaper review. Now let's get into our first major conversation for this morning. 2027 general elections, Inec demands 873 billion naira from National Assembly for successful conduct of polls. Let's examine this when we come back from this break. Join us again.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that
264. Join us. 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance.
Thanks for staying with us. Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, Inec, the election umpire, has told the National Assembly it requires a staggering 873.78 billion naira to successfully conduct the 2027 general elections, warning that funding gaps could derail preparations. Well, the Commission explained that the amount covers logistics, technology upgrades, and personnel, stressing that timely approval is critical to avoid last-minute chaos. Where lawmakers have expressed concerns over the huge figure, noting that Nigeria's strained economy may struggle to accommodate such expenditure, while civil society groups argue that electoral funding must be prioritized to safeguard democracy. Well, at the same time, INEC has declined to comment on whether it has the capacity for real-time electronic transmission of results, a key demand from opposition parties and reform advocates after controversies surrounding the 2023 polls. Critics say the Commission's silence raises doubts about transparency and credibility, while supporters insist INEC should focus on strengthening its infrastructure before making promises it cannot keep. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in our Lagos studio here by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter and a public affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Dele, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, it's my pleasure.
Okay, good to have you, sir. And we have also been joined by Mr. Eze Eluche. Mr. Eluche is an attorney at law and a public affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Mr. Eluche, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Good morning to you, Fanimo. My pleasure to be here.
You're welcome, sir. We also have Barrister Asim Adams, who's a legal practitioner, civil rights activist, and a political affairs analyst. Barrister Adams, thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Yeah, good morning to you and good morning to everybody.
Good to have you, sir. We appreciate your presence.
And my brother is good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good
Okay,
morning.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Now let's run into it. Let's start from the studio here. Delhi, 873.78 billion naira for the conduct of 2027 elections. Beyond that, they are asking for 171 billion naira for this year's activities. That is to run INEC. That's close to, if you take some figures, if you add some figures to it, it will amount to 1 trillion naira for the conduct of our elections. And National Assembly is saying, in this economic situation that we are, you are asking for this amount of money. Is there justification for us to spend that amount of money just to conduct elections?
Well, let me start on this note that it appears that you may have to pardon my stuttering at some point because you arrayed two erudite lawyers against me this morning. I don't know how I'm going to survive Barrister.
You are not under trial.
I'll try my best to see if I can navigate my way through without stepping on landmines from these lawyers.
Good, good.
Well, that said, let me say that we've not had a breakdown of this budget. You see, the ordinary budget that is 171 billion is the normal budget for overhead and capital expenditure. That is a yearly ritual. And budget, like you always admit, is estimation of projections. And it may not actually be the money that will be released to these organizations, government organizations. You recall that I think less than 1% of health budget was released last year. You know, and so, but on the contrary, when we hear of this humongous money, we tend to believe that such money will be made available at instant calls, but it doesn't happen that way. So for that 171, it's just the normal budgetary proposal that we can, if it goes to defend it in the National Assembly, at the end of the day, it may just get maybe between 50 and 70% of the actual estimate. That said, now about this 800 and something billion that is meant for the next year election, I still consider it to be on the high side. But then, don't forget that this money will be used for logistics, payment of ad hoc staff. There are over 360,000 polling units in the country. And each of these polling units will be manned by ad hoc staff that are supposed to be paid. And the elections are also staggered. Don't forget that there are two off-season gubernatorial elections this year. Ekiti State and one other state, Osun State, will conduct their election this year. You factor that into it.
FCTA
then
elections.
You also have this number of ad hoc staff that will do presidential stroke, House of Reps, Senate election, and then the following election, which will be between 2 or 3 weeks gap, would also be conducted by the same ad hoc staff. And they pay them substantial amount of money. That's just one of the layers. What about the returning officers, the supervisor in the polling unit, and all that? So altogether, about a million ad hoc staff will be paid during this period. So then the issue of logistics, Inec cannot provide all the vehicles that will be used in transporting sensitive materials from one location to the other. In some cases, if you are moving sensitive electoral materials from Abuja, the headquarters of Inec, to states, you use aircrafts.
And I also understand that they collaborate with National Union of Road Transport.
Exactly. So you have to pay for all these logistics. So when you factor all this, you know that it's a huge amount.
Like you said, but we have not yet seen the breakdown.
Yes.
Okay, now before we move on, when you said that the 171 billion they're asking for, it's a yearly ritual, an annual ritual, like capital expenditure.
Capital and
recurrent expenditure. Capital expenditure, like is it?
Capital expenditure, like they want to fix one or two things. They want to buy new cars for Inec operations.
Okay.
They want to renovate their offices. They want to acquire new technology towards ensuring that there will a credible election and all that.
All right.
So that is just the run of the mill. But the real issue that should be debated
is one for 2027.
For the 2027.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Delefanimo. Let's quickly run to Barrister Eze Luche to give us his thoughts on the staggering amount, 873.78 billion naira meant for 2027 elections. It's not been approved, but that is what INEC is asking, is demanding from the National Assembly, from the federal government, we need this amount of money to be able to conduct a free, fair, credible election in 2027. Mr. Luce, how do you react to this amount of money? Let's have your broad reaction.
Thank you very much. I think increasingly I'm convinced that Amupiton will not be a change. It will be more of the same. It will be the norm, what we've been hearing about or seeing from INEC chairpersons. Why do I say this? This budget is just virtually, it will be a copy and paste of the previous budget for the last cycle of elections, plus incrementals. I mean, if a man comes into an office and he doesn't begin to first of all assess what is available, it gives me goosebumps that he only wants to replicate the norm. Because these budgets will be for office equipment, operational vehicles, typewriters, laptops, computers. What was in the previous budget for the last elections? Now, if you don't ask where were the last ones, that gives me the creeps. That gives me the notion that this man just wants to repeat what happened in the past and grab his own and move on. Amupiton does not represent the change, because we are not the only country having elections, for goodness sake. Other countries have elections. Even like just on Thursday, Bangladesh held its own elections, and by Friday, which is by Friday morning, today's morning, the results are known. And they had over 60 million voters. And they counted and they were able to deliver at less than 50% of what this man is demanding for elections. And they'll give us this crap about the terrain of Nigeria, the swamp, the mangrove, the desert. Bangladesh has this all, has everything. So the budget that Amupiton has presented only underscores the fact that we are going to have more of the same. Because a man that does not ask what happened in the past to correct changes or to correct wrongs will only replicate the wrongs of the past. And when you look at the comment by the spokesperson, when he was asked about whether INEC can implement real-time transmission of votes, the comment was, I will rather say, very foolish. Foolish in the sense that what he should have said, whatever laws that the National Assembly passes, INEC will implement. And not to say when the laws come out, then they will now know what to say. What do you mean by what to say? If the National Assembly says about the electronic transmission, who are you to begin to discuss what to say? So when you look at this, a combination of this and what has been transpiring in the past, you now really realize that Nigerians have to be on their toes with this INEC. We should not give the gap. Just like Nigerians came on the streets over this electronic transmission of votes, we should be following this INEC, this Amupiton's INEC, as we should have done with the previous ones, because he has not shown any sign of representing change, but he is showing sign of replicating the evils of the past. And this should be sent clearly to him. The budget, like previous budgets, a lot of money will be wasted. A lot of ballot papers that will be printed and will not even be used. So if you guys know that you've already arranged or finished these elections, why waste almost $1 trillion that could have gone to better uses on it? So Nigerians, this is public funds. Definitely the same blackmail will be used to ensure that the National Assembly passes this whatever budget. Because the issue will be, if you don't pass what we have submitted to you and there's any problem, they don't blame us. So that is the blackmail that has been used by previous INEC chairman to get whatsoever they demand for. So this one will get it. Because the National Assembly will say, let us not be blamed. Let us give them all they ask for. And what are they asking for? Things that were bought 2 years ago.
All right.
That's what they're asking for.
All right.
It's unfortunate.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Eze Luce. Now let's go to Chief Asim Adams. Good morning to you, Chief.
Yeah, good morning, Moses.
Good to have you.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, a pleasure every time. Yes.
Yes. Now, this is an INEC that seems to be defended. I mean, it seems like the National Assembly is making excuses for INEC when it comes to the usage of the BVAS and the IREV during, the e-transmission debate. And Nigerians were troubled that Why are you holding brief for INEC if the machines have been produced and they can transmit with 2G and the rest of them? Why then would you say, oh no, you can't transmit except you can't transmit because there's no internet? Now, with all that conversation going on, which of course has unsettled some Nigerians are feeling a little short. I mean, this is a little short of 1 trillion naira. Is INEC deserving of this amount of money?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. If you see Nigeria, this has been the debate we have been having, that Nigeria practices a very expensive presidential system of government. Presidential system of government is very, very expensive. Now, for me, the money or the budget INEC has brought forward is not even on the high side if only it can guarantee credible elections. Let me give you for an example, if you can hear me very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Good. The UK, the last election, 2019, they budgeted the sum of £147 million for election. You can fact check me, 2019 elections, general election, parliamentary. The population of the UK is now up to 100 million. The UK put together. The United States of America, those we copy. If you check the budget for the general elections, you will almost run crazy. The same with France. The same in Africa and South Africa. So what I'm trying to say is that presidential system of elections are very, very expensive. Now, out of the £147 million that was budgeted for the UK election, about £103 million was spent on expenses for electoral officers. Payment to electoral officers of how many, as the case may be. You can fact check. So, but the 874 billion, yes, it sounds bogus, it sounds big. But when you look at the current, strength of the Nigerian naira, you will know that that money is not even up to $1 billion, dollars. The Nigerian naira is very weak. So when you hear billions, you would think that it's large sum of money. I will tell you right now that for you to get a decent accommodation, you want to build a house right now in Nigeria, you are going to spend
yes, but INEC officials are not building houses now. INEC officials are not.
I'm just giving you.
Okay.
I'm just giving you an instance of how weak our naira is. You understand? That money, the 87 billion, for me, is not humongous for an election that will take place in a country that has about 250 million people, for example.
Now the argument also is that a lot of the activities that INEC will engage in, INEC will be getting support, from NURTW, logistics, and the rest. Will INEC pay the policemen that will guard, that will follow the materials? So Nigerians are asking, is INEC deserving of this amount of money, going by what people know of INEC right now? I want
to say with due respect, I participated in elections directly. I participated. When people, use that argument that whether INEC will mobilize police, yes, they will. They call it logistics. If you don't give them a it's not fuel in their vehicle, it's corruption. Now, the NURT lending support to INEC. Are you gonna give your vehicle out to INEC to supply ballot papers to Sokoto State, and nothing is given to you as a Nigerian transporter? These are the questions you have to ask yourself. It's not free. Logistics is not free. I participated in elections.
So when NURTW said they are going to tell their members to lend their vehicles for logistic purpose, because they know that INEC cannot buy enough vehicles that will take ballot papers across the country. Can you hire a speedboat from Yenegua to Burutu for free in Nigeria? INEC will pay for those logistics. You are going to pay for ad hoc staff. You're going to pay for technicians who are going to man the BVASs and ETC as the case may be.
Okay.
Those ballot papers are to be printed. Mind you, for every polling unit, we have 177,000 polling units in Nigeria. 177,000 polling units. You are not going to use the ballot papers of 2023 for 2027. So you must have to understand the register you use in 2023 is not the same you're going to use here. 2027.
Okay. All right.
So you are going to print. You are going to.
Good. I'm happy that you brought us back to 2023 now, and the fact that we have 176,794 polling units in Nigeria. Now let's talk about 2023. 176,978 polling units in Nigeria. Now let's talk about 2023. In 2023, INEC spent 313.4 billion naira to conduct the 2023 general election. And as at that time, our dollar, because you brought in the exchange rate now, the strength of the naira, the dollar exchanged to naira at 648 naira per dollar. Now, if you fast forward, they're asking for 873.78 billion, which hasn't been given anywhere. So if we do the calculations, this is more than 100% increase. But our exchange rate has not done that 100%. So what is the justification for all of that? If they are asking for...
Mr. Okoro, let me tell you something.
If they're asking for an increment, and we will make it 100% increment, it should be about 626 billion naira. So why are they asking for 873?
It's an assumption. You are just assuming.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm just telling you what they asked for.
I want to tell you practical facts. I want to tell you practical facts.
Excuse me, Barrister Adams.
Tell you practical facts.
But Barrister Adams, I don't know. I've not stimulated. I've not made any assumptions. I'm just giving you figures, as laid out by INEC itself. Now, Barrister Ezeluche said we conducted an election just 2 years ago, and what about the vehicles? Are they going to buy new vehicles? How about the BVAS machines? Are they going to buy new BVAS machines? Are they going to buy new units or what? So that is what we want to understand. If they're asking for this amount of money.
I want to tell you something, I want us to be realistic in whatever we are doing. And as a team player in the elections, are you aware that the number of BVAS machines that INEC used for the last elections, about 60% of them are damaged? Are you aware? I don't know if you are aware of that.
I'm not aware. What damage?
That is what I'm saying. That is the question. See, I'm not the one to give you the what damage them, but I'm giving you statistics that you can fact check. 2, those particular BVAS machines needs to be reconfigured to suit the 2027 elections. For the third one you raised, I'm giving you a practical example. I printed my business cards that was 2023. The amount I used in printing it when I was to print this year doubled. I'm giving you a personal experience. That is for just my small business here. I needed about 500 pieces of my business card. What I used in printing 500 pieces last year doubled, if not tripled. As I speak to you, I was shocked. So if you see those kind of whatever as case may be, you say that you printed whatever in 2023, so it has to be the same price. I disagree with you. The second one is that INEC vehicles, when you talk about whether vehicles are bad or not, no, not that the vehicles are bad. INEC will have to hire vehicles. The vehicles that about 80% of vehicles used by INEC in the 2023 elections were hired. They didn't belong to INEC. So what is going to happen is that they do the same to hire them. to hire safe vehicles. I'm not holding one for them. I'm not realistic. Having participated in some elections.
Mr. Adams, when you say you are being realistic, you create the impression that I just threw up figures like that. I didn't throw up figures. I mean, these are also facts.
I'm not challenging you.
No, it's not a debate. I understand all of that. It's not a debate, but
I'm not challenging. I'm just giving you facts. If you allow me to reel it out, let me tell you something. One thing we need to do here is that let us give ourselves understanding, time for us to explain, so that you don't and asphyxiate my flow, because the topic at hand is my opinion, and I am not holding forth for Inec. I'm not their spokesperson. I'm a Nigerian just like you are, but I am telling you that I have participated in elections, even though I know there is corruption in Inec, but do not compare 3 years ago to the prices of what we have today. I am not holding forth for them. Of course, the state is going to, vet that particular list. And unless you see the breakdown, 874, we cannot begin to say this is for printing, this is for vehicle or whatever, and you begin to contest it. I'm just giving you a general overview. For instance, 90% of the funds voted for election in the UK, like I told you can fact check me, was spent in paying electoral officers.
Barrister Adams.
That is
Barrister Adams. This is not a Barrister Adams. This is not a debate. I don't even have an opinion on this issue. I'm just an anchor, that asks questions. You have participated in elections. I'm a journalist. I've also monitored elections, both as a journalist and as an election observer. So I understand all of these things, and that is why I'm asking questions. I mean, I did some kind of extrapolation. If this is what we had in 2023, why are you having this in 2027 based on the figures, that I read out and that Inec is asking for? It's not a debate. I just wanted us to be clear, on certain points.
I'm saying that, in my opinion, the money for me is not bogus. It might look bogus, but it's not it's not way scary or out of whatever case may be. That's my opinion.
All right. Thank you, Barrister Asim. Barrister Eluche, let's come over to you. I have 2 questions. Barrister Eluche, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. I have 2 questions. Do you share his sentiments? I mean, the sentiments shared by Barrister Asim. And then secondly, from a legal standpoint, if these elections were to be conducted with the current legal framework we have, do you think the courts will be able to really do its bidding, the bidding of the people, and also ensure that when these technological pitfalls occur, they can hold those who need to bring the people who need to be brought to book, actually?
Oh, thank you very much. I do not share the views expressed by Barrister Asim. Just Google checked the cost of elections, and I saw the cost of elections in Ghana, in Kenya, in United Kingdom, Bangladesh. Nigeria runs the most expensive elections in the world. The most expensive, even per voter, costly too high. So when we begin to give excuses for these folks at Inec, they continue to increase these things without accountability, without any checks. We have not even bothered to ask what happened to the last year's things that were bought or procured or hired by last year's elections. With regards to what will happen with the courts, whether the courts will be able to, that was the question you asked about the courts processes. If elections are transparent, was that what you asked about the court process? That was the second leg of the question.
Yes.
Good. If the elections were to be transparent, I mean, there would be no need for litigation. But when you have elections skewed and that are opaque, that are screwed in mystery, that different figures begin to reel out that there is no electronic transmission, instantaneous electronic transmission from the polling units to a database, then they will have a field day by going to court. And then they seem to believe that in Nigeria, it's not even the people that elect the whoever rules over them. It is the courts that decide, which is rather unfortunate. So the difference, what will make the courts work less, is if there is transparency in the electoral process. And if the people are willing to insist that the police stations must be adhered to, because there's going to be a time where when the matters go to court and people know this is not what the court rules against their popular opinion, people should react immediately. And that will send a clear message to the courts. In fact, left to me, I'll say we should avoid even litigation at the next elections. We should, because the courts are virtually in the pocket of a few. So Nigerians should ensure that the electoral process is clean. And it's not the amount of money you throw at Inec that will assure you of a clean process. It is the integrity of the elections. It's the integrity of those who are managing the electoral process. And like I said earlier, thus far, by an unwillingness to even effect the simplest of changes, Mr. Amopiton has not convinced me that he means any well for this electoral process. Thank you very much.
All right, then, thank you very much, Mr. Ezeliche. Now we have Kelvin Ejimudo join the conversation. Good morning to you, Kelvin. Now, I understand you've been following the conversation, so let's just have your thoughts on this. We're talking about 874, approximately 874 billion naira request. Inec is requesting that to conduct forthcoming elections. What are your thoughts on this as we wrap up?
You see, that money is humongous. A country of over 200 something million persons, you are coordinating an almost 870 something billion naira. It's what are they buying? What's the cost of the printing of electoral materials, sensitive and non-sensitive electoral materials? INEC also, most of their offices, when after election is done, there's nothing happening there. The offices are empty till the next election is coming, and they go about employing cheap labor. They get youth corpers that they can pay 20,000 naira per election to reach people's life. They hire vehicles to convey electoral materials to various local government and polling units. They convey them back. So I think this money is too much. We have other pressing matters in our country that would divert such funds to. If our elections will be free and credible, we don't even need to spend even up to 500 million naira to do so at the source. Because what cost are we looking at? Moving materials from point A to point B. And they usually hire vehicles from NURTW, they liaise with them, they give them buses to convey materials. They convey also with NIWA, the waterways to transport materials to the rural communities. So I do not see where this money is going into. For me, it's too much, and they have to revisit it. Let it be well stipulated. What goes for what and when and how. Right?
Well, Nigerians,
figures, we run with this figure.
Well, Nigerians will continue
private account and no accountability. Nobody's held accountable, and we shall go to court.
Because some will be on the side of the money not being enough. Others will say, oh well, Nigeria is spending so much money, we don't need to spend so much more just to conduct elections. And I think all of it just borders on trust and the lack of it. If INEC has shown that yes, it can be trusted, well, I don't think this debate will come up in the first place. Well, thank you very much, Kelvin Ejimudo, and also thank you to Chief Asim Adams and Mr. Ezeliche Esquire. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and also Daily Fanimo right here with us in the studio. Let's move on to another conversation. Still talking about monies and monies being spent. Nigeria is rich. Now, this is credited to Peter Obi. He says Nigeria is rich, but politicians have turned it into a crime scene. Statement credited to Peter Obi. Let's x-ray this statement when we come back. Join us again.
Welcome back. You're still watching VOP this morning. Former Anambra State Governor and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has once again ignited national debates by declaring that Nigeria is a wealthy nation crippled by political mismanagement. Speaking at the Anglican Communion Standing Committee meeting in Nnewi, Anambra State, Obi accused politicians of turning the country into a crime scene, wasting public funds on frivolities while critical institutions like schools and hospitals rot away. He praised the church for stepping in to provide quality education where government has failed, stressing that Nigeria's problem is not poverty, but poor governance and reckless leadership. Obi's remarks echoes his consistent message at other public events, including the Oyo State's 50th anniversary Thanksgiving service, where he urged Nigerians to pray for politicians because they are the roots of nations' woes. He emphasized that Nigeria's vast resources are being squandered by leaders who prioritize personal gain over public good, leaving citizens to grapple with unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. Mr. Fanimo, we've had this over and over again. We've heard this. It's almost sounding like a broken record. But again, what I find most interesting is what he said, that we should pray for our politicians. Do you think it's prayer that will work at this point in a system that protects itself and the leaders?
Well, other nations that transform from being a pariah nation to a nation that could be among fast-growing economies did not pray through to get there. So, and I don't think our nation would be an exception. Everything Peter Obi said is actually true. Because, as a matter of fact, I've not seen a country that is as blessed as Nigeria, except maybe another country that is as blessed as Nigeria, that is as terrible as Nigeria is, Democratic Republic of Congo, where what is embedded in their soil is enough to transform Africa and even part of Asia put together. But the nationals that are not even up to a quarter of our population here are in abject poverty. So, it is not peculiar to Nigeria. It's a malaise in the whole of Africa. Bad leadership. And so, for how many centuries are we going to continue to pray? The same leaders will also pray. We don't even know the ones that God answers their prayers more. They also pray, and the pastor that was standing beside P2B was also, they are the ones that pray for these politicians to sustain their looting because they bring fat tithes, offerings, and all that. You understand what I'm saying? So, who do we run to other than for us to decide that enough is enough? We want good leadership. This is across Africa. Because Mo Ibrahim, that wealthy billionaire, instituted a $1 million award for good leadership in Africa. In the last 12 years, I don't think any leader in Africa has been able to measure up to winning that prize. That is instructive. So, Are the Germans not from God? They don't pray as much as we pray. A woman who never had a child decided to make Germany work. And when this woman was leaving, one of the things they did for her was that everybody should stand on his or her window and begin to clap for the period this woman's car will be passing towards getting to her home. And it wasn't a compulsive thing. Everybody decided to do it, and we watched it live on television. And everybody stood by their window and they were clapping for this woman. Thomas Nyerere never owned a house for the period he was ruling in Tanzania. But when he left office, communities donated, built a house for him, a story building. And to even make it outstanding, this man, they were submitting their food produce, farm produce, at his doorstep, that anytime he wakes up in the morning, he couldn't see beyond those farm produce that are piled up. At a point, he had to address the community. Please, I'm old, fragile. How much can I eat from this? Please, take them back and feed your family. So, what we should tell our leaders is, it is not the amount of wealth that makes you comfortable. It is what you throw back to the society, what you build in humanity that makes you successful. How many of them? I have seen governors in this country that stole so much that he didn't live to spend 1% of what he stole.
All right,
So it's safe to say that it's not a moral issue, as Obi has framed it, but it's a structural and systemic issue, right?
It is structural and systemic. We need to build institutions, not individuals.
Okay.
As long as we continue to build individuals against institutions, then we are going nowhere.
Okay, let's take it to Edo State. Calvin, are you there? Can you share your thoughts on this? They say it's not a moral issue. So what exactly is the issue?
I keep saying it that Nigeria, we pray too much. We pray over issues that ordinarily, in the same climb, those are things that are governable. We pray for them to construct roads. We pray for them to build bridges. We pray for them to give us water. We pray for them everything. We pray about it. We start meetings with right throughout the meetings, and we close the meeting also with prayers, and everybody go and send money. It is not enough to say our leaders they don't need prayers. What they need a firm justice system. When we have a firm system of justice that hold these people accountable, they'll be scared. Look at North Korea. Look at those countries, for example. If you steal, you'll be hanged to death. So you don't want to steal. You must go there, be prudent. Just go there for making the name. Look at the governor of your state saying he will decamp to ADC if they make him advice to Atiku. He will support with 10 billion naira. A governor. You are boasting to give 10 billion naira to a political party when your state.
Kelvin, Sheyi Makinde said he made $1 million at the age of 29. So that's what he said. So if he's asking to donate 10 billion naira, I might just say, or Nigerians might just say, well, he made money before he became governor. But that's not the point. My question here is this. If you align your thoughts with Peter Obi that, well, politicians are the ones that have run Nigeria aground, our economy, and Nigeria is a rich country of poor people. And I like the fact that you talked about accountability, a system that holds leaders to account. Whose responsibility is the leadership failure? Where does it fall on? Who does it fall on? Is it on the leadership or on the part of the people who have failed to hold the leaders to account?
Part of the leaders first. The head controls the entire body. Whatever affects the head affects the entirety of human existence. And the things we do for humanity remain annals of history forever. And leaders are so selfish. You see, they stay with you full of impunity. When they call this money, sometimes I begin to that. If this money is put into, for example, electricity, since 1960, we've not been able to get electricity by steps. It's not because we
Kevin, I hate to butt him, but permit me to do that now. I'd like to ask you, do you see people ordinarily, willingly move out of their comfort zones? Have you seen that happen? You're in a comfort zone, and all of a sudden you decide to give up all the comfort that you have without compulsion, without something, an external force prompting you.
You recall the senator representing you today. If you recall the senator, they will give the highest money to the court. The court will tell you that we can't recall him. We don't have a two-thirds majority to recall the person back. But if we have a stronger institutions whereby if you commit a crime, A will come for you, then there will be no need of stealing. You see, when there's no justice, the crime becomes inevitable. You don't hold people accountable. A man steals 10 billion naira. Tomorrow he gets to court. He does flip again. He returns 50 million naira to the court and tell him to go and see no more. The man is still a billionaire. But when you rip him off everything he has stolen from the government coffers, and he goes back poorer than the poorest, then other people now use as deterrence and say, look at him. See politicians going to court well dressed with agbada, walking majestically in court, and even challenging status quo of the judiciary, seeking for fundamental human rights when they have squandered the entire fundamental human rights of the masses. It's plain that our institutions are not stronger than individuals. People boast, you see politicians boasting that nothing will happen. They go to court, and really nothing will happen. They tell you to go to court because they know the judiciary is in their plan, it's in their payroll. But when we see where the judiciary is stronger than all emotions, according to evidence, that the rule of law to be stronger than all emotions in the land. But in Nigeria, the money is stronger than the rule of law. And then what happens? Crime and criminality becomes the order of the day. Lawlessness and all it becomes the order of the day. So not we holding them accountable, it is the institution of government be stronger than those in government. Because even if I call a senator representing my constituency today, he will still go back behind and bribe his way through and to say, we would not meet up the two-thirds majority, the corporate cannot be done. And Nigerian politicians, they never say never. They're like Liverpool. They're saying they don't work alone. They must make sure they have the cartel, keep from one party to another party, that is money.
All right,
you are a country so blessed with mineral and natural resources, and we are where we are. It's a shame.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Kelvin Ejimodo, for your submission there. Thank you. Let's bring this back to the studio while we try to reconnect with our virtual guests. Or do we still have Chief Asim Adams and Barrister Ezeluche with us? All right then. Okay. So let's come back to you now, Mr. Dele Fanimo. Now, like my colleague,
they appear to be in full control and they are the bosses. But the people in the family in that house know that they are being ruled by armed robbers, and they're just waiting for maybe the slightest opportunity or the slightest crack to be able to break through and perhaps wrest these arms from the robbers who are in control. So the people are not complacent. They are faced with very vicious criminals as rulers, not leaders. We must always correct that impression. Now, back to what Mr. P2B said. He's very, very right. Nigeria is a very rich and blessed country, but unfortunately, the government has pauperized and criminalized the people. Look at the minimum, the wage, the salaries. Every civil servant in Nigeria, by virtue of their salary, is a criminal. Even up to the level 16 officers. When you are a level 16 officer and your annual take home is about less than 10 million, and you live in a house where you're paying over 10 million per annum, you're paying school fees of over 20 million for your children, you have been criminalized. So the Nigerian state deliberately criminalizes its citizens.
So
and it portends ill for our country. So I mean that is not the reality. Okay. So yes, we are not complacent. Yes.
But Stacey, you touched on a very important point, how the society has been criminalized. And I don't know if you read Julius Caesar, Brutus, Cassius at some point told Brutus, my dear brother, I think the problem is not in our stars, but in us that we are underlings. I asked this question. Now, I want to bring in that that phrase into what we are discussing here now. You said that the system has been captured. And when we talk about system capture, in Nigeria, we normally say, well, hunger has been weaponized. You discover that in almost everything, every generalization about the world, Nigeria seems to be different. In other parts of the world, when hunger bites so hard, the people are spurred to action. If you look at the Arab Spring, if you look at the Russian Revolution, If you look at the French Revolution, if you look at what happened in Kenya, in 2023, nobody is calling for all of that. But this is hunger that spurred people into action. But in our own case, the moment we say, oh, politicians have weaponized hunger, everybody sits back. The problem, is it in our stars or in all that we are underlings? The same question again.
It is not in our stars. That is why what happened to the NSAS and to the palliative riots scared the living daylights out of these rulers. Because across the country, irrespective of region or religion, people came out and they were very, very aggrieved. And they saw themselves losing grip. And immediately the government had control of the situation, they began to invest deeply into religious divides and ethnic divides, like this present government is doing, creating ethnic and religious divides at all costs. But Nigerians should show resilience, because we have realized that irrespective of your religion, of your ethnicity, of whatsoever, we have two clans: those who are ruling over us and destroying us, and then those who are left in Nigeria. So, and we are far more than them. So it is not in our stars. Nigeria, and that's what this kind of programs, or even trying to sensitize people, is all about, so that they can realize that yes, it's not tribe issue, it's not religion, it is us versus them, and they must go, because we are far more than them. Because if we allow a continuation of this, let me tell you what is going to happen to this country. Already we have criminals being groomed to rule over Nigeria, and our girls have become like prostitutes. I mean, the whole idea of senators being slapped on their bum, women being victimized or being forced to go to bed with ministers at the highest level, millionaire female being forced to relinquish their femininity or their selves. It is to pass a message to our young girls that if a senator can be abused and nothing happens, if a billionaire estate developer can be abused and nothing happens, you, the young girl, become a prostitute so can ride on. And you see the government now trying to patronize criminal elements in the male criminal elements to tell people that, look, let us forget about propriety, let us forget about intellectualism. You have to become a criminal to survive in this system. And Nigerians must resist that. Because if we do, then we are done for. And unfortunately for these rulers who are ruling over us, before they thought they could run to the US, they could run to Europe and stash away their wealth, or even to Arabia. That even if you steal and you take this money to America or to Europe or to Arabia, they will victimize you when the time comes. They will allow you to come and settle. Then one day they will ask your children, how did you make this money? And they will throw you back either into jail or back to Nigeria. So the unfortunate part we have is that our rulers are stupid. They don't understand that in the long term, they will come back here and suffer like they have created this suffering. But other countries are realizing and they are becoming leaders in essence. But we have to effect that change. And at the earliest opportune moment, hopefully by 2027, we should garner our resources and ensure that this level of criminality in governance does not stay a day longer. That is when we can move forward in this country.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Should I take this as your concluding thoughts?
Yes, my dear, you do, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So us versus them. Thank you very much. That's coming from Mr. Ezeliche Esquire, legal practitioner, a public affairs commentator. Thank you very much. Now let's go back to. Now let me go to Kelvin Ajumido. Kelvin, in 1 minute, please give us your concluding thought. Let's have you wrap up in 1 minute. You could merge the conversations we've had together. 1 minute. All right, I do understand. Go to Chief Asim Adams. Yes. Let's have your concluding thoughts in 1 minute. Us versus them, Mr. Ezeliche says. But then, are they not from us? Are we not them? Talk to me.
You see, the point is, my concluding thought is, Professor Ali Mazrui in the 70s once described Africa, especially Nigeria, as a Garden of Eden in decay. And when he was probed on why that, negative profiling of Nigeria especially, he said Nigeria is the only country in the world, as at that time that he has seen, that has every natural resource, but management of that natural resource
has become its problem. That a country that has everything that is needed on earth, Nigeria has it. Is it manpower? Is it natural resources? He said, but the simplest thing to do, management of these resources, is our problem. That is why we have poverty here in Nigeria. And his postulation in the 70s still holds water today.
All right.
That is my own take and my last statement on this.
Mr.
Except
Adams.
we change the mantra,
Mr. Adams.
we'll keep remaining like this.
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
as we round off this, let me tell you and Moses that I'm not happy with you. They conferred you with a chieftaincy title, and you didn't invite me.
No,
Only Moses has been addressing you as Chief Adams, Chief Adams.
He's
I'm not happy, and both of you will hear from me. After the show. Both of you will hear from me.
Okoro, I will chat you after the program. No, it's been about 20 years.
He's always been
recently.
All right, so you will chat him and then you will send email to his account. Oh, well, thank you very much, Chief Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner, civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Etubo, P2B campaign organization, Labour Party 2023. Thank you very much for your thoughts now. Dele Fanimo, in 30 seconds.
We should take our destiny firmly and use our God-given sovereignty, which is the ballot, the way we should. And let's see how Nigeria will transform from what it is today to a better nation, good enough for our children and our other generations that are coming behind us.
That's a good place to pin it. Thank you very much, Dele Fanimo, reporter and public affairs commentator. Well, that's it on the show today. Newspaper review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10. Bye for now.
And I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to view PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrapchat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP. The Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics.
Welcome to Newspaper Review. A beautiful Friday morning right here on VOP Television. It's just a day before Valentine, and I know some lovers are preparing to celebrate Valentine this weekend. And it's a good thing it falls on a weekend. So yes, you can, celebrate. And I know one of our guests here, Dele Fanimo, is preparing also to celebrate Valentine. In fact, he'll be traveling back to his home state to celebrate Valentine.
As if Moses Humphrey is not preparing for the Valentine. So why put it on the spot?
Because I can.
I'm certainly not convinced.
Well, we have Dele Fanimo joining the conversation. I am Moses Humphrey. She's Jane Ogoye and Chikumo Okoro right here with us. And we'll be going to Abuja as well, where we have a guest that will be joining the conversation very shortly. So let's look at the papers now. Let's look at the stories that are on the cover pages of the dailies. From the Vanguard newspaper, these are the headlines. 50 years after Muritala Mohammed, my father treated corruption as emergency, not talking point. Aisha Mohammed Oyebode says he was a soldier statesman and our hero at home. Friday, February 13, 1976, how mad men with guns went on rampage. Mohammed's tomb, not a sight to behold. Today's leaders are not selfless like my father. Riskia Mohammed, he was an incorruptible leader. Ambassador Aminu Wali, cool speeches of Mohammed and Dimka. Now these are the things you would find in this page. Vanguard, if you flip the pages 12 to 15, has all these stories in there. All right, so that's yes, today he died. Today he was killed. You know that song we used to sing on the 13th February when they killed our head of state. He was going to his office. And it's terrible that schools have stopped all of that, singing those songs, because they help you keep the date and the events in mind. But then you have children now that have no idea of this history. When stories are put in sing-song-like formation, they stay longer in memory.
One of the devastating policy that had crippled our way forward in this country is the removal of history from curriculum in secondary school. A 35-year-old, 40-year-old cannot relate to what we are talking about here, except maybe through conscious effort. The parents told him or her what happened on February 13th, 1976. Let's not be too carried away. Murtala Muhammad was, as a young officer, was part of the corruption in the Nigerian army. Yes. But it took a turn around as soon as he became head of state. He forfeited some of his assets to the federal government. So it wasn't as if he was born Spartan and he died Spartan. But the point is, he didn't live enough to show how much one can gain by, abhorring corruption. If somebody as a head of state could decide to say, I want to go, perhaps Murtala may have turned out to be another Singaporean leader, Lee Kuan Yew, in Nigeria. But unfortunately, he spent about just 6 months. And his life was exterminated by ambitious soldiers, And I want to also say that at least now that history is brought back, are we going to dwell much on contemporary history? Or we'll go back in time, like in those days? I was never born when Mali Empire existed, Songhai Empire. But I have a mental picture of Mansa Musa of the great Mali Empire, who was reputed to be the richest man in the world, long before the likes of Bill Gates or whoever, or Warren Buffett, were even conceived. So, history tells me that Egypt was cradle of civilization. And history was also tending towards giving me an insight that Jesus Christ was African, was black, and Ethiopia existed before some of these countries existed. But that was history then. But today, what we see is drugs, women, and some other issues that are so frivolous that we encounter on the internet. Nobody's talking about history. But unfortunately, those who clap for our leaders, who expunge history from our curriculum, they preserve their own history till today. You can't go anywhere in Europe without studying European history. American history is taught in school.
Okay, yes, we understand all of that. Murtala Muhammad will just be one of the articles in Nigeria's history. I would like for us today is 50 years that he died. I was a young boy then in school, and when the information filtered, in the Southeast then, we were smartened from the war. I'm a product of the Civil War, and Murtala Muhammad played a very dirty role in that war. He has been fingered, copiously in the Asaba massacre, and he didn't get a chance, to make apologies before he died. So when he was killed, the Southeast was like, there was tense. Going back to what happened in 1966, 10 years after the killing of the leaders and the pogrom, that was visited on the Easterners living in other parts of the country at that point. So the Southeast became edgy at that moment. So, and we were in school, and when the news filtered, there was in my village school, there was some form of commotion, and my mother ran from her class, where she was teaching, to come and pick me, and keep me beside her and all of that. So, and after a while, the whole thing quietened. So I'm sure that Murtala Muhammad's misdeeds in history was lost in the fortune of history.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, nothing says, like you said, he had to make some forfeitures.
Yeah.
Nothing says that he wouldn't have been another Babangida, or even a Babangida, or worse than him.
Yeah.
It would have been this,
It's just either way.
Either way. But I don't see him as somebody who have turned Inec and you, or even the Sukano of Nigeria, because at that point, he didn't have a good image. It was just that he was short-lived, 6 months, and at that point, he tried to do a few good things. That was the way Babangida came in and did a few good things, and that was how Buhari came, did a few good things until he was shoved aside. So, but I think history will judge him, history will sentence him appropriately. Now, that said, this is 50 years, and his family, the children are saying, well, our father was this, our father was that. Of course, I don't expect them to say anything different. That is Mutar Muhammad for you. 50 years. I recall vividly what happened to the young boy. How time flies.
How time flies indeed.
I just wanted to say that history has been returned to Nigerian curriculum.
That's why I mentioned it.
But instructively, just for primary school to GSS3, and not in the senior secondary classes. It stops at GSS3.
Some of us actually fought for the return of history. I wrote several articles. I wrote editorial on it, because I knew the implication of not having history. A 35-year-old, that's why they don't have informed judgment on political issues, social issues. Because if you don't know where you're coming from, you can't head the right direction if you're going.
Yeah, right. And the government of our time is even happy with all the distractions.
I'm telling you.
Reality shows, the average Nigerian youth.
What are your thoughts on this, the headline?
Okay, so I wouldn't really have to mention about how we, the younger persons, don't really have interest in politics, and however it's really, really crucial to really have that interest in politics. As this is where we can also take charge of whatever politics is playing right now, and however also participate in the reforms and also advocate for stronger reforms that will help shape the future that we all advocate for.
All right, then, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the network was really bad and missed out on a few things that you said there, but I hope it will get better as we proceed with the conversation. Let's take a few more headlines here. Still from the Vanguard newspaper. Power outage looms as scheduled power plants maintenance. Power outage looms amid scheduled power plants maintenance. U.S. accuses Chinese miners of funding terrorists in Nigeria. I saw this one coming. China embassy debunks allegations. ADC should consider Southerner for 2027 presidency. Amechi. Okay. ADC should consider Southerner for 2027 presidency. Amechi. Inec 873 billion naira for 2027 polls. Proposes 171 billion naira 2026 budget. All right, so let's have reactions to the window headlines, and then we'll go deeper into the paper and take a few more headlines here. Daily Fanimo, please. U.S. accuses Chinese miners of funding terrorists in Nigeria. China embassy debunks allegations.
This is very clear. You recall that I was trying to connect the dots when this news broke out that Trump was angling to come and exterminate terrorists in Nigeria. And the thing came just 3 days after he met with Xi in China. And so, if this revelation is coming up now, and we also have sources within Zamfara Kebbi that told us that these so-called bandits that are also called terrorists only provide shields for these miners. And because these Fulani, they know the terrain better than even the locals because they are nomadic by nature. So they protect these people. And who are these people? Mostly they are Asians. If they are not Chinese, they are other nationals from Asia, but preponderantly Chinese. and we see them around. Even around Ile-Ife, Axis, and Ilesha, we see them. So let's not shy away from the fact that these guys only came using the same trick they used in Democratic Republic of Congo. They use nationals against themselves, protect the mining fields, and what they take as compensation for doing this dirty, precarious job is peanuts compared to the massive excavation they take away from the soil of Africa. And so, at the heart of this fight, I also see economic residue in this. And so, whatever Chinese embassy is saying, I am not taking it. I'm not taking it, and I won't take it. Because obviously, it is clear that these Chinese, they have dominated Africa long enough that America is just waking up. The West is just waking up to their shenanigans.
All right, then.
Well, it's all part of economic imperialism. This is not the first time we're seeing it. It has happened. It has been part of global history, part of international history. What China didn't do during the scramble and partition of Africa and the rest of the world, they are doing now.
Right? Exactly.
They are not actually acquiring territories. What they are doing is called economic imperialism. And wherever China goes, what China normally does is that they try to stay away from the governance structure, the governance system of a particular country. You know, particularly they are not your ordinary, human rights enthusiasts. They don't care. They don't give a damn. You recall what happened at the Tiananmen Square and all of that. And when other countries trying to develop, they say, hey, it's not a problem. It's a problem. Allow us to deal with all of that. So China will go to a place. In fact, in most they even like to go into war-torn countries. And so while you are fighting, they have business. They are busy mining.
Yes.
So it will not be very far. You might not need to travel far to understand where the United States of America is coming from. If they say, well, China is financing terrorism. Like, to relate it with what they said, they might not be actually giving them arms or what, but they might be empowering them, paying them up. We saw sometime when, Chinese nationals were busy.
They're giving money, and then our security operatives are also taking
and they are taking. So under that condition, I'm sure you will not have that boldness, to confront them if they are. And that is what we see. So they could also be relating with bandits and all of that, terrorists, to ensure that
we've actually heard that before. We heard that when a guest came on this show and said, look, this is what's going on in Benue State.
Yes.
Chinese are mining. Thank you.
Yes.
Chinese are mining and terrorists
are shielding them. That's what is happening.
So that could be the finance and the funding. But America says they are not going to have any of that anymore. So, but what I'm trying to see is create a scenario where maybe in the cross of fire, one or two Chinese nationals are caught in that crossfire. What happens? It might just cause escalate some kind of diplomatic.
An American soldier dies.
American soldier dies and all of that. So I think we should be careful, but America will be very careful in all of this. They understand the political implications, the national security and geopolitical and geostrategic implications of all of these things. So they have to be very careful. I'm sure both of them will be playing safe, because they wouldn't want, Nigeria to turn to a battlefield between two world powers.
All right, then. Well, let's take some more.
In any case, it won't be in the interest of both countries. If America finds itself in a bedlam, because what they are really after may not be there for them.
All right, Ali Abubakar, I understand that the network is better and we can get a better audio feed from your end. So talk to me. Well, go ahead. Let's have your reaction to the headline.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the headline. In case you missed it, the headline is United States accuses Chinese miners of funding terrorists in Nigeria.
So as much as I'm really concerned, as a country, we are supposed to be really, really careful with who we let into our own shores. In more essence, whether it's Chinese or the American, we're supposed to have system in place that we make sure we are monitoring the issues of someone. For example, if you have a home and at the end of the day you have a visitor coming to your home, a visitor needs to know his boundaries. He needs to understand that, okay, this is not really my country, and more essence that everything I'm doing has to be within boundaries in more essence. But in a situation whereby we live in a country today whereby any other person from different other countries or different other shores can just enter your country and then do whatever they like, even when you are even in crisis, they tend to just focus on whatever it is they're doing and looting. It begs the question that as if, why wouldn't people think that that is really basically what is really going on? Because if as much as I am in crisis as the home that you visited, you are not even concerned about my issues that are going on, you are more concerned about carrying what you can carry as my country decays or as my country just falling into patterns. Why wouldn't that begs the question of the issues that we face today in the country? I mean, it's as much as we have leaders that really care about the people, that really care about the situations in the country and this banditry that is even going on in more essence, you are supposed to put securities in place in all this essence. You are supposed to do whatever it takes to make sure that your country is highly secured, not allow other people from outside the country or from beyond shores to come into your country and dictate almost everything that you do, even if they most claim that they are not even like adherents to your issues, or they don't want to associate themselves with whatever it is that your country is up to. But however, as much as they may claim for that, but you're still looting stuff, you're still carrying what belongs to us, you're still taking a lot of things that would have made our country better in more essence. So what does that question or what does that action really pushes to the people or even the leaders in power? So leaders really need to do better when it comes to the issues of security and making sure that any outsider in your country is being tracked and also his actions are being monitored, and that he knows, that he understands that he also has boundaries and that he shouldn't go beyond those boundaries.
All right, then, thank you very much. Now let's get into another conversation now. This is, I think we've talked about this already earlier in the day, but it's on the cover pages of the Daily, so we'll talk about it again. This day report says INEC needs 873.7 billion naira to deliver credible 2027 elections. Amukuton tells National Assembly. Vanguard says INEC seeks 873 billion naira for 2027 polls, proposes 171 billion naira 2026 budget. And then Guardian says National Assembly tightens grip on public finances amid 2027 election funding debate. And when you flip the pages, the writers there, INEC seeks 873.78 billion naira for 2027 polls, defends early appropriation. Senate threatens zero allocation for accountant general over fund delays. Reps move to bar 22 NDAs from 2026 budget over audit breaches. Protesters accuse finance officials of sabotaging 2025 implementation. Oshomole, foot rubbing, cautions INEC against mandate drift, hospital plan. All right, those are the headlines there. Chukuma, let's have your take, because this is an opportunity for you to react to this headline.
Yes, which one do you want me to chime in on? You said a lot. Is it the INEC?
No, those are the riders.
Those are the riders.
Major stories, INEC seeking 187 billion naira.
Okay, now, yes, like you said, I have an opportunity to react now, because at that point I didn't have an opinion, but now I have an opinion. I think it's a little too much, for INEC, because I also considered a few things. I did some arithmetic there. In 2023, we used 313 billion naira, to conduct the 2023 elections. But like Dele pointed out, the budget is more like expectations, revenue, and income. But INEC is not a revenue generation agency. So what they are asking clearly is, this is what we want, because it's part of the sub-budget system, And are they asking for envelope budget, whereby a situation where a certain amount of money is earmarked for certain subject headings, and you don't go out of it, and if you don't exhaust that spending, you return it to the treasury? We are not aware of that. And like Dele said again, we have not received the breakdown. But on the general, in general, I think Inec asking for that amount of money, and we are looking at capital expenditure, like Dele said. Capital expenditure, are they rebuilding offices or what? Are they buying new vehicles? How about the vehicles that they had before? How about the beavers machines? Barrister Asimadam says that 60% of the beavers machines, have been damaged. Where did they buy them from? Okay, they have what we call the OEM guarantees, original equipment manufacturers guarantees. How long is the guarantee and the warranty period? Have they expired? We just acquired them. So why are 60 of them went bad? Why don't you ship them back to the OEM, to the manufacturers, to fix them at no cost, because that should have been part of the warranty. So these are the things that we should understand. Like I said, in 2023, our exchange rate to a dollar was 640 naira, and we used 313 billion naira. Now our exchange rate is hovering around 100 or 1,400 and so, and we're asking for 878%. No, we're asking for 878 billion naira. That's more than 100% increase. And like I said, if they're looking at recurrent, or if they're looking at capital expenditure, how much of that did we inherit from the Yakub Mohammed administration? Or when he walked away, did he walk away with all their facilities, with all their equipment? These are questions we are asking. And we are, between 2 years, we are given like 1 trillion naira to conduct elections. I mean, we are looking for hospitals, we are looking for schools, we are looking for roads and all of that, just to conduct election. Barrister Eze Luche said that he did some kind of check and discovered that Nigeria has about the most expensive elections. Yes, we do have. And when Barrister Adam was talking about the UK that spent $140-something million pounds, to conduct the elections, even if our currency is not at par with their own, that is very huge. 147 million, and we are asking about 147 billion, and we're asking for 878 billion naira. It's a lot. I think the National Assembly should look into that and do a lot of surgery, and review all of that. What do we have? What don't we have now that we can bring in to say, okay, let's complement all of this? And you said something, that's about INEC. Moses, you said something about National Assembly saying they are going to sanction the Office of the Auditor General and give him zero allocation, for breaches and other MDAs. We know what that means, with such traits, oversight functions and under the table, so they are not going to do that. The Accountant General, you cannot give him zero allocation because it has to function. That office has to function. It has to do audits and all of that. Recall that the 210 trillion naira we are looking for now is from the 2022 audit that they carried out, that he conducted and all of that. So National Assembly, well, I understand what they are trying to do, but the Office of the Accountant General is very key, it's critical to transparency and accountability in government. So I understand that I like the trade that you are making, but they should also, provide for you the information that you are asking for so that it will be a seamless operation. Let this country move on.
All right then. Well, another headline here, I like your reaction to it. Senate, real-time results transmission does not translate to e-voting. Says INEC currently lacks capacity to conduct e-voting. That's the Senate.
Yes.
Holding brief for INEC. False claims it declined use of IREF for 2027 polls. PFN warns against early 2027 politicking, urges focus on insecurity, governance.
I'm happy that the Senate is coming out to make this clarification, because when we were debating about the real-time transmission of results, a lot of people mistook it for e-voting. We are not looking at e-voting. E-voting is a situation where you go to the beavers machine, they accredit you, and then there's another machine that lines up the candidates, the contesting for a particular position. And probably when you just, at the touch of a button, you vote and it reflects somewhere at the IRF portal. That's not what we are looking for now. That is e-voting. We are looking at e-transmission, where you collect. So that's why they had to remove, I'm sure that's why they had to remove that word real-time.
Real-time.
Because real-time means that it is happening as you are doing it. Real-time online is happening as you are doing it. So it's good that they make that clarification. But going back to what the Senate gave us, what the Senate gave us is not what Nigerians are asking for. They simply took us back to 2023, like Akpabio said. It's still hybrid. Well, when this one fails to work, use manual upload. Nigerians are asking for 100% electronic transmission, 100%. That all the results must be uploaded, and they should hit the IRF portal no matter when they upload it. Now the question is, are we able to do that? In the midst of all of that, are you sure that some results will not be lost? Because
the way they have the infrastructure.
We have the infrastructure, the substructure upon which to build that structure, internet connectivity, power supply, and all of that. Look at we are struggling with 60% of Beaver's machines already damaged, according to Barry.
But if you transfer, it's like sending a text. You send a text, a message, a WhatsApp message, and something. It doesn't go, and then you move from that location. Before you get to another location, you'll probably get network, and then the message will deliver. It might be late, but then it will deliver.
It is that lateness that is the problem. So how long do we have to wait? It is that lateness that is the problem.
In all of this, my fear is, even when these things are put in place, let's agree without conceding that the Senate decides to pass this bill wholesale as we Nigerians want. Unscrupulous Nigerians, are they not going to be the one to man these machines as the situation rule? Can they manipulate it? You said if you stay in one particular location, there could be network disruption. But if you move from that location to the next, now the question is everything automatic? Is there no function of human element in all of this? Is it not the same people that will clap for those who loot their state that will man some of these machines? Is the machine not subjected, it will not be subjected to manipulation? That's another worry.
Yes, I share a sentiment. That has been my position in all of this. That in as much as we want e-transmission of results, but we should first of all build the substructure. What people are asking Inec, to use part of that money to put into telecoms. No, they will not do that. What we need to do is for the NCC, and Ministry of Telecommunications or Ministry of Communications to ensure that we have 100% or at least 95% internet connectivity.
They can reduce their tariffs, reduce the duties and all those things that they pay, and give them a mandate to ensure that they reach every nook and cranny of this country.
That is what we should be talking about.
Is that even possible? Is that possible? I mean, considering the time frame we have, because I mean, for years they
it's possible. It's possible. I think the only hindrance would be insecurity, because banning a mast in an area where you have insecurity, they might be confronted, and then they will just decide not to.
In this same country, we had a particular state, I can't remember, where the bandits, as they were called at that time, maybe was it terrorists, where the government was negotiating with the terrorists to have them allow a particular mast to be put up. I think it was Borno State years back.
So we see these things happen. We see these things happen. In fact, because some of them, when they even want to operate, they will go and destabilize the mast.
Yes.
So that you don't have connectivity there. And between the time you send a message and the time it delivers, it also has a time lag. After some time, it disappears. Into thin air, and that message is lost. So this is what we should take care of first before we start talking about e-transmission. And another position I have is that the problem with Nigeria is not laws. It's about the operators. Like Dele asked, is it not the same Nigerians, that you probably give somebody 50,000 naira and he's going to manipulate that machine and walks away with 50,000 naira?
That's what I'm
the same Nigerians.
All right. Aliyu, Abubakar, let's get your thoughts in now. Same headline.
Okay, let me just add something here. As much as I'm concerned, I feel like this whole thing still reduces the possibility of manipulation. In as much as maybe there will be network or there will not be network, it only means that it only has to process online. And immediately you have a network, everything just seamlessly transfers to where it needs to go to. And that means there is no third party or third hand that will manipulate the hands of the technology. I mean, look at the idea of Instagram. Instagram now has this, for example, as a platform, it provides the idea of voting processes. When you vote, you see the vote in real time happening. And it doesn't cost a lot. It doesn't cost much or time or stuff to get all these things in place. So why is it so hard for a whole institution like Inec to provide this kind of voting rights? Most people in the country has access to Either they don't have voters card, they should have NIN. Either they don't have NIN, they should be able to have international passport or any identification in the country. As much as these are necessary, in their platform there should be like a space where people get to register in real time and be able to provide what we call the KYV, which is the K Know Your Voter. It's more like an identification where all this financial institution uses what we call the KYC, using your facial recognition identification. It doesn't really take a lot to provide all that in your platforms. And with that, you can easily just vote and it will be on real time and people will be able to see whatever they need to see. Even if there is issue of network, immediately you get to where there is network, it automatically affects. That means there is no third-party interference or manipulation or anything that can happen during that time. Somebody cannot go and duplicate this. It cannot be possible. I mean, all these financial institutions knows about it. That's why they cannot tamper with this and they put all this in place. And how much of the thing is in place?
In Abuja, so you start to wonder what is going on. Oh well, let's take some other headlines here. Okay. CAPA, that's Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, has raised alarm over surge in emerging nicotine products targeting Nigerian youths. I'm going to read a little into this one, and then I'll get into young people. Now, Jane, let's have that headline.
Okay. Workers lay siege to NAFDAC office over sachet alcohol ban enforcement.
We'd like you to go a little deeper for context.
Members of the Food, Beverage and Tobacco Senior Staff Association, FOBTOP, staged a protest outside NAFDAC demanding the suspension of sachet alcohol ban enforcement. The NAFDAC DG says they should, so the protesters have told the NAFDAC DG that she should comply with the federal directives ordering a suspension of the sachet alcohol ban enforcement pending further clarification.
So she should stay on the ban and then reopen factories that have been shut down already.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, and the reason NAFDAC is embarking on this clampdown is to ensure that children don't have access to, alcohol and sachets, and these things are really not exactly the usual content that you would find in the bottles. These ones are just, they're really heavy and could be harmful to internal organs. So NAFDAC is saying, look, children have access to these things and they're cheap, 20 naira, 50 naira. You buy these things and people just squeeze them in. So, but then if you would tie this to nicotine exposure, a big market for that one in Nigeria.
I had a kind of debate with somebody yesterday on some of this substance abuse. Now, the question is, at the heart of all of this is economy versus life. FOBTOP is looking at the economic gains of its members, because those who produce some of these sachet alcoholic drinks are members of FOBTOP and Nubife, National Union of Beverages, Tobacco and whatever. This is the senior staff association arm of this union. Now, they are so narrow-minded in their crusade against this ban because they know that if those factories are shut, their membership will be depleted and check-up dues would also reduce drastically. But they're not looking at the flip side. Unfortunately for some of these people that are protesting, they have children that are steeped in the abuse of these substances, that some parents don't even know who their children are. This thing, some people protested, and we saw it on television, that the ban should stay. NURT members, NURTW members, that look at me, I am even older than my age. I didn't know that this thing was going to get me to this point. It was too late when I realized that I needed to stop. That I don't want my siblings, my younger ones, to continue in this trend. They all came out to say it is more of damage than build to their health. Now, this sachet, I was telling that person that, look, those days when we had bottled drinks, the only access a youngster could have to such is if your father brings it to and you cleverly go there to steal part of it. And by the time you start misbehaving in the house, your father will suspect you. But today, that boy, if you get to his house and give him 500 naira, he knows that he's sure of taking at least 10 of those sachets. And he goes to the streets. It's not as if it is restricted to adults alone. And if you tell him that no, because you are underage, you cannot get access to this thing, he will tell one of the big brothers in the neighborhood to help him buy, and the brother will give to him. In fact, there was this TikTok thing that they were even promoting small boys as little as maybe 7, 6 holding this sachet. In fact, in the neighborhoods, particularly in the slums, it is a status symbol to hold a sachet of this alcoholic drink. And these are basically ethanol based. Because if you have to process a blended whiskey or brandy, it takes, for you to keep it in the barrels before you start bottling it, the minimum you get is about 6 years. That's why when you see bottles of these beverages, you see 12, you see 18, you see 35. There are some that it's about 35 in the barrel before they produce and sell. So now look at the volume, and these are new generation outfits. We are not even talking about the adulterated ones that are brewed inside rooms,
slums.
And then we are killing a generation that we usually say are leaders of tomorrow. We are killing them gradually, and somebody is saying that they should not ban. If you know you are capable of drinking alcoholic drinks, go as an adult, buy whiskey. You know that you understand why you are taking it. If you want to die, yes, die. If you want to live, live. But a boy of 6, 7, 8 to 10 taking these illicit drugs, because I call it drugs, because you don't even know the composition. And then you now go to hospitals now. Nephrologists now struggle to attend to patients because youngsters are having their liver being harmed by these drugs.
I agree. There's also a
then
drug pandemic.
Kidneys. It's becoming a pandemic.
It's a pandemic.
If you go to any of these hospitals where you have this dialysis, you find that youngsters.
Yes.
This dropping of kidneys is not supposed to come near anybody below 50.
Ideally.
But you now see youngsters as young as 12, 15 going for dialysis. And you see them in the neighborhood, bloodshot eyes, as early as 9 o'clock in the morning. You see them in motor parks, looking frail, and with bloodshot eyes. You know that this is the result of some of these things. And we continue to say we shouldn't ban. For me, I go for the ban.
All right then. Ali Abubakar, what's your point? What's your take on this one?
I surely really agree with the idea of the ban. As a young person, I have really seen the damage that this has done to our younger persons, and in more essence, I think more of the these things are easily accessible to them. So if these things are quite really accessible to them, it makes it easy for them to actually go and get it in more essence. So without the ban, it actually, provide for them more or less they are most accessible to these substances. And yeah, I agree. it's a pandemic right now because a lot of younger persons are getting sick and sick every day, and this is really affecting the growth of our younger persons. The people, the so-called young persons that we are hoping are the future of tomorrow, are the ones who are all, falling into this loophole and the chaos and the whole pandemic. In more essence, I would like you to know that in a recent research that was made by an organization called Gatefield, it has been realized that young people in Nigeria hardly pass the age of 65. Wow. Now imagine that amount of people that are not able to reach that age and are dying based on the substance they consume every day. And I feel like there's this increase in this in the breakout of cancer so much in young people. And if you go like 10 years to 15 years ago, this is more like a strange disease to us in Nigeria, in Africa at large to be precise. We used to see this as more like a different or foreign land disease, and all of the sudden it has rampant our own country, it has rampant our own region. Why is that? There's an increased consumption in all these chemicals. People are consuming these substances every day, and it's killing us. It's really affecting us, and it's really destroying the lives and properties of people. So therefore, I really agree that it is really important that the ban of such things are quite, put into place so that it is inaccessible for even younger. If you go to developed countries, if you haven't reached a certain age, you wouldn't even have access to alcohol. Not even that, to be precise. There are selected places where you can only go to get alcohol. You cannot just see it rampant in the streets. It is not possible, because it is not allowed that it is sold at large quantities or easily accessible to just everyone else. And today, in the current state that we are in this country, we have realized that even our homes don't even get to know or get to limit what we can touch or, try out there. We don't even know what somebody is out there doing or stuff like that. That is more reason why distance or the law should be enacted more, that distance should be banned and easily not accessible to younger persons or even people that are quite easily get into diseases that we've got. That's my stance.
All right, thank you very much. Well, this we'll just take on maybe a few more headlines. You want to say something?
No, it's okay.
Okay, we'll take a few more headlines and then we'll wrap up this conversation. Okonkwo, lack of transit facilities undermining Nigerian Airlines potential. 4,521 megawatts shortfall in nationwide power supply as gas facility undergoes repair. Jane?
Okay, here, we tackled this earlier this morning, but it's here again. Malami, judge recuses self, returns case file to CJ for reassignment.
All right.
Okay. Malami again.
Lawyer by association.
Yes,
I'm not going to. My opinion here will just be not legal. I don't have the legal perspective to it. But like I said in the morning, for people who don't understand, the name of the lawyer is Egwatu. Egwatu means I'm not afraid. But the man is afraid. I don't know why he has accused himself. Now that said, it speaks to what we see. It's more like corruption fighting back. I wouldn't know why the man suddenly said, "Well, I don't want to be part of this." It could be that he's under pressure from some quarters and all of that. And it's not alone. This is not the only case. We have cases that drag for like 12, 15 years. Like Jane mentioned in the morning, like we pointed out, Ojus Okalu's own case, lasted for 12 years. And we all know what happened. We have Yaya Bello that is now trending. 1 year is gone, 2 years is gone. We are getting into the 3rd year. And we have witnesses coming to say, oh, well, there are no linkages between him and the account that was used to transfer the money and do the transaction. Yet we have the British who return the money, to the government account and all of that. And we are going back and forth, living in denial and all of that. It all speaks to our intentionality as a people, as a government, not to fight corruption. We have had cases where monies recovered, monies that were looted and taken abroad. Now we're now relooted, and nothing ever comes out of it. Quite unfortunate for us as a people.
Very unfortunate indeed. And this is where we drop anchor on newspaper review for today and for the week. Well, thank you very much, Daily Fanimo, for coming on the program. Thank you very much, Aliyu Abubakar, joining us virtually at Abuja Station. And thank you, Chukwuma Okoro, who doubled as an analyst on this part of the show. He makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. You want to share what to expect?
Yes, I'll be joined by Dr. Kachi Ononuju and Dr. Peter Anosike. Both of them will talk about Southeast politics ahead of 2027 and then touch on other few political stories around Nigeria.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for joining us. See you tomorrow, bright and early. My name is Jane Ogoye.
And I am Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Him not help me as another time don't reach. Time don't reach. Say time don't reach. Breakfast is good. Breakfast is good. But now if a person be say not get, people know. To make a call to my mom, you know they go now. You will not get network. How many G they use? I've been at 4. I say my turn. I say this will get money. Una do. Una welcome. I say una don't deal with us for the TV. So say we be voice of people television. Now not me say our presenter sometimes they get cough. People know. But na normal life where they live. So I say my turn. I say this sports update. We get matter. We go just check. We just enter. Just check everything. They will come arrange them. But I don't know for the watchers. May you know say you did for on top voice of people television Lagos Nigeria, and I want to be Sports Republic. I mean they call Kizike. Never too when I change my name. I go do baptism for court of arbitration where they call Pap Kizimbaye. I still get connection with Senegal, but it will expire next month. Most start to the tell on the first one where your place so for area and a bad team we don't want to talk about. We'll talk on. Me never know what will be the update based on CAF. And with the year say CAF, they try to do some kind of things. Say Ethiopia did there, Botswana did there, South Africa did there. Say CAF now, a guy won't take place. Say, understand? When they put on with the bars now, say CAF now, their bars not as strong. I will go observe. Say CAF, won't give Morocco some kind of right to host waiting Nations Cup. Now, I tell you, I say I get like 4, I've been at 5 tower before. I don't carry 4, give my friend the Morocco. Now I want to remember, but not go too hard. Now carry that one, go give them Morocco. If you want to see tournament, they use towel clean face, now Morocco. Now once the tournament be say they do officially not to make sense, now Morocco. Now once the tournament be say we not like, now Morocco. Morocco, see, everything for Morocco, in a fit talk, me not agree with me, say Morocco tournament not make sense. It's not sweet, officially not sweet. France battleization, not they. They never teach small children how to the high tower. They teach bad and they teach more children. So we don't want to see that kind of Nations Cup again. But this is where they say we give them. If not be Ethiopia, even South Africa say maybe they kill them one side. When I see headlines. Now the issue where we get now be say now this man when I get for screen now not be say I don't like him. But when they get on the job, we celebrate him. They call him Patrice Motsepe. Now be CAF president. But what if you tell us say I don't like the man style, based on say you not to me so kind of things clear. Now what you do? He tell us, say, I will give you free and fair officiating. I will make everything all right based on the CAF president. But which one be say you want to see? Patrice Motsepe, if I call, you know the answer. This thing when I want to do, now I mean I think this one, I want to slap African football and I want to change it to another level. Which one be say Morocco won't? Why Morocco go? Why? Tournament of justice will be one of the worst tournaments so far in football. What do you mean they want to go lose their 2030 World Cup rights now? They want to go carry Morocco, saying now going to be host for where? Next Nations Cup. Plus, if that didn't work, then I not say we never ready to go front. Then they ask questions, say who go host? If better when they give Botswana or South Africa or Ethiopia, but you see Morocco, South Africa will have out of compensation. If you want to give them, I give them, but compensate them. But we dey talk and we go talk again. Me na beg, me na try avoid anything they go Morocco because the last time we play so. We not like what we see. Morocco. Whether the man they take Morocco, I mean, we don't even know. Which connect the problem is people they ask say, what is the connection between the CAF president and Morocco people? What is connecting them? Which connection they get? I know what did they connect them? They give you job. How will they give you job? Now in Africa, now we give you job. You want to go to say in a Morocco thing. Now the last time we hear Morocco matter, we hear everything they want to do for WAFCON. You know what they not do, it not make sense. They go kind of go to South Africa now. So this WAFCON this year. Women football not be Morocco go host. They don't fight for 2030. See, we respect what they don't do. We don't carry talk. Morocco na good place. Even me, I not tell me let's say I not carry to go to Dubai again. Not be say transport not deal. So I not carry you go to Dubai. I not carry you go park the place or the Paris. No, more go Morocco, go do understand tourism. It makes sense. It's fine. You don't go Casablanca before. You don't go Marrakesh. All those places are 5 places. The tourism you go there, go enjoy yourself. But not be for football matter again. Because the girl Mohammed deceased, I respect the academy. They do well. People know them well. But what will they see now? If CAF will do this thing, Patrice will say, if you see, if you do this thing, you're going to say, you never know what they do. You look finish, you look at the nations now, who you want to give to host now Morocco. And they won't get mind to bid. If you know they give them mind, why they will come the bid? See, if I be Morocco person, I would ashamed, say, I'm not going to do anything for, but I'm going to go rest first. Because now when I talk saying I want to involve in myself, why not they, wait, which criteria they want to take, like which hosting right? What do they want to give us? Say, yes, this one makes sense. Now I want to host. Now I want to give Morocco. We don't play Nations Cup finish. Morocco will be say, if you want to score them, you touch small, first your collect ball, they go blow them. Even Ashraf Hakimi, or they call that one, they play for PSV. I don't forget his name. They do tower, tell them they do tower, they high tower. Saibari, I name. They play for PSV Eindhoven. Saibari, Hakimi. Players who they respect, world-class players. You they follow them, they do tower. Now, the one when they pay me part say, CAF, they won't give them a chance. CAF is about to allow you. Not see nation where you won't give chance. May they host. Now, Morocco, they won't give chance. May they host this one. If you now do this thing, men are not saying I don't slap African football. It's the biggest slap on African football. Because I don't see reason why we say they'll give Morocco that thing. Wait till you then get to even host this one. Facility deal, but hospitality, all those one not there. See, you know, if I want to give them credit, they try, because they not to allow Algeria, or their brother, or Egypt, take care of kind power for this land where they just play so. But the game, ticket said they 60, you don't say the 6 tickets. Then the 6 tickets. They don't go allow 9 time. They go allow stadium. Now when we call the talk, we have media, now we call the talk, say no, not go grill. Morocco no the food, not be like Ivory Coast that time. Now we call the see people, call the food their stadium. Morocco. CAF, Patrice Musepe. If you want more respect, I don't say you normally for your job, you don't say everything all they clear now because when you take this job, what you tell them, see, you give us manifesto, when manifest for your first tenure. Now you want to change and for us. Everything you tell us, don't they change. You won't give Morocco. But what they even do other than Botswana there, other than Ethiopia? More leave South Africa. South Africa, well, you said South Africa. More leave South Africa first. What you do Botswana? What you do Ethiopia? They host some. They just come. 2 years. 2028. More don't say it don't make sense. We don't enjoy it. Walk up now for 4 years. So more you all live like that. But this time say Morocco, no, I beg. They're not rich. But from Morocco matter now, what you want to gain so because we talk about Morocco. Me, I don't know the connection where Patrice Musepe get with them. But we'll go see the checker. Again. We see them from Marseille. You know, first of all, you're not going even hard now. Franco-Malian coach to they speak French. You not hard now. But you just say bonjour, Samuel Lame. You say, John Revu. They will speak French. Before you know, you don't decide. So it be like their brother. We are offering our brother a job. Understand? Speak French. Communicate. You go sweet. Samuel, bonjour. Samuel Lame Bedi. You go, Mendy, all the French, you go they speak French. Before you know, you don't jam. Super go come they cry. Even I was small picking that time, I was saying, man, so I go play. When I wait, not be there. Now from Marseille, now whatever the dream of this man, you not get what God not fit do. If you say what God not fit do not exist, and now really matter. From that news now, tomorrow now you want to sleep, wake up, you can't see rest to say that he's looking for the Franco-Malian, the Marseille coach in that connection. You not fit, see, you not fit jump from African football. Because you never coach any club side. Just jump from African football, just enter club, you not go play like that. So this thing will be the move, now will be the step forward. Eric Chair is on the right path. Me, I'll still talk about the adverse I'll give. Now, from that one, you come up from Marseille, French club, you just like go coach Lens, you go come up for Lens, or you go just stay Marseille. From Marseille, you can go wherever you can. From Vallecano, you go Girona. From now, so they play for you know, Madrid don't knock on, collect them. Dream don't come true. Super Eagles, now they look, now get this kind of coach, and now they sleep, then they talk, will renew his contract, and even they form for the matter, because I know that the coach like Nigeria, he like us. He said, yeah, me one day for Nigeria, man, let me work hard with these boys. I love these boys. And they take her for granted. You go come out and I go clear.
Eric, you say everything be time and check. I won't give you advice. See, nobody they like to deal with, they don't want to. You don't show us some kind of quality. You don't show us say they're capable. Say you get some kind of style. If I be you, I don't think twice. It don't matter and read truth, but carry your bag wrong. Super Ego and Marseille, I want to do one. All these players, all they see, all they look, all they it will be. They're good though, but everybody fight for their own. Nobody go believe you if not believe yourself. And the only time you go take, stand around and call your papa name. So you not feel the waste time now. If that offer and real one, like just collect and carry your bag for head, make they move. Cause see, Nigerian Football Federation, they don't send you, they don't send you at all. Those men, they get mind. Their mind not be here. All those men, they get mind. See, what do they want to do their mind? Those NFF, those men. See, you know, say with the talk to people, say we are just saying about Nigeria football. They know they make things clear. If to say these people like us, because our federation they call it, to say they like Nigerians, to say they like our Super Eagle, to say they want our future great, they know they waste time for return news. Tunisia find them, they lose hope. Angola, Gabon, all on a small African country. Now you must say they come, but you they think twice. You they think carry your bag move. Not to say I love Super Eagles. You can love them for all you care or for all they care. But bros, at the end, now you go talk, now you go play. Understand? Because all this, if you look at it, see, which day here, even myself, I see, what do you call that? David E. for front of Romeo Pizza and Coldberry ice cream for Ajao, where they do pizza. And they come like they dodge. Why? Because you know they, who naked, not they shook for pocket. You know they, not they. You understand? You know into the dodge. You see me the dodge. You understand? Because you know I want to tell you say not they. Who naked, I want to shook for pocket. Eric, these people, they not feel shook for your pocket too. They owe you. You say, me, self, they even wonder which contract you sign. You don't sign. I don't even know the kind Franco Mila coach every time they talk. You just they humble. Not be even this NFL, not the humble give them. You say I sign a contract. We never still see the contract where we say you sign, we can never talk. They owe you 2 to 3 months salary before you go Nations Cup. You go girls bronze, show us how to play football. Arrange all this ball, make them show themselves, make them arrange themselves, make them do all right. Now what Eric Chair do? Now I talk about should we renew this contract? They tell us we will do it, we will do it, we will do it. Now go do, we now go wait till this man come out, we go lose him. Nigerian Football Federation will be great. It starts with you now, NFF. Men are help us. Men are pity for us. Men are like politicians. Nigerian politicians, see, Nigerian politicians, they give us manifest when not they manifest. Me, at the talk and say, you go out for me to see Nigerian politicians, you go to my room there. You know, they run our football like politics. It don't make sense. It not clear. It don't make sense at all. People they talk and not good. Eric Chair. How much time they pay? $55,000 now they waste time. Now they waste time. I said this show, this one don't need guests. Me won't come. I want to talk to them. I want to come for them. I talk. May they see me. May they hear me. I say, no. I say, we do want to have an expert to come. I say, nobody, no analysis. Not me. Want analyze them. See on. This thing we'll try to put on. You see paper. See on today's paper. We. They see on. Son of Vanguard. We carry punch everything. We have to punch them. Make everything for make sense. We check on. They check on. And every time we carry paper, they check. And they check. And I don't see about phone again. Social media. Now they carry and they look. Man, see. Whether we go see Eric Chair's contract is renewed, now they waste time. Now they waste time. Opportunity, they say come but one, but not be all the time. Oh. But they say, how they talk, I say what goes up must come down. But I get it don't go up, never come down. Oh. And for this country. So make the try to run our football in a loving way, in a caring way, in a sweet way. Maybe we enjoy. Because see, one thing when they give us joy in our sports. And if you want to talk about the sports, now football, basically, we don't say any golf, NBA. See, you know why NBA, golf, we don't call now basketball, we don't call Formula 1, Nigeria sports, we know they get them. See contract. See, I bet this you too much. Who they for back? You too much. I bet more of you analyze this picture. Now more analyze this picture. You will be say they but God bless you. They break everywhere, boss. Imagine people will be say they give us light. They want generator because they don't know when light will come. You understand? See, and I see the news, Abi. Send it very chill. See, we close to one loser to Marseille. Now, more we analyze where they there. NSC president they there. In smile not be here. In cap focus like Alfonso. Ibrahim Musa Guzo, they give Eric Chair number 2. They don't say now waiting when they play ball that year. See the Guavon, that smile not reach out. Now see there. Now that one they help and they arrange in muffler. See now super go. With a smile, when we say joy comes in the morning, at night what it be. Life where they live, this is how you get time. Be like candle, may they praise God. See, Eric Chair and our coach, when they get this contract, we they jump up. Some people don't like him, but what he don't say, he sure say yes, I'm a good coach. Now, what do you want to analyze this news when I see so for picture, this picture? We say, Madam Shehu Diko, they come out and say we are different from NFF. That one we say did that. Now right to left, now pitch is sweet to don't say that left. Okay, more do one like this. The one where we say he wear glass. The two men we say they for front. The one wear glass, now be Madam Shehu Diko. Now be National Sports Commission President. He gets more time where they go do say it's not also, not be also, it's not me. The one we call them for the other side where they smile, they look camera so. Now they call Ibrahim Musa Guzo, now be His Excellency. Because now this one they call for I say present, and they call her Excellency. Say Kizike, the match not good. I say we will call you Excellency. Now he be NFF President. Check comes in the morning, they smile. Why you not the delay to give this man a new contract? If not for any reason, for the fact say he play well for Nations Cup, that one makes sense. You get a contract, you know, they waste time. My mind they tell me say we feel lose Eric Chell. And I tell you now, one thing my mind is tell me, for any time we be like say we lose manager, I be like say they get some kind of gift. I don't know. But I don't know whether be like say if we lose manager, then they'll go small. That's not. I'm here to talk. I don't know. Because the way they do the thing, for every sack or every relief or every mutual consent and agreement, be like this multi they enter. Federation will not allow us go work up 2 times. See they pay them monthly salary. Not be already that one. Okay, NFF matter. If they talk sometimes we not fit go as. More you see they move. Which one you see they there? Okay, they say if you report case, some people go police station for now they win case. Sometimes they happen like that too. You get me saying now who talk for now win case. Sometimes they play. But what we won't do, because if you hear A, maybe you hear B. Now they'll tell you A, you just relax. Try to hear from the 2 sides. No, they do noted. Yeah, you jam together. They tell you this one, I tell you this one. You go think calm. You arrange them together. Say this one is wrong. This one you go pull noted. Don't even say you do right. You go noted down. I play. You say, So what do we at the talk? If case day, may you think this one, may you hear from this one, hear from this one. You can kind of come together. You can't understand. Say this one you can't tell me step. I don't say get opportunity to near me. Then you can tell me if you did wrong. But when you go put and stamp, like I tell the stamp airport going to Hotel, Lagos. They are this for the paper. That's how we all be. More 10. That's how. Don't go. So what are the talk? What if? Collab like what if we lose Eric Chair? Who will come next? Now, somebody talk. If we lose Eric Chair, who will come next? That be the question they ask. Okay, more you talk. I will smile for you, but I will say, can he pay? What is to say they lose this coach now? Tomorrow now, you all say Super Eagles coach. You know how they say they do it for news. You know, Super Eagles coach Eric Chair is relieved of duty, or of his duty. They know their terms. Because no matter how much we try, that girl, where they talk 1 minute remaining, she not fit talking for WhatsApp call. No matter how much you try, not possible. So wait till we go do if we lose Eric Chair. If I was talking we come cautious. Because Okpala don't carry matter for like a tenor. He said, no. We need a local coach. We need this one. So, and if that thing could be like true. You say anytime we get any small issue, now they go carry go come. They call interim. Nigeria in interim they long go. We both tell us interim, temporal. We both are talk not say temporal. You go sweet temporal. Before you know coach go come. Nigeria will like interim. See that word self interim. We go there. So maybe the government they plan because the government is smile for back. He be like Nigerian film, he knows the future. I beg, no disrespect. When they will talk to NFS, say this presenter not to talk, but the thing why they talk to people say now homie, now they wrong. And I talk to people say because you did for TV, you they talk. Will they talk? What if we say we talk? If they hold us, we'll get to reason and prove to talk saying I do like this. Because if not be so, what do you make a government in this picture? No, me not check am. If this one cannot be the plan, wetin make you go about this picture? If you say I be like attach, like he attach himself because he look like he was not part of it. Even now waiting for back, waiting that side when they block his face, now Eric Chair person. So now he's supposed to replace Igwama for that place. Igwama is just a technical advisor. Abi for many years, he be like even our Sanusi, NFF secretary. For more than 10 years, I been like 11 years. One person did all the job, like saying I pack get am. Why? Why not do like that? Me not pity for us, I beg. Pity for us, so we don't beg politicians another year. What did they pay us? Say the team they give us joy. Man, I want take that joy come off for Nigerians' face. What we need to do now to call Morocco people, may they give us, may they supply us all the towel. We need to use that to take clean NFF eyes. May they see road. Me not see future, me not get project. We not go work up now. What they do now? They go see the pay there. We not go work up. Oh, should you understand? But they go see pay there. Okay, aside that one now. Next Nations Cup they come. What will be the plan? Some players won't go come out. Which coach want? Don't be this coach. They don't go give us projects. Who they carry they go? They waste time. NFF na cut time format. But mostly jump. And that's why we they jump on Friday. They don't reach. Me I know they were supposed to say. Why they say na pigeon they speak today? Na pigeon will they do every time it's on Friday. We not fit come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's why I call the gear. All those one. No, we need to change them. Cannot come down. Maybe cannot come from. Maybe for understand. Maybe it's in everybody get on because we they talk as they do and as they be. What you can do there now? Be say more than us some Oyibo news. Oyibo news just today. Many things will not switch up yesterday. If you be Arsenal fan, not first, take it easy. Tomorrow can be great. People they sack any sack in Nigeria they rain everywhere. They sack. But what we go do now? Say we not too waste time. More just sharply. Man, see, more go market. More go buy something from market. Won't go now. Not too waste time. Day when I wait. More go market. Won't buy something from market. Oh, come back. The show will continue. Just do it with small time. Not too waste time. I beg.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
One of my prayer points 38, now may God abeg, may give me friends say go impart my life. I don't want friends say will carry me go a fire. I want just the focus this way, this straight. Like people don't say if road bend, not me say you bend waka put. Because you want enter corner. Me now welcome. Now see the where we dey, now they call Sports Republic and a voice of the television every day. So more talks of kind Oyibo news. Sack na sack. Relief of duties. Mutual consent na sack. Mutual I dey talk say get one word they use. Who they don't sack? Let me tell you for. Get one word they use. If not be sack, get one word they use. They will say don't sack person. So go say he was. You get what they will come arrange sack. About sack na sack. More we talk about Nottingham Forest. Relieved of his duty. I was there. Sack na sack. I beg. More show na Nottingham Forest. Wetin they play? Sometimes the issue be say the owner of the club not get patience. So know how good luck will follow the company. See, Nottingham Forest, where we say Evangelo Marinakis, now be their owner. Now you see get Olympiacos. You don't see the only club we say in the season they don't sack 3 managers. The one they won't bring so Victor Pereira go be the 4th manager. Now the issue is say they go sack this one, and this one they sack. So important be say Sean Dyke too like draw pass win. If you check your record for Burnley, not if you compare to the one we get for Nottingham Forest, and na bad news. He pay me say I mean I see Nottingham win percentages for all the coaches they don't see get. But the Koglu, it don't even make sense. Hoyt is the Karanga Aitor, Lamucci, Espirito Santo. So he get 47.1%. And that could be the highest. They still sack him. Evangelos Marinakis. You not saying who you be. So they don't sack this one. They first sack Nuno Espirito Santo. They sack who they sack that again? They sack Ange Postecoglou. If you say we Europa with Tottenham. Now they go sack this man who be say he like drop pass win. So if they look Tottenham Hotspur, this one also coach Tottenham Hotspur they call Ange Postecoglou. But Sean Dyche, where you get best record now for Burnley. So what did they read now? If you check out this year, many coach now sack. But CMO talking, we know how this is the work. Companies we know. If your company, you do this company work, you work for management, you know they give them what they want. They don't say that billionaire. The office says we are done with me, they go. Every billionaire want to see revenue. Normally we know the matter. They'll tell you say, Ross, noted, may you move. No arrangement, no negotiation, may you they go. So I understand where Evangelos Marinakis is coming from. Tottenham, different. But Nottingham Forest, now 3rd. By this time last season, they did 3rd for position. 3rd. English go call it 3rd. Now 3rd though, 3rd volley. 3rd. 9 a day. But look like where they now. They won't drop. They won't go relegation. Now they not say, bro, stand down rich. I will come go. We not fit do again, we not fit do pass ourselves. But they win match. Another Wolves match, that be do or die match. Wolves in our own, and I'm not saying I don't already go relegation. Me not allow them win. Football crazy, so you know why? Personally, you know say this point, you don't need them. What Wolves want to do now, they don't go relegation. What they want to do? How many matches remaining? I don't do all the mass. I don't press on, nothing, it will go relegation. Give Nottingham Forest when they used to enter, because they say nothing can harm them in the Forest, but now, that Forest they did, I don't even affect them. They cannot make it. It is struggle. So Evangelos are facing a Victor Pereira. So how can you make a 4th manager in the season? No be record. Now did you know be that one? No? We're going to do did you know on Tuesday. Now sack to sack. More jump from that one. Enter another one. Tottenham Hotspur. Shout out to people they say they support Tottenham. Who they on sack? They sack one man. We be say even me. When he come from Brentford, I was doubting him like Thomas. And I tell him, I say, Baba, try to be frank with people. Because this man can sack you. They say, no, then leave it. Then leave is not good. That one not come out now. New board, management not take over. Now they don't go sack Thomas Frank. Very technical, gifted coach. He they do well for Brentford though. But everybody want up their game. You want to grow. You don't fit they want place. You don't fit they stagnant. You don't born one place. Maybe you're there. You don't plug your placenta. You also be in stamp and there. You not stamp. So he said, I want to move. I go Tottenham Hotspur, where they wear white, where they get captain band. They say, who they wear captain self, if that's the sign. They don't want to carry money, they come out. Now they don't get coach, they don't sack them. Now they wait for Pochettino. And Tottenham cannot take, they go relegation. When are they watch? If they not take time, they go relegation. People will say they did for board of home affairs. They know they manage the club well. They are the sign players. So people say, player not fit change game. Player say don't say you know they do when I can't come. Now average club be Tottenham. I don't care what you want to tell me. Tottenham is average club. Okay, sack to sack. Again, I won't talk before I go long. More your shopper enter now. I don't know how people they feel. If you be Arsenal fan, I don't know how they feel. What happened yesterday? Me not take out. I tell I say Manchester City they come. Arsenal don't go drop points now. They go drop points yesterday. Now 4 points. Now who they pursue you not be small picking 4 points. But Arsenal fit still try. Based on Brentford collect draw. In a single. Eze use that video. Eze, I'm not even there happy with you. You know if you take opportunity as player we say we respect, take opportunity for that kind of match, and they bring in other guys, game change. Arsenal play, they go scare goal. Non Imadeke. We say the war finish, can't use their score. Everyone call the jubilee say give don't end do. See, Gavin will be say their own to come. See Kayode for Brentford. That boy, he need to they call him Kayode. That Kayode, he need to go Morocco. Make they give him more towel because anytime we Kayode clean towel, use towel take clean ball. Baba, anything can happen. As he send that throw, and Nass go carry that ball, go throw in. As that boy carry that ball, now he put her. Now in the gear, now Brentford na GTech Community Stadium, the gear towel, he clean her. As he clean her, now he focus, now he look. Arsenal, and those boys, energy, they bully Arsenal people. They can nice try yesterday, but Arsenal just needs some kind. They never get that mentality to whole game. You know, give us one, so now they draw back. Why you give one, so you call it? Don't you give one, so you call the president. You give them one, so you call it go back. Why? As that boy take roll, I don't say that towel, say the gear, that's what we get towel. Don't be Morocco towel. Come Morocco towel, they make one go enter. Morocco towel na corruption food there. Now cleaner, as it send that ball long. And so ball come out. I say, I suppose shout hallelujah, glory be to God. Everywhere don't close. Come be 1-1. That's when they play. Even Martinelli gets chance for that minute they will take Benner. Now, not be say Arsenal drop it matter now who they pursue them. Pep Guardiola don't straighten his score. The greatest thing we has to do. And this small boy now score go. Let me spot him. Small boy. They won't even change at that time because score go. Greatest thing we has to don't do. Say they go sign McGay. McGay now come their best defender. I don't even know how much they pay him. He kill himself for them. Say he die for them. But you get one where this boy do yesterday where they call him Gabriel. They play boy use head throw and I said this one can pay school fees for Arsenal. That's so. But how Arsenal want to cope now? How they want to continue? The Premier League still use style. Not say too long ago, but the next match now Tottenham. Man City go play Newcastle. People say, no worry, Man City will drop points. Guys, they see their signing. McGay for back. They call the Diaz will go return now. Kosunov call the come from bench. The kind times. Nuri, you go there now. That match you still never carry the club for head. When they play midfield before, can't go there, go to play defense. Say no fight for shit. Their midfield, can't there. Can't get Rhodes. Rhodes is on the come back to life. Bernardo Silva carried the game through. Say na me get here. Fold the day there and check it there. Gianni Rangers did there. I want to mark them. All those boys, they don't they sleep. Oh, I've been at Semenyo record. Semenyo just score goal last night, right? Semenyo he said, I will watch this game tonight. Now yesterday talk him. He said, and hope it goes our way. One go their way now. Arsenal don't need to drop points. 2 points, at least 1 point. They don't drop 2. So now 4 points they top Man City. So Man City now they do their mathematics. And don't forget say the two of them will still meet. But the job where Man City, Arsenal they get say Man City will still play Chelsea. Man City will still play Arsenal. But what if they say come be 3 points? 3 point gap. They come beat you, come play you, come win you. So me don't know whether Arteta go feel sleep now. Arteta and his boys might not be sleeping. Injury don't worry them. Player will not play yesterday. We see Merino not there. Calaferi later play, all the guys later play. So player will not there. They don't see Gabriel Jesus down at the bench. But Merino get injury. Kai Havertz get injury. And if you check Arsenal news, we'll say these boys, they never understand what it takes to win league. Somebody says on a baby club, not saying a baby club, but they know, see, they need that leader for their team. Declan Rice, they try. So many others they try. But how they want to cope if they lose this one? Might even tell you how you play for area. With the talk Arsenal go win league. Even when Arsenal they like 13 points, I mean 7 point clear. My guy control me for an error or he say, bros, might tell you Arsenal still come down. I say, shoot. Why they talk about this? I say, man, forget that. I don't be Arsenal where we know. 3 seasons. If now for a person in life now they'll call it near success syndrome. May God not allow bad to know. How can you be close? Get close. Baba, if Arsenal lose the Premier League, we need sack Arteta. Good coach. But what you want to make us say good na trophy. When you win now. When I carry Premier League table, when I can come for more analyzer. Can I come? More analyzer. When I say see Premier League, see table. So people when say na 18, 19, 20 can say goodbye. But you not getting enough apple for Tottenham, West Ham. And Nottingham Forest, but one go. Burnley, no matter how they try. If it's a trash, I'm going to look. But Wolves, Wolves not even try you. But Man City, where they feel at top 5, I mean at top 6. Liverpool say we not go green 90 o'clock for people can furnish. I say no, we must come up. Liverpool have 42 points. They pursue Chelsea. But you know the top 4 matter. Be Arsenal, they don't go inside rule now. But Man City, they come 4 points. The goal difference, even you start try. 3-2. 3-2, now 32, 30, 2 points. Two goal difference. Man City, like, Haaland, they get bad 26, if not, for them bust everywhere. But, this table clear. Say, Arsenal, we still win the league. They don't play like 6 match. They are not many matches, remember, so, but people say, all the Brentford, all the Everton, all the Bournemouth, all the Newcastle, maybe all see they don't go worry for front. Normally, who they spoil this place now? The normal top 4 where we know where they grow up. As I don't wish I was before, but when I small, they never even born me that time. So maybe they come out. What we know that Arsenal, Man U, Man City, Liverpool, Chelsea, they can manage themselves. But based on every matter, they get players who Tyrone Mings score goal, 200 goal for the club. They come, when they Sancho, they get signings there. Back they don't come back. Understand? Tilleman get injury. So Onana did there. So they feel just try do it. But the one way they fear everybody now Arsenal. May I ask you where they hear me? So what do you think about this league? You think Arsenal go loser? I be Arsenal not loser. You think Arsenal go winner? I be not winner. You think this coach makes sense? Because to say that Martinelli scored that 9-minute goal yesterday, but everybody for don't clear. We have 6 points. But now they don't enter 4 points. They don't come out 2 points. And Man City know. Guardiola don't get joy. Guardiola is so stingy, so greedy of success. When you see pity Arteta and your boy, you watch and grow, pity him. Make carry league, you don't agree. You want to do your last season now, you want to still win the league. You don't come Premier League, don't make a turn like Farmers League. Guardiola don't control everybody. Say, give Arteta small one, you don't agree, give him. She will say na your boy, allow him to win the league, and I don't agree. That's so football you'll be. So, you know they do whether I know you, I don't know you. You own to win the league. But Arsenal, if they not win at this time, I might not get you one talk again. Maybe they just sack Arteta, maybe you bring another coach. He gets start, get everything. They don't get the money they don't pump for Arsenal, the money they don't pump for that club. Everybody get debt. You say they can't because okay, wait, why the second half change? You say you do tactical changing. You come more easy, bring in other guard, game change. But why not go score one, go the draw back? Now those boys they know they use towel. We can even give one record. The game I see because you need to hear everything that happen for area now. You see all these boys, they corner, all these people they throw, with the corner. Say most team with the highest throw. Okay, Arsenal next match, we will look at. They will play Wolves 18 February. They will play Spurs. That was on they go postpone a bit on March 32. Understand? Then they will play. Okay, they will keep postpone that one. They will play Spurs. Wolves are away 18 February. Spurs 22 February. Chelsea 1st of March. Play Brighton 4th of March. They will play Everton. They will play Bournemouth. Now so it be. Now their possession yesterday, the game with Arsenal struggle. Okay, now most team with the highest throw, I tell you now. You don't see what team they play but they throw ball. I see. Senior fixtures. When I see fixtures, I be for Arsenal. You don't see them. So this one I should say Arsenal still get job to do. They go play Chelsea. They go play Tottenham. They go play Bournemouth on the year what? Understand? But most goals for throwing. I know say that Burnley team, not the year what. Brentford, 9 get 4. Burnley get 4. Bournemouth get 3. Crystal Palace get 3. Sunderland get 3. And then they throw, they enter. Sharply, we'll end the show with this one. We'll end the show with this one because we not go say our brother do a more not talking. That bad thing. We'll end the show with this one. I tell you now, they all just play. I always like my game updates. Last news. Now wait. I want to get at the news where you play. Super Eagles star Ademola Lookman is on fire after scattering, bantering, yattering, and scattering and scattering. Hey, Leke, I don't mess with the recipes. Like, who do this one? I mean, they cry. On my boy yesterday, I say, Atletico Madrid, I say, we are going to win this match. When they talk, I will say, you cannot win the match. You cannot. Now look at players. And when they see the people say, Eric Garcia, you know what again, but the players where they front, all of them score goal. Julian Alvarez, World Cup winner, score goal. Antoine Griezmann score goal. Then our Ade Baba, Ade Deji, Ade Momo, Ade Lola, Ade Baba, de. Oh, now my guy score goal. He score goal. See how the Jersey fitter. Look, man, I don't tell you many times. Anything I do for this life, me and I know the look boys. Try just the focus the look man. Because know how we say Ademola go the look boys. You know if you get look man. So if you look man, you get Ademola inside you because the boy they play ball 4-0 4-0 against Barcelona. They will say Barcelona use their small boys now like you now big players play that match. We see Lamine the other side. When Rafinha not there, Omo there. They not fit. Mo Lookman good though. Lookman. I said that match yesterday when I watch I say yes. Not even the red card will matter because see they get players they come out and the greatest thing where this Nigerian player do now going to Atletico Madrid. The contract where they give Lookman not be small student contract 2030 June 26, 27, 28, 29. See, it makes sense. So if you can afford your concern for this year, contract very long. If you say the coach say you are in my plan, not because Chelsea they do now say Leon Rossini or say Pedro Neto is not in my plan. And this one will be coach. He don't arrange them. He don't plan and say Lookman go to my team. They don't bring Lookman to bench and not be to make solo put out bench or Alvarez. They bring Lookman, maybe do all those things. Maybe show them. Because they get Lorente, that's Simeone Guillermo for there. Go play a cookie. Now they're back. Richard even play that match yesterday. They get squad. But you will talk say Barcelona don't use better players and allow you. Now, Garcia, they use Kubasi, they use Balde, they use De Jong, Torres, Lamine Yamal, they use Omo. That one not reach. That one not fit win match. I beg. Anyway, when I see my guy, when I tell him say too much, when I get actually, because you can't Ademola Lookman, he make the best move. To say you go Turkey, and for best for you, you tell me that I not get shaky for house. They go Turkey, you go to where? Fenerbahce, Turkey. Now Turkey they hungry you. Now Turkey they hungry you, go I'll give you chicken. Chicken for us. Lookman has made the right path. Super Eagles player in a big club. And I know what happen. Atletico Madrid now. Nigerian players, Nigerian fans now want to support Atletico Madrid because when they wear red now. Man, I talk am. I bet me not give me Lookman push of full mind that he advertise or canteen. I beg. Can I call Lookman? Now Lookman we just the website wear this in the hair. If I look all of hey this guy fine oh, it's too good though. If I look Lookman so, that's how I be. If I look Lookman so, and I'm gonna say tomorrow now. He said tomorrow now Valentine. He said, I don't know who be your lover. Me, football my lover. At the arranger, football my lover. Lookman wear red and white. You never finish for market, but try show love. See, no matter how you take belly full, help person. Show love. Show love. Let me say community say, show love. Find your friends. Call them. Hello, Sato, are you around? Ejiro, where are you? You know, say, people, Efe, Robosa, come, let's help you. Show love to people. You ever say you do boy and girlfriend? Remember, say 15 yesterday, you know, 14. Now, love season. Show love. Valentine. See, many of them are not going misinterpreting. Valentine. Boys for area, they know say if they give education, street education, based on Valentine matter. But try to show love. And you know, when they watch me so, I hope I will still go back to this one and say, yes, it makes sense. Happy Valentine in advance. Happy Lovers Day. This is the season of love. May you try to show person love. Tomorrow, if they come, if you carry flower for head, now red and white, we go be like choir master. Maybe say day for 94 times. My name is Kiziketa Rich. I want to come out. We don't need to close. Need to go out. But the final, I don't check everything. Now see headline. Now see headline. What did they talk? My father threatened. Okay, my father treated corruption as emergency, not talking point. Who they talk now? Aisha Mohammed, Oyebode. Now news. Sana be a rich matter. Don't they talk. That time was small. My even if I come out, that was small that time. We don't like to read paper. We don't like all these politics. All the Moses, Chukwumokoro, Fanny, but they try you. I know see they good though. All those will not try them. Paper. If you give us, now here we go. Now back. We go. National Assembly to remove NFF from TSA. Now here we go. Straight to the back. We don't get time for politics. But based on the economy now, nobody get choice. You must hear politics. Maybe they say if they run, you run. Stay, you stay. Thank Rich. Now thank you so much. We get midday where they come midday news. That one at 12 p.m. 12 p.m. May join the guys later this evening. They go day 5 p.m. I bet me not come on camera for where they might read this thing. I'll give information later. Might read that.
Join us as we drop.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke. Adanne. M ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu. Kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m. Obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ
Onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, nwee ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye njide. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Asa maka asa anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, The African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in this?
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Obasanjo, Jonathan, and others urge youth leadership for Africa. Acts are expected to meet on Monday in efforts to transmit a harmonized version of the bill to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for assent. According to reports, the joint panel comprises members of the Senate and House of Representatives, has been given 1 week to resolve contentious provisions in the bill, particularly those bordering on the electronic transmission of election results. Both chambers had passed differing versions of the legislation, with sharp disagreements over the scope and application of technology in result collection and transmission, thereby prompting the harmonization. This is against the backdrop of controversies that have followed the Senate's recent rejection of real-time electronic transmission and the failure of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Inec, to upload presidential election results to its results viewing portal in real time during the 2023 general election. Moving on, the Youth Electoral Reform Project Consortium, that's YAP Niger, has urged the National Assembly's Harmonization Committee on the Electoral Act amendments to adopt the House of Representatives version, which passed a mandatory real-time electronic transmission of election results. In a statement co-signed by the group's executive directors, they described the Senate's emergency sitting to revisit key provisions of the bill as a response to the countrywide public concern over the changes the chamber made last week to the version passed by the House of Representatives in December 2024. YAP Niger noted that Nigerians overwhelmingly asked for mandatory electronic transmission of election results in real time to address human interference and compromise of election coalition processes. It warned that sections of the Senate's version that allows a return to manual transfer of results when technology fails opens a window for electoral fraud. According to the group, individuals or groups with intentions to manipulate elections could leverage this provision to fake or cause internet connectivity problems in order to revert to the untrustworthy manual transfer process. Meanwhile, former governor of Kaduna State, Nass El-Rufai, has described as executive overreach and a deliberate disregard for the rule of law the attempt by security operatives to arrest him at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. El-Rufai had hinted on Wednesday ahead of his return to Nigeria that security agencies might arrest him soon, with 4 of his former aides already being detained. However, a tense atmosphere prevailed at the Abuja airport on Thursday as security operatives attempted to detain him upon his arrival from Cairo, Egypt, but were prevented by his supporters who repeatedly and reportedly insisted on proper documentation before his arrest. Condemning the development afterwards, El-Rufai accused authorities of exceeding their powers and flaunting the rule of law. In a post on his X account, he disclosed that his lawyers have issued a statement condemning what he described an illegal attempt to arrest him. He added that the country must outgrow executive overreach. Moving on to other stories, and of course still on national security, the new Nigeria People's Party, that the NNPP, has called on the Department of State Services, that's the DSS, and other relevant security agencies to urgently investigate the United States lawmakers' allegation that Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso is a terrorism financier. In a statement by the NNPP's National Secretary Ogini Sunday, the party said the allegation must not be treated with levity, stressing that national security should override political consideration. Explaining that its interaction with Kwankwaso during the 3 years that he associated with the NNPP raised concerns about his conduct and leadership style, that the party insisted that no individual is greater than the country, especially when issues of national security are involved. The NNPP further alleged that Kwankwaso created internal crisis within his fold, including disputes involving the founder, Dr. Boniface Aniebonam, who it said provided the former Kano State governor the platform to contest the 2023 presidential election. Moving on, a coalition of 24 Nigerian and international civil society organizations, including the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, and Amnesty International, have asked the federal government to initiate moves for Nigerians to have direct access to the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Among the others are Budget Accountability Lab Nigeria, Center for Journalism Innovation and Development, that's the CJID, Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, Transparency International Nigeria, and Enough is Enough Nigeria. In a joint statement, the organization urged the President Bola Tinubu's administration to make and deposit the declaration under the protocol establishing the African Court on Human and People's Rights, which could and would allow Nigerians and eligible non-governmental organizations to directly approach the courts after exhausting domestic remedies. Though Nigeria ratified the protocol establishing the African Act in 2004, it has yet to make the optional declaration required for Nigerians to unlock this access to pursue justice and remedies. The group said the failure has continued to deny victims of human rights violations a critical regional avenue for justice. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, that's NELFund, has dismissed as false and misleading the allegation that student loan funds were diverted at the University of Abuja, stating that no verified evidence supports the claim. In a statement, the Director of Strategic Communications, Oluyemi Oluwatoyi, stressed that there is yet no substantiated proof that the University of Abuja misappropriated, diverted, or unlawfully withheld NELFund disbursement. NELFund maintained that its operations are guided by a structured disbursement and reconciliation framework anchored on its statutory mandate. According to the agency, funds are released strictly through established institutional channels with compliance and accountability mechanisms embedded in the process to safeguarding transparency. Moving on, in response to a recent increase in cases of upper respiratory tract infections across the state, the Kano State Center for Disease Control has advised residents to seek medical attention if symptoms worsen, particularly in cases of high fever lasting over 3 days, chest pain, or shortness of breath. According to the agency, children under 5 years, elderly persons above 60, pregnant women, and individuals living with chronic conditions such as diabetes, asthma, and HIV are at higher risk of complication. In a statement, the Director General, Professor Muhammad Abbas, explained that symptoms such as sore throat, cough, fever, and nasal congestion had been widely reported, prompting public concerns. Confirming that there are no recorded cases of any COVID-19 variant in the state, he urged residents to remain calm and avoid unnecessary panic ahead, adding that not all respiratory illnesses are COVID-19 That's the Watching the Midday News right here at Voice of the People Television. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, the news and the analysis of the news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to view PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some other stories. The women's wing of the Lagos State branch of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers has hosted its 2026 business luncheon themed Elevating Excellence, Empowering Professional Women. At the event, industry leaders, professionals, and stakeholders discussed growth, leadership, mental health, and self-care in today's demanding work environment. Voice of the People TV's Oyinamola Lokuto has more in this report.
Mental health and self-care took center stage as the keynote speaker, Dr. Mojisola Odeko, emphasized the importance of staying healthy while striving for professional success.
It's okay not to tick all the boxes. The one that you left behind, you can roll it over. And making sure that little things like as a professional, ensuring that you manage over time, even though many agree that's difficult to do, but also ensuring that simple tasks like breaking during the day for lunch, 1 hour, shut down and just take a break, helps. Making sure, of course, that we sleep well.
She highlighted that excellence is not only about career achievement, but also about maintaining emotional balance, prioritizing rest, and intentionally looking out for oneself.
Being able to say no is a critical factor in self-care. So we looked at the pillars of psychological, emotional, spiritual, physical, and professional. So those were the things that we discussed. And we encourage ourselves to list those stressors. What are those things stressing you? And then in reflecting, you begin to look at how you can mitigate against them.
According to her, professions, especially women, must learn to manage stress, seek support when necessary, and embrace self-care as a non-negotiable part of their growth journey. Chairman of Nigeria Estate Surveyor Lagos State Branch, Tosin Kadiri, also addressed participants, stressing the importance of mentorship and shaping a younger generation within the profession.
Empowering women is very important, and particularly young estate surveyors and valuers. So I'm actually trying to charge the present crops of women leaders that they need to serve as mentors to those that are coming behind them, because a lot of young estate surveyors and valuers tend not to really have a grasp of understanding of what it really takes to be a core professional as a woman, and also for them to equally be able to build the tenacity that it requires as a woman to be able to cope and combine both their professional expectations with their other personal challenges and personal expectations in life.
Participants at the luncheon expressed satisfaction with the initiative. One of the attendees, Mutupo Mary, commended the organizers for creating a platform that not only promotes professions development, but also prioritize mental health and well-being.
These days, a lot of women have serious issues with these things. There are problems to cope with at home, at work. There are unrealistic expectations from society. Apart from that, women naturally we multitask. However, when the pressure is too much, one way or the other, it becomes a challenge to balance up and to be able to hold your own and still prosper in your business in spite of those things. So personally, I think it's just apt for this time when the economy is as it is, situations at home, situations everywhere are demanding much more from women than ever before.
This program will contribute a lot to women's health. It teaches women when to take rest. Like one of the speakers told us, you should have a me time. You should have a day that is a mental well-being day, where you take time off to take care of yourself, pamper yourself. Our women are so busy both at home and on the field that sometimes they even forget to really rest. But this program, by the time we're going, the takeaway will be you need to prioritize yourself, you need to rest, you need to keep this body to be able to go on much more better on the field.
The business luncheon reaffirmed the commitment of the Nigerian Estate Surveyor Lagos State Branch Women's Wing to fostering excellence, empowering women, and promoting holistic success that balance career advancement with professional well-being. For Voice of the People TV, this is Oyindamola Olukuso.
Thank you so very much, Oyindamola, for that report. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the midday news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, very good afternoon to you and thank you for
Good afternoon, David.
All right, then let me start off from this situation coming from Kano State, particularly on the part where the Center for Disease Control in the state has said that there is no kind of COVID-19 variant found within the state. But of course, we've understood that there had been some situation that was reported in the state, particularly on the increase of cases of upper respiratory tract infection across the state. What do you make of this story? Some have called it some cheering news for the Kano people, and some has also said that there is never a smoke without a fire. What's the position with this?
Let me say that take care of this emergency. Unfortunately, this is where corruption comes in. The primary health centers that should take care of this kind of disease and control it, they are near comatose.
I was going to ask you that because there are concerns about the fact that primary health centers across the state, according to the Minister of Health, is being revamped, according to what we hear. But questions are being raised about one of the statements that was made by the Minister that they have been sending monies to the account of these primary health centers. How visible can that even be?
The question is, it's one thing for government at the center to send money to local governments.
It's another
thing for the local government chairman and other functionaries to spend it judiciously. You imagine those days when we started as local government workers, every sector of the local government has overhead. Overhead means particular money set aside for this. Like disease control, there's a amount set aside for it.
Yes.
If you exhaust it, you can escalate it to the local government chairman, who goes to the councillors, which are like a House of Assembly at the state level, for appropriation to that sector, particularly in this kind of emergency situation. But when 100 million naira will be budgeted for a local government and only 20 or 15 gets to the chairman, where will he have money to appropriate to such emergencies? And what is the business of the federal government in managing primary health care centers? It is the function of the local government. That's why most workers in health centers are paid through the local government. So now, what should be the concern of primary health care is now being escalated to tertiary. And the tertiary hospitals in Kano cannot be more than 3 or 4. And so you can imagine how overwhelming
those would be.
Workers would be. You know, they will be overwhelmed by the number of patients that troop in every minute.
All right, when you were talking, some questions just popped up my head. Some time ago, you did say that one of the most corrupt entities around Nigeria, precisely, is the civil service.
Yes.
And from your perspective, this again is what we're finding and we're seeing. But from your perspective, how do you think that can be reduced to the barest minimum? I'm talking about corruption within the civil service.
You see, IBB escalated and promoted corruption to its height.
How?
It disrupted tenure in the civil service by appointing directors general in place of permanent secretaries. Now, part of the law then was that from level 10, you can be appointed Director General. So if you are on level 16, waiting for the next step, which is from Senior Director to Permanent Secretary, And then I'm on level 10. Suddenly, I find my way because I know a politician who is influential, and I become your permanent secretary. What that tells you is, I would rather be a politician in civil service than be a technocrat.
Big analysis there, I must say, because if we're going to really go deeper in this conversation, several questions are running through my head to ask you, but let's move away from that.
We need to trace our history.
Yes.
Where we got it wrong. That is the first step in correcting some of these mistakes.
The wrongs.
How can somebody on level 10 suddenly become director general, and yet you have been waiting? You will be there. You will become director general, and he will be retiring as a director general, and then you are not sure that you are stepping into his shoes. Another level 10 may come and still be your boss. Then what will come to your mind naturally is to make sure that you align with the political class. And once you align with the political class, it doesn't come free. You have to pander to their whims and caprices. And that's how, you see, there are enough laws to deter civil servants from stealing, or from aiding and abetting politicians or politically exposed persons. But because it takes two to tango, since the civil servants want undue favor, you must also elevate the stealing capacity of the person who you consider as your benefactor, and also cover him up. There is financial regulation. The financial regulation that guides the civil service has not changed it today. Yet, they circumvent it. Because they know that even when that civil servant is penalized, if he's smart enough, his godfather will protect him.
Huge conversation that we truly, like you said earlier, need to consistently look at the history of where this whole thing started from, so we can move forward as we progress. But let me jump to another story, and this is particularly on the part of national security. Now, you would recall that a United States lawmaker alleged that Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso is a terrorism financier. Interestingly, as we speak right now, this news made it to the bulletin that the new Nigeria People's Party, a party where the said former Governor Kwankwaso has been a part of, is saying that the DSS, that's the Department of State Services, should thoroughly investigate that particular allegation. Mr. Fanimo, what do you make of this? Too many cracks in the NNPP, which again is the reason why the governor of the state has ported to the All Progressive Congress. But the question now should be, how much of these cracks should be taken as top consideration from the statement of the National Secretary of the NNPP as against the investigation that is supposed to be carried out not just only by the DSS and of course the National Securities Advisor's Office?
It's just unfortunate that this call is born out of the factionalization of NNPP. A faction said earlier that they stand by their leader.
Party leader.
Now another faction is saying investigate him. And even pointed to a fact that certain utterances and behavior of the man suggests that he is likely to be culpable of this offense. He's been alleged to have committed.
Right.
That is to tell you that there are platforms in this country, there is no political party. This is clearly anti-party. But again, it tells you that most politicians are shielded from the law. If it were to be during when this party was cohesive, nobody would have said this.
Not even the National Secretary?
Not even the National Secretary would have said this. But then, they are in disarray. And because they are in disarray, a lot of things are creeping in. And unfortunately, that party is further going down.
No,
but it is to our advantage. Because if they are not in disarray, they won't let out some of these secrets that we are hearing about today.
Well, this is on its own part one that is a bit of a twist for me because, like I said earlier, a U.S. lawmaker brought out this allegation, particularly on the former governor of Kano State. Now, the question now is, how much of an investigation is the DSS having? I mean, should an ordinary Nigerian that was never a politician being fingered the way we are hearing from the U.S. lawmaker, even though it's alleged, that person should be somewhere in Kuje prison as we speak. But here's a former governor being alleged to be a terrorism financier, and as we speak, still works freely within Nigeria. Mr. Fano.
Now, let me tell you, this just so further goes to show that politically exposed person in the right camp are shielded. I want to believe that in the security space, in the security circle, there must have been some investigations before now. But who wants to bail the cat? Because this was somebody. Now, look, let's trace it back. There was a time this man was touted as the replacement for Shetima.
Right.
It was as a result of that that Ganduje has to drop his chairmanship of APC. Because the chairman cannot come from Kano, and then the vice president from Kano is not going to bring any balance. So they had to move the chairmanship of APC to the North Central, and then waiting for Shetiman's, for Kwankwaso's nomination. Right. Now, suddenly, that news just went under. Just like that. That, to me, suggests that there is a counter-security report from DSS that was exposed to the presidency to show that this man will be a minus if you pick him as your running mate. Today, Shetima has suddenly risen like a phoenix and is now taking the garb of a normal conventional vice president, representing the president in international fora, and engaging himself in internal workings of the presidency and all that.
Right.
So, which means it was this security report that was not exposed to you and I and all Nigerians that they had to quickly drop him. So now it is not just America. America would have concluded its report, sent to presidency before they raised that bill.
Okay.
That bill couldn't have been taken up without consultation with Nigerian government at the highest level.
Okay.
To say we have this file, and America would not, just like any responsible nation, will not accuse you of any wrongdoing
without
concluding that we have hard facts against you. So, Kwankwaso, in all that we have seen, is gradually going under.
All right, then again,
I wouldn't be surprised if he's picked up. That's why Mr. Rufai is running up and down.
Well, again, you just mentioned Rufai, and I was going to ask you what you make of his statement saying that it's a deliberate disregard for the rule of law.
What is rule
coming
of
from
law?
a man who, again, was in power and was, of course, alleged to have also flaunted the rule of law, coming to say that the security operatives clearly are deliberately disregarding the rule of law.
I'm surprised. You see, sometimes when you get the short end of the stick, you complain. But that same stick you have wielded in the past.
You think that's what is playing out here?
That's what is playing out. Somebody who is adept at cutting off somebody's head will not want any sword around him. This was verified that without court order, without anything, he was demolishing people's house in Abuja some years back.
Anyways, Mr. Fano,
why didn't he wait for proper processes before demolishing?
That's a big question that a lot of people are asking. But Mr. Fani, before I let you go, maybe in 30 seconds, the Harmonization Committee of both the National Assembly and the House will be meeting on Monday to clearly speak on the National Assembly's harmonization process for the electoral amendment. Some good news to come from that, hopefully, in the coming days?
Well, for me, these guys are just playing to the gallery. Look at the way they ambushed the protesters. Giving them that short-lived victory, even when nothing has changed. It's just like giving somebody with the right hand and withdrawing it with the left. That's what has happened. And so these people, they know that it is only through flawed processes that they can come back to the yellow chambers. And then you want them to kill themselves, to shoot themselves in the feet. But Nigerians should not be deterred. Let's continue. What happened on Tuesday has shown clearly that these people, if they are harassed without violence, they can buckle, just like they did in South Korea last year.
It's a very, very obvious reality that faced us on Tuesday. But again, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. We'll be talking with Mr. Dele Fadimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Once again, thank you so very much.
It's always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Alake assures justice for police officer killed in Niger State. These are more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, has justice for a police officer killed during a joint patrol operation in Niger State on Wednesday. In a statement by his Special Assistant on Media, Segun Mori, following the incident, the minister said the relevant security and intelligence agencies have been placed on red alert to bring the perpetrators to justice. According to Alake, the illegal miners responsible for the murder of the gallant officer in active service will be made to face the full wrath of the law. He added that their arrest and prosecution would send the right signal to that this administration maintains zero tolerance for all forms of illegal mining and will do everything possible to defend its agents from murder. The team comprising the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Nigerian Police Force, and local security operatives, known as the Anti-Drug Control, in collaboration with Millennium Metals, a mining company, had reportedly gone on a routine operation against illegal mining and smuggling of solid minerals when the incident occurred. Art is transforming lives and giving children a voice beyond their circumstances. Since 2018, the Slum Art Foundation has empowered children in undeserved communities through creativity, innovation, and education, building confidence and shaping future leaders. In partnership with CNN's Global My Freedom Day campaign, the initiative also highlights the fight against modern-day slavery and human trafficking, encouraging young people worldwide to speak up about freedom. Voice of the People TV's Jerry Apelohai reports as hope, talent, and purpose takes center stage.
As I'm talking to you here, I am at the place where it all started back in 2022, the Slum Art School, Ijora Badia. You can see with me students, teachers, Of course, you can see a whole lot of artwork and students all practicing and putting themselves to good use, because they say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. But these students are not idle. They're doing something with their lives. And I'm going to be talking to one or two of them. And I have Sadiq, please.
My experience being with slum art and the students is to make better future for the students and be able to make things on their own pertaining to artwork or pet bottle in the future in order to make their future more brighter.
This is a collage.
They call it collage?
Yes, we call it collage.
Okay, what are all these papers?
That's magazines.
From where? Where did you get all these magazines?
That's discarded magazines. In 30 minutes max, yeah.
30 minutes?
Yes, take it.
I know they pay anything. Even school fees, book, socks, sandals, uniforms, anything. I know they pay. Before then, they another school. They know they do anything. Like then they speak, then they write, they read. They know they catch up. But since we don't read there, then they catch up. And there is something. If I speak English with no correct, then we correct me, say no, mommy, no, it's like that. They pray for them, make God bless them.
We're here to kind of like celebrate, these children here, for the opportunity that was given to them by like Vadito Ashe. So far, so good. The support has not been, regretted. It's something that we sat down, we thought about, and we clearly know the vision, what we're trying to get at, and what we're trying to get at is actually to like help these children to become more than what their current environment is kind of like bottling them into.
Out here, you can see on top of me bottles, but they are just not bottles, they are artwork. And it means this is an art studio, upcoming art studio, that the students of the Slum Art School Ijora, Badia, will be using as a platform for them to exhibit art and, of course, intelligence. Of course, I have some of the students who were part of this art studio to give us a little bit of explanation. We have Taufik, Muiz, and Fawaz.
Yeah, we went from picking bottle to putting rope. You can see we used the fishing line to hold it up.
Okay.
So we went from picking to putting rope and hanging.
It means a lot to us because we like to do this for fun, something like carrying bottles, put it on, do so many things.
A lot. Because me, I'm a interior decor.
Wow.
And my friend is fashion designer.
Wow.
So we love doing art.
I learned collage and artwork when I entered the school. The teacher that are teaching well. We use magazine and brush and glue.
Slum started in 2018. Started with 10 different communities: Ijora-Badia, QQ Village, Magedun, Bariga, New Garage, Gidankwali, and that is the beginning of slum art. But we noticed that it's not just touch and go, just go into this community and you never return back. So we decided to engage more, implant ourselves into the community, build a school where kids can come in. So we take our kids from the street and those who just roam about the community. So we use art as one part. We do animations, we do photography. So depending on what the child wants to learn, we decide to just be a part of people's life in our own little way to help them shape in their future and help them come up.
Thank you so very much, Jerry, for that report. We'll go straight to business stories. The National Sugar Development Council, that's the NSDC, and the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Dexim Bank, have commenced a partnership to mobilize long-term financing for the large-scale transformation of Nigeria's sugar industry. According to the deal, the collaboration will adopt the engineering, procurement, construction, plus financing model to fund viable sugar projects. Under the framework, NSDC will originate and develop policy-aligned bankable projects and support equity mobilization. On its part, Nexim will anchor capital mobilization by facilitating access to international export credit agencies, coordinating syndication with development finance institutions, supporting foreign input financing, and providing guarantees and risk insurance. NSDC Executive Albert King noted the sector's vast potential, stating that Nigeria's sugar market is valued at about $2 billion, while Africa's market stands at $7 billion, with sugar byproducts in Nigeria alone exceeding $10 billion in market value. According to him, achieving self-sufficiency requires patient, long-term financing deployed at scale, and with Nigeria well positioned to serve domestic and regional markets after, if appropriately priced, long-term capital is deployed to scale production. From business, we move straight to sports, where ticket prices for the 2026 World Cup have skyrocketed on FIFA's official resale platform, with seats for many matches listed at several times their face value, even though most tickets have only recently been distributed following the end of the main sales phase in January. Weeks after FIFA President Gianni Infantino warned that tickets made available on resale sites were likely to come with an exorbitant price tag, those fears have come to pass on World Football's own platform. A Category 3 seat, which is the highest section of the stand for the tournament's opening game between Mexico and South Africa at Mexico City's Atesa Stadium on June the 11th, was listed at $5,320 compared to an original price of $895. Among others, one Category 3 seat for the World Cup final on July the 19th at East Rutherford, New Jersey, meanwhile, was being advertised for an eye-watering $143,750, over 41 times its original face value of $3,450. The cheapest available ticket for the final on the resale site was listed at $9,775. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. President of the Performing Musicians Employers Association of Nigeria, PMAN, Priti Okafor, has called on musicians to participate in the copy levy beneficiary verification by registering on the PMAN national database, expressing gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for the political will that ensured the first tranche of the copyright levy under Section 89 of the Copyright Act 2022. Okafor, this moment aligns with an agenda that seemed to position the creative industry as a viable contributor to national productivity, employment, exports, and sustainable prosperity. According to him, the implementation of the levy framework represents more than a policy announcement. It also said it rather an institution signal that Nigeria is prepared to move the creative economy from sentiment to structure, from applause to accountability. He stressed the need to educate the public on the legal and historical significance of what has occurred, adding that the copyright levy is not a private arrangement and not a discretionary gift, but a statutory mechanism that contemplates a levy on materials used or capable of being used to infringe copyright and proper disbursement ecosystem through the NCC. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to GT Fashion Weekend, and we are live here at the Landmark Center. We'll be bringing you everything sweet and trending, and people looking gorgeous. And today is day one, and people are ready, coming out in their beautiful attire and looking so elegant. So stay tuned.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. And yes, on VOP TV, this is the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, and I hope you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agamano, aka Call Me Prezi. So yes, today we're going to talk about a lot of things because it's a Friday. And we already know what Friday is all about. You know, thank God it's Friday and it's always vibe on vibes. And yes, everyone get ready, everyone, because we're about to ride together true stories that inspire music, that moves, and people who make a difference. And first off, we're talking about today, we're talking about a love story about Ebuka Obi Uchendu. You know, yes, Ebuka. And we're talking about he proposes to his wife, Cynthia. So veteran Nigerian media personality and Big Brother Niger host Ebuka Obi Uchendu has once again captured headlines with a romantic gesture for his wife, Cynthia Obiana Onodo, as the couple celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary in a heartfelt tribute to a decade of marriage. So Ebuka surprised Cynthia with a symbolic proposal at St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, Rome, where he knelt and presented her with a new engagement moment that she joyfully accepted. The milestone celebration, which took place on February 6th, including attended mass, receiving an anniversary certificate from the Pope, and sharing the moment on social media, drawing warm reactions from fans and followers. So with their marriage first formalized in 2016, the latest gesture has been widely shared across platforms, underscoring the couple's enduring bond and Ebuka's thoughtful commemoration of their journey together. See, I love love. When I see an intentional man that actually adores his wife, it is something to talk about because Ebuka always keeps us in suspense. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. Seeing him, you know, after so many years, counting anniversaries, after wedding and everything, he still wants to tell his wife that, oh, baby, I love you. And this is when they talk about intentional men. After now, they will say, Precious, you too like Ventis. Please, if this one is the only Ventis I like, allow me to love it in peace, because what is not there to love? In fact, before we even go into comment section, our comment people don't already, they prepare their mind. But then, let us see this proposal, because it is something to talk about. I love what I saw. Let's see this. About Ebuka and his wife Cynthia. It's actually beautiful seeing Ebuka, you know, giving out a ring and proposing to his wife. Who will not love love? Please, for all those people that want to go and get married and say, don't go and marry rubbish, I'm telling you. So our ladies too, don't marry rubbish. To our men, don't marry rubbish. Because anytime you're deciding to say, oh, I have decided to follow this man, I have decided to follow this woman, just know, because it is very important. If the guy is not taking good care of you and you're not going to love again and again, it is very important to say, just run for your life. Because what is not to love? I've talked about our celebrities are doing a lot, especially, you know, when I call people that are intentional, they'll be looking at me and say, Precious, you too do. I say, yes, I love it when a man is intentional. I am not hiding it. This is lovely. See, let us even be calling names. See Davido and his wife. They always show their love outside. Even Davido don't talk, say, no more clubbing. You get what I'm trying to say? But you know, men, they like going out and all those kinds of things. All these little things, they matter. Actually, they actually matter. All right, let's go into the comment section, because my comment people cannot wait again. They have been dragging me up and down. All right, and Diary of Niger said, congratulations to them. And somebody else said, happy for them. And another person said, a very romantic man. God, when when Valentine don't they come, everybody now. All right, and another person said, this is beautiful. And Cham Nova said, having the right partner is everything. This is not for polygamous men. Ewo, somebody has scattered the table. All right. And Lucy's NG said, oh, congratulations to them. And Fortune said, as they didn't break up, the comments wasn't so much. Humans, congratulations to them. God bless them always. Amen to that. And another person said, as it should be. And Black Lovert said, so una comot the vendor name. Wait till be this. Everything well said. I am so happy for them and I tap into their grace. And another person said, despite him being in the media space and being a handsome man, no one of it gets to his head. He holds until his marriage tight. May God keep both of you forever. Actually, you see, when all these kind of things are happening, and that is when you get married to it. That what this lady said is talking about when you marry an intentional man that really loves you. You don't need to stress yourself about anything. Seriously, person will love you. Don't be talk, don't be plenty talk. You know, as much as people talk about breakups, talk about heartbreak, talk about divorce, talk about a lot of things, we still have good men, we still have good ladies, we still have good women that will love you and you will love them back. And we also have good men that will intentionally love you and you love them back. It's a beautiful one for Ebuka and his wife Cynthia. I love seeing love. I love love, and I love seeing the both of them together. Yes, you know, congratulations to them, and more engagements to come, and more proposals to come. Sorry. And yes, that's a beautiful one. And to our men, we see they learn. See, I beg no, they learn from them. And to our ladies too, they learn. It's beautiful to see those kind of things. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And yes, our next gist is about Vicky James. And we'll be talking about the baby that has been coming, but you people don't know the latest gist. So right now, let me loud gist you. Yes, Nigerian fashion designer Vicky James and her husband Femi Atere have delighted fans with the news that they are expecting their first child. And guess what the first child is? And it's a baby girl. So the couple hosted an elegant gender reveal party in Dubai, complete with all white decor and emotional moments, culminating in a pink reveal that confirmed the gender to cheers from families and friends. So videos from celebration shared on social media showed Vicky visibly moved by announcement, and as pink smoke and confetti filled the air, sending waves of congratulatory messages across the internet. So Vicky had earlier announced her pregnancy online with maternity shoot and had posts expressing gratitude for the blessing, and the gender reveal quickly became a trending moment for fans and followers of the celebrity designer. And see, there is something about baby girls, actually. You see the way, in fact, you don't need to see the way Femi just with joy. I mean, I'm even happy. Me that is even watching, I'm even happy too, because what is not there to love? You know, men, they you know, our men say they like when you give birth to, you know, baby girls. They first like baby girls first before the man will come. I don't know why but trust me, there are some men that really love, you know, baby girls first. And let's talk about that, because a lot, you know, those days when we were growing up, a lot of men say, oh no, I need a son, I need my child to be a first. You know, be now, then everything don't change. All right, let's see this video. Oh my God, who is not happy? And come on, see, Vicky murdered and finished pregnancy, because what is this? She's looking so beautiful, even in pregnancy. Please. You see? Oh my God. And everyone was so happy. It is how. So online, all our online people, you people are carrying, just be dancing. Yeah, be preparing yourself to come and do you know, auntie duties, or godmother duties and god uncle duties. But trust me, this is actually beautiful to see. And the way Femi was so happy for his wife, you know, they're expecting a baby girl, and this is what they've been praying for, and they've actually got their prayers. And to everyone that is hopeful for to have their own babies and have their own children, I pray that God, you know, grants your heart desires, and please be prayerful. Oh, see everybody just tearing up. If I was there, I will cry scatter, because this is something they've been praying for, and finally. You know that song where they say, finally, the Lord has done it. Yes, so this is the time, and this is the season. I'm so happy for Vicky James and her husband, Femi Atere. It is a beautiful time. It is a beautiful testimony, and yes, I'm still saying everyone hopeful for their own testimony, for their own baby, definitely. God will also grant them. So yes, back to our comment section, people. I see they be normally. We have a lot of fans saying congratulations to them, and they are also happy that they are going to be an auntie to Vicky James' daughter, to Vicky James' baby. Yes. So yes, let's take some comments and see what our fans have for us concerning Vicky James. Yes, let's go to our comment section, people. All right. And somebody said, this big, loud joy is so beautiful to see. Congratulations to you both. Yes, congratulations to you at Vicky James. And Swanky Jerry said, congratulations. And Mandesti, Madam Stylist said, a Jesus girl is a favored girl. On my lines, they cry. And she said, I love this for you, my darling. Keep praising God. And Monayaf said, this is the best video of the internet today. I could feel the joy from watching the video. May your joy be permanent. Baby Vicky is blessed already. And amen to that. And yes, another person said, congratulations. We have more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And another person said, I am so super surprised how today, mommy, Omo Yin Loma J. Okay, and another person said, so beautiful, daddy's girl on the way. See as Femi jump. As in, I see the way Femi does a jump. I'm like, oh my God. To carry baby, they sweet, oh, I'm telling you. And yes, another person said, that's your jump, Nigeria go need you for Olympics, so. All right, we have more and more comments. Let's take more comments and see what people are talking about. And somebody said, God, this joy is contagious. You have shown, and it's a lot, yes. So we have more comments, and somebody said, this big, loud joy is so beautiful to see. And another person said, congratulations. Yes, 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 this is so beautiful. And somebody said, all right, another person said, I'm so surprised. How come I am just knowing this gender today? And another person said, massive congratulations, and daddy, so beautiful. And yes, another person said, God is great. This is beautiful. Congratulations. And another person said, I beg, let it remain a dream. How can it be a dream? They play. Okay. Another person said, Hawa Magaji said, congratulations, guys. And we have a lot of people talking about this. And somebody said, yes, the tears I shared this morning is called Tears of Joy. On behalf of all TCC Mom, this year, they will also have the reason to praise God like this. Vicky, your joy is permanent. Amen to that. And yes, amen to everyone hopeful to have their own babies. And we are so happy for Vicky James and Femi Atere. I'm so happy because, oh my God, that video says a lot. And to have baby girls, they are adorable. I'm not talking about the baby boy, so come on. Children are gifts from God, and definitely, whether a boy or a girl, they're all gifts from God. But come to think of it, ladies, please, I give you the shout out. We are all beautiful. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about Tony Lawani calls out international airline over alleged ill treatment by staff. So we all know Tony Lawani. She has been a fashion designer, Nigerian fashion designer and entrepreneur. And she has actually called out British Airways after alleging that she was insulted and maltreated by the airline staff during a recent travel experience. So taking to social media, the Tiana's Empire, as we all know, boss, recounted that the incident occurred while she was attempting to sort out her boarding process, claiming that airline officials spoke to her rudely, harassed her, and treated her unfairly. So despite her explaining her health condition, according to Lawani, the encounter escalated to the point where she missed her flight and was forced to make alternative arrangements at additional cost, and that's wrong. So the designer's emotional account has since sparked widespread reactions online, with many fans and colleagues expressing support and calling on the airline to address the allegation as of the time of reporting. So British Airways has not issued any statement yet, but for that video I saw, it's really, really wrong. I think there should be more professionalism in this thing. And the treatment of travelers, the way they treat travelers by the airline staff, and it's crazy. Like a lot of people, a lot of our the people we have at the airlines, they need to start treating passengers nice. nicely. This is our money. It's not, we are not plucking it from anywhere. Do you understand? We bought we bought, and we are expected to be treated well, right? So yes, see, I don't even want to talk much, but to be sincerely speaking, it's really wrong the way people approach other people. If you're wrong or something that actually happened, why don't you speak to people, more politely? It's better, and it also shows that you're a professional in your job. So I don't know why people don't always do that. And seeing that video, it was something that I wasn't happy about. But then, her condition, and she was also talking about her condition, her voice, because right now she has an issue with her throat, which is made her to speak that way. So, but I think these things has to be fixed. People need to know how to speak to other people, even without being in your job or anything. Apart from your job, let's not even talk about the airlines or the job or anything. I'm saying this thing specifically on your character. I don't know how people do that, but normally you should speak to people well. I'm serious. You don't just open your mouth and just start running them because who? Why? No matter what. But then, you see, let's see this video before we go over to our comment section and see what people have actually come out to say. Let's take some comments, and let's see the video before we take some comments. All right, and somebody said, what episode is this? And Ebini's son said, Lamo, okay, at this point, we need Instagram for kids and adults, please. And Official Hakili said, she doesn't know what to do, Ke. All right, Dynasty Group said she doesn't know what to do. I beg, make una leave. It's well. I just feel that all these things that are going on, please, the airline staff should also know how to speak to their passengers. All these people know they pluck money from. We know they pluck money from tree. These are our money, and we work so hard for it. I feel all these things has to be put in check. Even while speaking to your passengers, you are supposed to be professional. Even sounding professional, please mind the tone in which you speak to your passengers, because it's a lot of people just don't have this character. They do anyhow. They feel that it's okay, and they want to do it like that. It's not supposed to be so, right? All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said she doesn't even know what to do. Okay, we have more and more comments of fans and people coming out to speak for Toyin Lawan. And it's a lot of things known as Tiana's empire. And yes, somebody said, so they both went to the hospital, but he didn't know what to do. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning Toyin, and it's a lot of things. I'm still saying that the staffs of the airline should start treating our passengers well, so that we can avoid all the rise and fight and violence, because a lot of people don't they travel. It be like saying that for airline now they fight every day. Every time when you see now for this night they fight, for airport now they fight, because it's a lot of things. Every time you go see people, they are beating me, they are breaking my head. They see all these things needs to stop. I think there should be this height of professionalism from these people. All right, and we have another comment. Somebody said this is so painful. I want to hear her side of the story. And Ada Carl once said, you assaulted a wheelchair passenger. You go pay tire. And just Tiana, my girl, she's a soldier, them jam wrong victim. The audacity, that's a public space and everybody can record. Actually, if you are right as a staff, you would be happy to have the convo on records. And another person said, all right, it's well. I just feel and still say this all the time. I said, please, staff of the airlines, please, you should start treating people better. It's wrong to speak to passengers that way, even if there's an altercation or you've had issues with the person. I think even speaking better to the person everybody could see that, and that if you spoke to the person better, there won't be any issues. Except the person, start saying, I'm going to hit you, I'm going to do that. Then you should, report to the right authorities. But doing that, it's a no-no for me. And I don't really support that kind of character. So, but then, it is well. All right, and that takes us to our next gist. And guess what? Our next gist, we're talking about a story that has been posted online. A lot of people have seen this. And so a viral social media story has actually sparked intense reaction after detailing the experience of a woman who allegedly faked infertility to expose her husband's infidelity. So according to the account, the woman pretended she was unable to conceive while quietly monitoring her husband's action. So a decision that eventually led to the discovery of his betrayal and the collapse of their marriage. So the story further claimed that after the truth came out to light, the man's family came to plead with the woman to return and help save him. So the circulating story has generated widespread debate online, with many social media divided over the woman's actions and the family's appeal, while some, praised her for taking a strategic approach to uncover the truth. Others criticized the deception and raised concerns about its emotional consequences though the claims remain, people are still talking about it. And yes, the story continues to trend, fueling conversations about trust, betrayal, accountability in marriages. So this is the story. A lady and her husband got married, and for a while, like they've stayed for years, and the lady wasn't able to conceive. They've not been able to have babies. And at the point, the lady right now says that, okay, she and the husband went to the hospital, and she herself went to the hospital, and she found out that the man is unable to father a child, yeah? So, so she came home and told the family and also told her husband that, that she's the one that has the issue. She didn't tell the husband the truth of the matter, that she claimed that she's the one that has the issue, that she's not unable to have babies. So at that moment, the family started abusing her, cursing her, trying to make her, and said, that the son will marry another wife, and all those kind of, creepy stories and all those kind of things to make her scared. So later, at some point, she now left the marriage. They forced her until she left the marriage. So when she left the marriage, I think she now later sent a message to the family that, that your son is the person that is sick, that he cannot be able to father a child, and the issue is not from me. And she dropped a letter. I think she dropped the result for them. And right now, the family now is begging her to come back to the house. After all the abuse, now the family is begging her to come back to the house to save the son from all the issues that they have been having. If now you will be the woman, you go back, because I don't understand. So because you had, in fact, that shows that, in fact, that deals everything. I don't think that woman even has anything to do. What are you going back to do? Me, I will not even go back. In fact, I support you 100%. Don't even bother going back. Because you can't tell me that you treated somebody bad. You are the one that had the fault. But she doesn't want to tell you that you were the one that had the fault. But she had to, carry all this so that she would know how you would actually act towards that. But rather, you proved her wrong. See the way you treated her made her look like she was not important and the rest of that. And it's crazy. And during this time, you are carrying all sort of ladies coming to the house and treating her bad. And you expect her to, that she should forgive you. I will support her 100% that she should not forgive you. Yes, I will support her. But then, our comment section at this part where they like her very well. So, right, let's move over to my comment section, people, because they have a lot of things to say about this. And people that are even coming out to say this man is not serious. They don't. All right, calm down. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody says, so they both went to the hospital, but they didn't know that the results said, what the results said. The woman knew what the results said, but the man doesn't know what the results said. So another person said, what do you mean she doesn't know what to do? Let the script, voila, it isn't a script writer, they play. All right, another person said, she doesn't know what to do. Don't anger me, I beg. I beg go. I don't tell you, say don't go back. Because right now she said she doesn't know what to do. Please know what to do. Don't bother going back because they're begging you to come back now. And you are thinking of going back. Are you serious? And another person said she doesn't know what to do. Okay, let's take more and more comments and see what people are talking and saying about this. We have a lot of comments. And Sani Niola said, all these tables that I have been seeing regarding this same theme, please, where when they see your own doctors, where go disclose your husband's result to you without his express permission or in his absence, make you tell us so we can report them to it's well. See, I think that she can have access to the results without the man knowing. Maybe the man is not free to get the results. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And another person said, she still doesn't know what to do. Okay, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and we have lots of people commenting about this. And yes, somebody said, please just stop. And another person said, in 2026, you wrote this. Okay. And Ami Beke said, she doesn't know what to do. Okay. Lol, okay now. And another person said, please, I beg now. Who? All right. And another person said, she doesn't know what to do. Seems you people like rejecting us on this internet. Okay, it's well. What I'm still saying is that, please, my sister, now me they talk to you right now. How can you go back to a family that has, looked down on you and has spoken so harshly to you concerning it? Why say no, but you get the fault. But even at that, this shows that that family doesn't trust you. And if any issues should come up anytime, they will never stand by you. And that is a reason, that is a sign to tell you that run without looking back. Yes, I will support that you will run without looking back and don't come back, because please, none of them have you at heart. And it's best. That's why I tell people, please marry who they intentional. Because at some point in life, you can be having issues with your partner. And that is the moment and the point and the time your partner is supposed to stand by you. But you get people when no go stand by you. If you like suffer, do everything. Coco, not only you go dead for that problem. So please, it's also a reminder that you marry an intentional person. I will say it and say it and oversay it again. It is very, very important. All right. And yes, we still have more comments. Let's take more comments and see what people are talking about this story, because trust me, it's a lot. A lot of things are happening, and we just have to be very careful and use wisdom to solve them. And yes, another person said that they both went to hospital and he didn't know of the result when he came out. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying about this. And somebody says since she doesn't know, how would we know? It's well, she just needs your advice. And yes, another person said very Ashabaish, but not cinema-ish Nollywood. Okay. And another person said she doesn't know what to do as how. Like, people are already worried, like, you don't know what to do. But she's not telling you that you should not run. As if you don't know what to do. But it's well with you. We'll still advise you, please run without looking back. All right. And yes, that takes us to our next gist before we call it and close the curtain. We have another story, and that happens to be Kiki Lomo Atanda Owo Abati, wife of veteran Nigerian journalist Reuben Abati, has revealed that her first marriage ended after she discovered her husband was secretly gay. So in fact, she said she was completely unaware of at the time. In a recent interview, she shared candidly about her past relationships, explaining that her husband's hidden sexual orientation, while her second marriage was marred by infidelity and abuse. So despite these challenges, Kiki Lomo emphasized that both experiences shaped her life, both her children, and eventually led her to find happiness in her current marriage to Abati. So her disclosure has since sparked widespread discussion online, drawing sympathy from followers and igniting conversations about the challenges of navigating relationship and hidden sexual identities and resilience in face of personal adversity. Many have praised her openness in sharing her story and highlighting the importance of honesty and transparency in marriage. And it is, you see, I say this about marriage. I beg. Marriage is more spiritual than the physical eyes we always see it with. It is very, very important that you look well. Don't just look at the physical part of it. You look well. Look inward. If it's something you can do, you go just there, oh Jesus. And come to think of it, our men, some of our men that go into this kind of thing. In fact, I don't call them like just they dress like woman because kilo day. What's all this? People will be doing things with women and still want to get married to we'll be doing things with men and still want to be getting married to our women. Why are you putting women in such position? If you don't want to be with a woman, cuckoo go and be with a man, but not here in Nigeria. Do not send you to God. It is where, our comment section is where people come out to say plenty things concerning this matter. But then, let us move to the comment section and take one or two comments from our comment people, because they have a lot to say about this. And yes, somebody said, never knew Reuben has 3 wives. Ooh, okay. And another person said, you Nigerian ladies are quick to say abuser, but you are married for money. If you marry for money, then don't complain. So are you trying to say, okay, because we married for money, we should not stay in a marriage that is not good? Please, at day boogie. I don't understand you. You need to come and explain. And yes, another person said, so Abati is married to 3 wives. This man no bag guy. Okay. And another person said Abati has 3 wives. Maru. All right, see, I am still saying what I'm saying. It is very important that you look very well before you go into any relationship. That is very, very important. Not be to just jump inside relationship with him. Look well. Look before you leap. Shebi na so they talk am. All right. If you don't hear my story now, later they tell you, say, make you look before you leap. And that's my advice to you. Be very careful. This is 2026. Nobody wants to be entering from pan to, fire. So when you don't make one mistake, try not to make another one. At least the first one will don't teach you lesson. Make you not go to jump. And for you, whenever make the mistake at all, me say make you get first of all make mistake before you go. No say you did. I beg. Try use your head this 2026. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain to my amazing viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And trust me, it was a blast. And guess what? I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure you did too. So yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. And until next time, I am Precious Agamanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet. See you next time. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to GT Fashion Weekend, and we are live here at the Landmark Center. We'll be bringing you everything sweet and trending, and people looking gorgeous. And today is day one, and people are ready, coming out in their beautiful attire and looking so elegant. So stay tuned. Good evening, beautiful lady.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine. As you
That's
can
not the
see.
energy I expected. You are in GC Fashion Weekend. It's the avenue for you to express yourself.
I'm good, as you can see now. I'm so fine.
Obviously, you have. For me to call you,
Yeah.
I can tell you 100%. You're looking so pretty, natural,
Thank you.
and all ensemble together. Classic. So let's meet you.
Same here.
Can we meet you?
My name is Bidemi. I'm a fashion designer. I made this dress.
Come on, can you do a 360 for us? Whoa. Okay, so that's amazing. It actually looks off the rack. We never could have thought that it's made. And that's what GT is about. It's trying to let us understand that Nigerians are doing well.
Yeah,
not just Nigeria,
we're good.
Africa, and the world at large.
Yes.
So, how's it been so far?
Well, amazing. It's my choice. So I love what I do. I love it a lot. So it's been good.
Okay, so your day one at GT Fashion Weekend, how's the experience been like for you?
Actually, I don't know. I just got here, but it's been. I like what I'm saying.
Did you register for any of the masterclass?
No.
Okay, so are you looking forward to have a one-on-one in any of the masterclass today?
Yeah. I look forward to that.
Okay, so enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Ifnaya. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm also one of the radio hosts right here at the GTCO Fashion Weekend.
So how's it been so far? It's the one, and everyone is coming out in their colors and attire.
Yeah, I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive on day one, I can't wait to see what day two has.
Okay, so looking at the fact that the way GT started, and this program has always been like, okay, come out, express yourself. People have been doing that before now. And what's that one thing, highlight you're looking for this year?
I'm looking forward to the master classes because one thing I love about the GTCO brand is they ensure that they're giving you premium quality. They are looking through the beauty fashion industry within Nigeria and then Africa and then globally. You know, the current masterclass, Melissa, I believe, all the way from Detroit. So I love that they're bringing quality to ensure that they're impacting knowledge as well.
Okay, thank you very much. To enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you look breathtaking. This is actually
Thank you.
well put together. So can we meet you?
Thank you.
Can we meet you?
Mature.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fashion stylist and a designer.
You represent what?
Thank you.
So how's the experience of GT Fashion Weekend for you?
I mean, this is GT Fashion Week. We always expect the best and they always come with the best, you know. You can look around and I feel good about it though. I always feel good about fashion. So this one is not different.
Okay, so as a fashion stylist, what has it been so far? Looking at the aesthetics that people are putting together, excluding yourself, because it seems you came to win the whole Grammy Award here.
No, to me, I feel like there are no rules to fashion, and certain people have different things they represent. Okay, so I feel like fashion is a platform where you come and explore yourself. To me, it's more like art. You get it? So I see certain people, they dress simple, but I would say this is not cool because that person now has something that he or she's trying to show. So looking at the whole environment, I think people just do their thing and it really makes sense because we're not here to look alike.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so we're here to come with our own personalities, you feel me?
and you could tell that people's personalities are shining through what they're wearing.
Sure.
And yours is giving hold money vibe.
Something like that, yeah.
So like,
I like the boomers generation. So I love to transition to the old school and vintage kind of lifestyle, you know.
And it's actually very amazing.
I'm Faith, our fashion designer from Liberia.
Oh my God. So you came all the way from Liberia for this program?
No, actually not, but I have been witnessing GTCO Fashion Week for years back in Liberia, and this is my first GTCO Fashion Week. It feels like a dream because I've always wished to be on GTCO Fashion Week.
And you did well, amazingly.
Thank
Your
you.
aesthetics are superb.
Thank you.
So I assumed this is designed by you?
Yeah, this is designed by me.
Did you style yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so this is a representation of who you are.
Yeah, this is a representation of who I am, my brand, and where I come from. If you look at the back of my outfit, there's a Max description on the back of my outfit.
An A3D artist, and yeah, I just came here to have fun, look around, see fashionable people, like-minded people, and yeah, that's basically what I'm here.
That's good to know. What inspired your outfit?
My teachers. It's honestly like an office siren look, and I just like pinstripes. I really love the patterns. There isn't really much that inspired the jewelry. I just like this because it's really cool.
It's giving Halloween vibe.
Yeah, it's like a Halloween vibe. Yeah, so that's basically what inspired it. It's just nice and clean.
Very clean. I must agree with you. You know, looking at a lot of people wearing a lot of things today, I could see some having confused fusion in their outfits. But for you, I give you that clean check because this is well assembled and it's giving classic. So thank you very much for representing well. So where are you from?
Like
are you Nigerian?
Yes, I am. I'm a Nigerian.
So is this your first experience with GT Fashion Week?
Yes, this is my first time here.
So how does it feel?
It feels great. I think what I like the most is that I'm seeing a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them. Okay, you people actually dress well in real life, like him. They're everywhere. So yeah, that's just nice to see.
Okay, so thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy probably your day too if you're still gonna be here at it. And we might still catch up with you.
Yeah.
My name is John Ikechukwu Agoha.
I love that. The way you sound. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a gospel artist. That's what I do.
That's interesting.
Then I'm a fashion consultant.
Okay, that speaks on your outfit.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what's your experience been so like in GC Fashion Weekend?
It has been good, fun, seeing people, different class of people, categories, crazy people, normal people.
And how do people assemble together in one spot?
Yeah, in one spot. And GTB has been able to manage everyone, every Dick and Harry. It's all good.
I agree with that. Okay, so is this your first time?
This is my first time. I've never been here.
Okay, and you agree that this experience is amazing or not?
I think it's for the young ones. For the young ones, yeah.
Well, not bad, because
for the young ones.
By tomorrow, I could tell you it's for the whole money because tomorrow we will never see on this.
Yeah.
Because this is my 5th year and I could tell for free. Day 1 is always, the youngsters always come out and they always come and flex. Day 2, the whole money is then come. And at that time, even though the young ones, they know they get space like this. So today is a day to shine.
Yeah.
So let them shine. Okay, so for someone like you, that is a fashion consultant, and you've seen a lot of people's aesthetics so far, what's your take on it?
I think fashion is taking over. Fashion is taking over. It's taking over fast. But I think the only problem I have is the casts. They are not being paid what they ought to be paid. Because models, how many models make a living from modeling? I was a model when I was in school. I was a pin-up modeling, model I mean. So I could tell you when I was in school, we made more money from modeling. Right now, it's just a lot of things is happening in the modeling industry. A lot of sexuality issues and all that is happening in the modeling industry. In our time, was not like that. I don't know if they have it, but in our time was not like that. But right, I just feel that models should make money from out of what they're doing.
Okay, hopefully the models got to make more money out of what they make. I could tell you for free that this is a crazy industry, and now people don't only pay for you because you have the physique, you have to have something good to offer.
Yes.
So thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
I hope so.
My name is Anmol. I'm a content creator and I'm also a chef and a student.
So a chef. So in case you want to eat, you got the right plug, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your take on the GT Fashion Weekend?
Honestly, I'm just coming now, but I'm expecting colorful outfits and creativity and beauty and excellence too. So I mean, there's a lot to actually witness.
Okay, so are you, is this your first year or?
Oh, this is my second time here.
Okay, so if you're going to make a compare and contrast with this, the previous year and this year, what's it?
Okay, I came on the Sunday, like the last day. So this is my first time of like coming for the first day actually. So I'm not expecting I know the last is always very crowded. So it's still it's beautiful. I love the aesthetics and all.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope that you get to enjoy the rest of
Oh
it.
yeah, sure. Thank you.
So what inspires your outfit?
Basically, my shoe was the main thing, and I used the shoe to be inspired.
Oh, that's actually very amazing. So, did you have anyone who designed your aesthetics, or you did it yourself?
I did it myself. It's all me.
Whoa! This is massive, guys. It's not easy. Okay, so today is day one of GT Fashion Weekend, and you're here. How's the experience been so far?
I just came. I can't say much, but I have been. This is like my 4th year here, and it's always been so good. So I'm expecting better this year.
Okay. Sorry that I'm going back to this, because looking at your aesthetics, it shows one thing. Which profession are you?
I'm a model. And I'm a general creative, to be honest.
You can see what I'm saying, right? You agree
I'm
with
a general creative.
Okay, so as a model, what's your take on GT Fashion Weekend?
I feel like it's the best thing since sliced bread for us models and creatives. I can't even lie, because you don't get to showcase your style that much in this country, and a place where you are allowed to do that. Anybody can be anything today, and the days where we have this GT Fashion Model week, it's like one of the best things ever.
Okay, so let's kindly introduce yourself.
I am bee, like the insect, and I do bite.
That's really amazing. Thank you for the wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
My name is Liz Fashion.
Oh, so what inspired your outfit?
I inspired it, and this is actually my brand that I'm wearing. Liz Fashion World.
And it's the fact that you're representing the color of GT.
Right, like I literally just planned this outfit, but when I was about to leave the house, I said, oh, it's GT's color.
This deserves an award.
Right.
Honestly.
GT should give me an award.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
And looking at your aesthetics, it's well put together. It's actually bold and it's pretty and classy. So if you would say, rate yourself on a 1 to 10.
I would rate myself 100, of course. 100 out of 10.
I agree with you, because this trust me, when I saw you from afar, I'm like, oh my goodness, who is that beautiful, gorgeous lady? And your hair, your aesthetics, your lip especially, it's quite popping, and it makes it stand out, and it makes me feel like this person understands fashion.
Yeah.
And I could see from afar. I didn't have to ask you what you do for a living.
Right.
I could see from what you're wearing that, oh, this is who this person is, and you represented well. So looking at GT Fashion Weekend, how do you feel about it?
I feel good. I feel really good, and the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I feel good. Don't mind me, this is not me.
This is the fun part of her.
Okay, so for someone like you, would you say you have anything you expect from GT Fashion? What to this particular season?
I've not even gone inside to see what's happening, but obviously
because
I expect
the outside
the best.
is wobbling and it's already
really,
100.
Yeah, so of course I expect the best.
And the best is gonna be sad. So we're gonna say enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy the rest of your day at GT Fashion Weekend. Hello, Your Royal Majesty.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm the modeling king. I project fitness, culture, and royalty. I mean, as an African, I represent all the kings in Africa, and in fact, all over the world, you know.
Oh, so we have king of all kings in flesh. I agree with that. Okay, so what inspired your outfit?
Yeah, you know, it's just the African masculinity. The goal was to project, you know, every African young person or African man are warriors. So it's to project that warriorness, you know, in the public, you know. So, and then mixing it with the culture and then with the royalty and all, you know, to just make the vibe more interesting. And that's why they call me the modeling king. So this is like the modeling king brand. Yeah.
Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so what do you do for a living?
What I do?
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, I'm a king, so I represent all the kings. And aside from that, I mean, I'm doing into the entertainment, fashion, models, and I mean, I do a couple of things on the side, like business, you know.
In case you don't know, it smells rich. It's not just looking rich, it smells rich. So I'm confirming that for my audience.
I feel
for them
you.
to
I feel you.
So, okay, so is this your first time in GT Fashion Weekend?
No, it's not the first time. I was here the last time and it was all crazy. So, I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't make it up here on time, but still, I just wanted to come to show them that the vibe is still actually there, you know.
And the vibe is very much accepted by we, the pretty ladies, on the red carpet. So thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I better pass me my cup. I just want
buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
Good afternoon and welcome to another intriguing episode of Health Check here on Voice of the People Television. I am your host, Bryce Peters, and it is always a delight to bring you amazing, beautiful conversations centered around your well-being. I mean, your health is our priority here. And yeah, we're here again today to talk about another interesting topic. Well, today's conversation is a very sensitive one, but very, very necessary. You know, over the past few weeks and even over the years, there has been a very, very significant complaint in the health sector. You know, Nigeria has been flooded with heartbreaking stories from hospitals, you know, stories that have reopened a long-standing conversation about patient safety, medical negligence, and the state of our healthcare system. Really, we've heard stories like that of renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, whose 21-month-old son reportedly died after the family alleged that he was denied oxygen and excessively sedated in a private hospital, which led to a cardiac arrest in that little boy. That's actually very sad. We also heard of stories like that of Aisha Umar in Kano, whose family says a pair of surgical scissors was left inside her body during an operation, causing months of severe pain before she eventually died. You know, that's not even all. We've heard stories like
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from South Africa, where South African political parties have largely welcomed President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to deploy soldiers to assist police. The move is about. Meanwhile, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has convened the second Italy-Africa summit in Addis Ababa to assess progress on the Matai Plan. The strategy, launched in 2024, is aimed at strengthening long-term ties between Italy and African nations. The meeting is taking place alongside the African Union Summit, where Meloni is expected to speak as a guest of honor. Analysts say the initiative reflects Italy's ambition to play a more independent and strategic international role. Projects under the plan are now valued at up to 1.4 billion euros, while funding drawn from Italian and multilateral institutions. The program has also expanded from 9 to 14 focused countries. The plan targets key sectors including energy, infrastructure, water, agriculture, education, and healthcare. However, questions remain over transparency and long-term financing as Italy seeks broader European backing. Moving on, leaders are gathering in Addis Ababa for the 39th African Union Summit. The meeting comes amid growing concerns over the ongoing conflict in Sudan and wider geopolitical shifts. The war in Sudan is dominating discussions, with calls for stronger continental action to address the humanitarian crisis. The AU has maintained Sudan's suspension, citing unresolved governance issues and continued violence. Global politics is also shaping conversations at the summit. Analysts say recent policy changes by U.S. President Donald Trump have pushed African nations to rethink international partnership. Italy is using the platform to review progress on its 5.5 billion euro Matai plan. The initiative aims to deepen cooperation in energy, infrastructure, education, and agriculture, although questions remain about funding and the implementations. And in Mozambique, residents of Inhambane in Mozambique are bracing for the arrival of a powerful tropical system expected to make landfall on Friday. People have been reinforcing their homes with sandbags and corrugated iron as strong winds approaches. The system recently tore through Madagascar, killing at least 40 persons and causing widespread destructions. Authorities fear similar damage as it tracks towards Mozambican coast. Local officials have restricted sailing activities, with fishermen staying ashore for safety. The National Weather Service says the storm is expected to pass close to the city before moving back into the Mozambique Channel. Mozambique is still recovering from severe flooding that affected hundreds of thousands in recent weeks. Experts say recurring extreme weather events are being worsened by climate change. And in Uganda, Uganda's National Examination Board has released the 2025 Uganda Certificates for Education results, showing a significant improvement in overall performance. Nearly 99.7% of candidates qualified for certification under the competency-based curriculum. More than 432,000 students registered for the exams, with attendance remaining above 99%. Female candidates slightly outnumbered males in overall registration. Performance improved in subjects such as English, Christian religious education, and mathematics. However, officials say learners will face challenges in applying scientific knowledge to real-life problem solving. While girls performed better in English and religious studies, boys maintained a slight edge in science and technical subjects. UNEB is urging schools to strengthen gender-sensitive teachings and focus more on practical analytical skills. Meanwhile, the Social Health Authority has recorded more than 48,000 teenage mothers across 44 countries between October 2024 and December 2025. The highest monthly figure was reported in November last year, with over 1,200 cases. Most of the cases were captured through the assisted registration system, which is the main platform for registering young mothers. The figures come after a period when adolescent pregnancies had shown signs of decline. Previous data indicated a drop in first antenatal visits among girls aged 10 to 19 in 2024. However, health records still shows thousands of pregnancies among both early and late adolescents. The report also highlighted over 500,000 normal deliveries and more than 300,000 cesarean sessions within the same period. Health authorities say billions of shillings will be needed to support facilities providing maternal care. And in Liberia, the Association of Liberian Construction Contractors is calling for stricter enforcement of the country's local content law. Its president, Kimberly Terre, says qualified Liberian firms must be prioritized in the award of construction projects. She urged public institutions and development partners to ensure contractors are properly certified before contracts are granted. According to her, consistent application of the 2022 ALCC Act will help local companies grow and compete sustainably. Terre also criticized procurement conditions that require local firms to purchase expensive heavy-duty equipment before bidding. She says allowing contractors to rent machineries would create a more level playing field. The association is also seeking representation as an observer on major bid evaluation committees to promote transparency. Terre believes giving Liberian companies more access to projects will boost employment and strengthen the national economy. And from Liberia, move straight to Chad, where Chadian soldiers have recovered the body of a French national who went missing earlier this week in a remote northeastern region. The tourist, a retiree in his 70s, disappeared while attending the International Festival of Saharan Cultures near the town of Aljaras. Preliminary reports from local authorities suggest the man died after falling from a steep cliff during an unguided excursion. Medical staff at the scene confirmed the death, noting that the traveler had appeared physically weak shortly before he wandered away from his group. The incident occurred in the Enedi Massif, a rugged desert landscape that the French Foreign Ministry officially classified as a red zone due to security risk. While local officials insist the festival area is secured, the vast and isolated terrain makes any unguided travel extremely dangerous. The Chadian army led the search operation after the man and a companion, failed to return from a hike. While the companion was located quickly, the search for the victim continued through Friday morning. His body is currently being transported to the capital, N'Djamena, where further details are expected to be released. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an economist, an erudite scholar in finance, government, and education, and also a writer right here in Nigeria. Dr. Peter, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for
having me.
Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Omatikiye. Barrister Edward is a lawyer, a business associate, and also a human rights activist. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you all in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also a financial advisor and the CEO, Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. David, and my colleagues in the studio.
Thank you so very much. Well, also joining us all the way from Liberia, virtually as well, is Hansen G. Blayan. Mr. Hansen is a media and communication professional and also a media consultant. Well, I understand that Mr. Hansen has not joined the conversation yet, but we expect him to join the conversation as we progress. Well, let me start off from the studio here. Well, Doctor, interestingly, I'd wished at this point that someone from Liberia would also chime in on this, but it's a beautiful thing that we are all here, of course, to talk about the progress of Africa as a whole. The situation coming from Liberia, clearly from the Association of Liberian Construction Contractors, is on the part that a lot of persons who want to say the good faith of having to make businesses and, of course, companies in Liberia gain more. The call for stricter enforcement of the country's local content law is at the front burner. What do you make of this situation where the association is saying, look, qualified Liberians must first be prioritized the award of construction projects before any other person comes into play?
For me, it's an issue. It's a wake-up call. Understand? Okay. It's a wake-up call, and excuse me. And I know that around 2010, Nigeria came up with a cabotage law.
Yes.
Cabotage law for indigenous ship owners. Because Nigerian government, Nigerian businessmen, we are preferring foreigners. Understand me? And so foreigners, we are the ones being given jobs in Nigeria. So indigenous ship owners have to come together and force government to sign the cabotage law. But signing is one, implementation is two.
It's another.
I want to tell you that up to today, 15 years afterwards, that law is not being implemented.
What do you make of the reason why that law is not being implemented? Because again, some say in Liberia presently, the local content law is being undermined by corruption and favoritism. Is that what is coming into play here, or something else?
I'm sure in they will give you instances like these people have better equipment.
Right.
Understand?
Yes.
They have expertise. Understand me? They are experts. they have done it for over 100 years. You understand? But Rome was not built in a day.
Right.
Rome was not built in a day. So when you begin to give preference to your own people, they'll begin to get better and better. So for me, that's what they do now. But what remains now is implementation. Anywhere in the world is country first.
Right.
So why won't Africa be practicing Africa first?
Huge question there, Dr. Peter Anosike. Let me take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Barrister Edward, interestingly as it stands, this local content law in Liberia, again, like you just heard Doctor say here, something of that nature was around the seaport area of Nigeria. And of course, even after 15 years, he did say now, it's not been implemented. Now, what would you make about laws being available and on the other hand, never being implemented? What can you attribute to this, particularly with this story coming from Liberia?
Thank you, David. In fact, my colleague at the studio has said it well. In every industry, when you look at regulations, we are all governed. But there is also what we call the willingness within the governance system. We have systems, for example, we have a parliament implementing some of these legislation of laws which actually now be protecting probably the industries in that particular country. You may get that regulations are not implemented as required by the government itself. There is that lack of willingness. And the reason today we are facing in Africa, our leadership has decided to actually shift to outside Africa to fetch each and everything, including killing even our own industries, which create employment. Right. So you get that we are sourcing most of these things from outside Africa. We have resorted, including construction industry, we have resorted to mostly countries like China to come in Africa to actually handle things which we can actually handle as Africans. We have failed to model our own. We have failed to actually, we are talking of, I heard you talk about the Uganda curriculum system of education. You get that our systems are totally failing slowly by slowly. And that alone is going to affect us, not now, but in the future. You get that even our own children own now the outside kind of human resource, which is very dangerous. So I see what is happening in Liberia. It is actually all about the implementation of regulations, laws. The legislation should actually be in place to actually now act so quick to make sure that they protect some of the things.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister Edward. The minister did say in that statement that the procurement conditions that require local firms to purchase expensive heavy-duty equipment before bidding is one condition. I mean, why should contractors in Liberia go as far as carefully doing what I call going to get a heavy-duty expensive equipment before bidding? What happens to small businesses in Liberia? Isn't that a total kill of that particular business and that industry?
It is just what I'm telling you, the willingness of the government to actually support these contractors to support this industry. So you get there's no will from a part of the government, and now you are left in a place whereby you are even actually there's no regulation which supports you to actually now even get these small kind of jobs. So Liberia, they need to look at how these laws are supposed to be enforced. Liberia should look at how to enforce most of these kind of the weaknesses should be discovered early, so that the parliament, the legislation should actually address it as early as possible. So I think that it's actually going against the human resource within that particular country.
Mr. Martins is also standing by. Now, Mr. Martins, you're a financial advisor, and this situation of this law, it's not about the first time it's happening. I mean, in 2006 to 2017, in the era of the former president, Madam Elif Johnson Sirleaf, there was a focus on attraction for foreign investments post-war reconstruction, which is what they called it at the time. But the difference at the time was that foreign firms dominated contracts with limited local participation. George Weah, early first term in his office, when he was in office 2018 to 2021, thereabouts, he also promoted pro-poor agenda, emphasizing local empowerment. Now, the difference at the time was that Weah's administration pushed for local inclusion, but lacked the strict enforcement. This is a conversation that is so very serious for Africans to look at. The part of the law being there is on one part. The part of enforcement is on another. What would you attribute to non-enforcement of this law?
Thank you, Mr. David. One thing we have to understand that construction law is governed by the Act of Parliament, and I think this happens across the countries in Africa. And the Acts of Parliament on construction policy is very, very critical, whereby there is what we call formulation of policies, and the same is implementation of the policies as well. Secondly, the institution that is governing the construction should scrutinize the contractors that have been given job. Are they capable? Are they accountable? Is there any form or historical issue with that contractor, not only locally but globally? Secondly, we might, I have seen in Africa whereby we are giving this mega project to foreigners, but at the same in their policy or the contract should have inclusion of the local subcontractors, so that now we can empower our local contractors and the entrepreneurs, whereby we give mega project to foreigners, and the contract does not have a clause where it has inclusion of local entrepreneurs or contractors or suppliers. It negates, or it doesn't give power to our local entrepreneurs to have basis in the building of the economy. Secondly, there is what we call build Africa, buy Africa, build Africa. You found still this machinery and equipment are important, whereas the companies we should have local assembly of automotive equipment, so that now you buy Africa, build Africa. Not everything that is coming from China is coming from West. So we have to formulate policies that are giving our local industry power to purchase from the local channels.
Well, I like
that now we will build our economy, and yet it will create employment. Then what we call financial cycle, that it means that if it is a project mega what they $100 billion, that money will circulate across country, across the continent. Then it empowers the local investors.
All right then. Well, I like the fact that you also mentioned the fact that policies must be made and, of course, majorly implemented. Let me return this question to Barrister Edward in Uganda. Well, interestingly, the Uganda's National Examination Board has released the 2025 Uganda Certificate of Education results. Now, showing a significant improvement in overall performance, nearly 99.7% of candidates did qualify. Now, this is a major upgrade when it comes to the education sector. But the news that follows afterwards is the fact that teenagers, over 48,000 girls have been registered as young mothers in between October 2024 and December 2025. Barrister Edward, what can you attribute to this level of development?
You know, it may not even be only in Uganda where the teenage a problem is actually growing. You just need to look at, just as you said, the report has indicated, Africa is actually going out of rule. Africa is going out of mentorship. Africa is totally failing when it comes the issues of actually handling young generation. We are totally becoming not focused, and we tend to put our minds outside our families. Parenting, it requires both parties. I would also tell you the rate of divorces in Africa is also an issue. It is alarming. Single mothers are so many. So you get that at the teenage, the same children we are looking at, get that these are children who are probably brought up by a single parent and lack wisdom from the side of the other party. So yes, I congratulate Uganda for the performance. I tell you for sure, this has been a struggle. They have struggled to even get those percentages we are seeing. This is something which has come amidst a lot of issues which the country has actually faced. But we don't need to actually rub off. We would actually need to give credit where it is due. Right. So I congratulate the Ministry of Education for putting up itself by assisting these children to attain the grades which we are seeing today. We are happy as parents. We actually are now struggling to look for school fees to make sure that now that's another part which is actually even contributing to these teenage pregnancies. Right. You get most of the children failed because of just having a penny to go and now continue with that kind of education. So you get that the only alternative is now be taken by men, elderly people who are saying, okay, have this small penny. Now you end up messing up yourself. So we don't need to blame them. The problem is now the system of actually now parenting areas. And we need to bring up the legal aspects also in this. I cannot forget to mention our own legislations which are protecting these young people. Right. The country needs, the parliament is totally focused in politics. They are not looking at these kind of issues. Instead of addressing issues which are actually now helping the young generation, we are fighting for power, which is not good for us.
Quite unfortunate, really. Let me bring the conversation back to the studio. Well, he actually took my next question out of the bag. The part of policy, Doctor. Some have said is Uganda's teenage pregnancy crisis a failure of health policy or a reflection of a deeper cultural and political neglect of adolescent girls?
This is not just an African problem, Ugandan problem. It's a third world problem. Understand? It's happening in most of the countries in the world, that's in Africa, and the major cause is poverty. the major cause of this teenage pregnancy.
How do you mean, doctor? Because that is a bit bogus. How do you mean? Maybe break it down there.
When parents are unable to fend for their children, understand me? Anywhere offer comes, the little girls might fall for it. Understand me?
Right.
I give you this, you give me that. Understand me? So this is one of the major reasons that's of poverty, because governance is failing in Africa.
But doctor, is there the possibility as well that this is, like some would say, a hidden epidemic of sexual violence disguised as health statistics? But these over 48 teenage mothers registered.
I don't want to agree that it is sexual violence. The major cause of this is that's inability of parents to fend for their children, and some irresponsible males are taking advantage. Understand? Are taking advantage. For me, that is one of the reasons. Then our leaders are also involved in this. Remember, a governor in one of the states in Nigeria married a 13-year-old girl. Understand me?
Right.
A state governor in Nigeria married a 13-year-old girl, and the parents of the girl allowed it. It cannot happen abroad. If it's abroad, he will be accused of child abuse. But here, everything, he threw a party, people came, eat, dance and drink. Understand me? For a 13-year-old girl who is not even up to the age of making her own decision. And this is a governor of a state. So this shows you that there's a moral decadence in Africa.
Well, again, that exactly sums it up. The moral decadence is what I was going to ask you, but good part, you have spoken very, very well on this particular situation. But let me bring it to another conversation before I go to Kenya. African leaders are meeting in Ethiopia. Of course, there are several high-stake conversations that is expected of that gathering, and one of such is the fact that several questions are being raised amid concerns of the conflicts, ongoing conflicts in Sudan. As it stands, Sudan most likely would get to have their suspension lifted in that particular Congress. Doctor, you think at this point it is worthy that Sudan, as led by President Burhan, I beg your pardon, it's ready for the lift of ban from African Union?
Well, for me, I strongly believe, as I keep on saying, Africa should solve their own problems. They shouldn't be waiting for the Western world to be solving their own problems. And you can only do this when you put the interest of the continent first.
Yes.
When you put the interest of your country first, instead of your own interest. Understand? Africans are brothers, understand me? We are from the same descendant, the dark-skinned people, before they spread. And mind you, if you know the history of Sudan, that's the country of the dark people, where Africa is supposed to have started. But the issue is this: they are supposed to show leadership in Africa. Understand?
Right.
Just like what I told Jeremy Johnson in Nigeria, the former Liberian general. I told him, look, Liberia is disappointing. You are the only country that was not colonized in Africa. Understand me? Liberia and Ethiopia. You are not showing any leadership in Africa. Understand? I told him you are not showing any leadership in Africa. So Sudan should be a kind of a model for other African countries.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned leadership, Doctor, before I move to Kenya. The fight in Sudan, clearly the Sudanese government has said, look, there is foreign interference in all of this, which again, some would say is a legitimate excuse. But opposition have said that, look, this is clearly a failure in governance and human rights. That is what we're seeing in Sudan. And the government saying there is international interference. You think that is a legitimate reason to wanting to move this ban, to lift this ban from Sudan?
For me, we shouldn't be giving, a leader is in office to solve problems, not to give excuses.
That's a very, very, very direct sentence that I need right now. Let me go to Kenya. Well, Mr. Martins, maybe in a few minutes or seconds, I beg your pardon, what do you make of the fact that right now, African Union is clearly looking at lifting the ban in Kenya? I beg your pardon, Sudan, from Sudan. And as it stands, there is a conversation also that states that should this ban be lifted, fighting in Sudan might just have a natural death. Do you subscribe to that as well?
Before I get to your answers on that, let me put something on this early pregnancy in Africa.
In maybe 10 seconds.
Yes, demographic statistics data on early pregnancy is relatively high across Africa, and this is influenced by the factors of race, ethnics, unemployment, child labor. There is what we call a poor system of education. The leaders of the country, of the African continent, should emulate a system of education that is favoring education from primary level to university. That's why now you can see we will have a staple population in Africa that is dependent on themselves, not these issues of early pregnancy and what have you that are luring young people. Second, to return to Southern Sudan, as we have said, there is foreign interference. There is political interference from allies from Africa countries. We have seen this in the development cases whereby we have seen leaders in Africa associating themselves to war that is happening in Sudan. Secondly, this issue has taken more time to be resolved. I think Africa Union should restructure itself, because they are not serving the interest of Africa. I think they are serving the interest of international community. Because now Sudan being in such situation where children are dying of hunger, children are being killed, raping is happening to women. There is a lot of injustice that are happening in southern Sudan. So I'm appealing to African leaders to ensure this thing is fought tooth and nail, to bring sanity to the country of Sudan, and that they can carry on with their economic values. They add the value to the Africa chain. This is how we can have sanity in Africa,
well, because
when
of
our
time,
neighbors are not fighting.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. Let me take the conversation to Uganda. Barrister Edward, well, again, the lift of ban of Sudan by the AU is in the front burner in this present AU summit that is going to happen in Ethiopia. But the question is, why do you think this statement of lifting the ban from Sudan is taking so much time, even though some other suspended states have been lifted? And I'm talking about Guinea. What do you make of this?
You know, it's political. It is not all that this comes to an agenda of the African AU just for nothing.
So this is a political
bias. Exactly. That is what we'd actually be talking about. You know, looking at the agenda for this meeting, one of the things African Union should be actually putting ahead should be democracy in Africa. I have never had these people sit down and discuss their own democracy. the democracy which has totally failed. And so you get some of these leaders who sit there. They are totally in need of democracy. You cannot tell me, today we are talking about peace and security in Africa. You're only willing to talk about the gun you are talking about, how to protect your wealth. This is what African Union is doing. African Union is not putting an African continent in the heart. The leaders have failed. For sure, we are talking about human rights violated in Sudan. Our men are dying, and you are talking of your own benefits. Instead of coming as Africa, for sure, Africa can resolve their own problems. So I totally disagree with them.
All right, then. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor. But in one sentence, Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, has instructed the military, I'm talking about the soldiers, to join in the fight against gang rape and, of course, the level of gang violence in the Western Cape. What's your position in one sentence?
That is still encouraging human rights violation by bringing a military to this. It's very wrong.
All right, then.
You can't, there's police failing to do their work.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Edward. Well, let me come back to the studio. Barrister, I beg your pardon, Doctor, in one sentence as well. South Africa president, look, saying the army join this conversation. This is what we want. We want to secure South Africa.
Police has its own responsibility, and the army has its own responsibility.
Yes.
But anytime that the police is overwhelmed, army is always called to come and help out.
So you think this might...
I feel that could be what Ramaphosa did.
All right, then. Well, Mr. Martins, your take in one sentence. What do you think about the same conversation?
Thank you. It's right. It's very right for every president to protect their country from external threats and the internal threats. So deploying of police is very vital to counterattack any threats to the economy and to the well-being of the citizens.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martin Serere Njue, financial advisor, public and political affairs analyst, and also all the way from Kenya. I want to say thank you for joining the conversation, Mr. Martins.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Also, Barrister Edward, thank you so very much for joining the conversation this beautiful afternoon. We know Barrister Edward is a human rights activist and also a business associate plus a legal practitioner in Uganda. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Also, thank you so very much, Dr. Peter Anosike, erudite scholar, and also a major writer in Nigeria, public and political affairs analyst as well. Thank you so very much. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be talking business and sports on the remaining part of the news. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. South Africa's beef exports dropped sharply in 2025 as the country battles its worst foot and mouth disease outbreak in years. Official figures show shipments fell by 26% despite strong global demand. Exports to China declined by 69% after Beijing imposed a ban on red meat imports in May. The rival infection has now spread to 7 of the country's 9 provinces. Farmers say the impact has been severe, with rising veterinary costs and declining productivity. One dairy farmer in KwaZulu-Natal says milk output is on his farm dropped within days of infection being detected. The government has launched a nationwide vaccination campaign targeting 80% of the national herd. However, experts warn limited local vaccine production capacity would slow efforts to contain the crisis. And to wrap up the African News, go straight talking sports. Abuja is preparing to host more than 40 African countries for the 2026 All-African Challenge Trophy. The Golf Championship will take place from the 1st to the 7th of November at the IBB International Golf and Country Club. Organizers say the event is not just about competition, but also about strengthening ties across the continent. President of the Ladies Golfers Association of Nigeria, Dr. Lami Onayi Ahmed, described it as a platform to unite Africa through sport. Nigeria is hosting the tournament for the third time following previous editions in Lagos and Abuja. The competition rotates among Africa's 4 regions and is held every 2 years. A three-player national team and a captain will be selected based strictly on performance. Organizers say preparations are already underway to ensure the country delivers both on and off the course. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you. subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go.
You know, over the past few weeks, you know, Nigeria has been flooded with heartbreaking stories from hospitals, you know, stories that have reopened a long-standing conversation about patient safety, medical negligence, and the state of our healthcare system. Really, we've heard stories like that of renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, whose 21-month-old son reportedly died after the family alleged that he was denied oxygen and excessively sedated in a private hospital, which led to a cardiac arrest in that little boy. That's actually very sad. We also heard of stories like that of Aisha Umar in Kano, whose family says a pair of surgical scissors was left inside her body during an operation, causing months of severe pain before she eventually died. You know, that's not even all. We've heard stories like that of Ifunanya, the young singer who died after being beaten by a snake in Abuja. We heard that she was first taken to a clinic without anti-venom and then transferred to a hospital where questions were raised about access to complete life-saving treatments. You know, all of these are quite sad. These and many more that we really don't even know about. You know, beyond these high-profile cases, thousands and thousands of everyday Nigerians are also sharing their own painful experiences of waiting endlessly in emergency units, being told that there is only one doctor on duty or sometimes no doctor available. All of these has left many people asking, what is really going on in our hospitals? I mean, why does seeking medical care increasingly feel like a gamble? Well, it's getting very emotional over here, but I'm not alone. So to help us unpack this in a very balanced, emphasis on balanced, honest and human way, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a wellness physician and public health advocate. Dr. Charles, you're very welcome to Health Check.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
It's amazing to have you on the show today.
Same here. Happy New Year.
All right. See you. That's true. This is the first time I'm seeing you on the show this year. All right. So, Doctor, we have a very pressing issue on ground. You know, I don't want to call it medical negligence, but I guess we just have to use that phrase. You know, people often think that doctors are emotionally shielded from these stories. We feel like, okay, doctors have seen so many death cases. They've become immune to it. As much as people get affected and all that, we're just like, doctors, do they even really care about us? You know, sometimes they even get to the clinic and they don't attend to us very well. And we are like, why are you people treating us like this? You know, so we often feel like doctors are emotionally shielded from stories like this. But when you hear cases like this, I want to ask you now, personally, because you are a doctor. So how does it affect you personally when you hear stories like this?
So first and foremost, I want to clarify that doctors are human, though they are professionals that are trained to save lives, but to a very large extent, they also have emotions. In as much as you try as much as possible to give quality healthcare delivery, and you want to do that with clarity, empathy, and everything done professionally, you still have your emotions. So most doctors have what we call a kind of professional approach to managing patients, you know, when they present at the hospital. Death is a reality to humanity that is never, you know, a very good experience. You know, so the process of grief associated with bereavements, mourning period, you know, people experiencing depression and all that is absolutely normal, and doctors too have their fair share of it. The fact that you're not related to somebody doesn't mean that when you lose a patient that you don't feel grief as well, but you just have to manage it in a way that you don't let it make you dysfunctional. But that still differs from person to person because doctors still have their individual traits, basically. But for me as a person, I would say that these incidences that you have cited are quite unfortunate, and it should not be in an ideal setting. There are lots of things that, are plaguing our health system that is resulting in all this kind of consequences we're experiencing. First and foremost, I must, highlight the fact that a lot of doctors in Nigeria are overworked. So the burden of work, even the statistics will tell you that the ratio of doctor to the general population is.
Yeah.
And you know about the brain drain thing, about how much of people are presenting at the hospital. Now we have a lot of people who are ill presently in the country for various ailments. And the number of professionals that are available to cater to their health needs are minimal. So, of course, you find out that there will be overwhelming consultations for doctors. There will be a lot of, a high likelihood of mismanagement of data. There may also be cases where, you have oversights, and those oversights can really be detrimental at the end of the day because, unfortunately, any errors would always bounce back on patients.
Yeah.
So this is where we would now say, the working conditions of doctors, must be improved. Yeah. You would need more well-trained doctors. You will make sure that the working conditions are favorable. You will make sure that the remunerations, are good enough to make sure that the doctors stay motivated to give their best at their jobs.
Yeah.
Because a doctor who is thinking of so many things and is just coming to work bothered about a lot of things, is anxious about rising cost of rent or transportation or school fees or all the things he still needs to meet up with, and he's still looking for, a means to make ends meet by juggling jobs and all that. You can't have that doctor deliver 100% of his capacity. And the oversights and the errors and the mistakes would drop on the table of the patient eventually. And everybody that is involved in the healthcare delivery chain is not immune to this. Even the nurses, the laboratory scientists, the pharmacists, it's a team. The medical team, it's a team of professionals coming together to deliver healthcare. So basically, every one of them are stretched. And this can cause all these problems that we're seeing. It is easy for you to make errors when you're not focused. It is easy for you to make errors when you're not motivated. It is easy for you to make errors when the working conditions are not favorable. So I think those are the few things that could possibly be responsible for these things that the government and health policy and possibly budget allotments, can actually help to correct.
Well, that's quite sad because at the end of the day, the patients get to suffer for this.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, from your experience, are we really dealing with careless individuals, or it is just the system that is deeply strained and unsafe?
Well, I think there are possibly a number of answers to that. Yes, the system is strained and overburdened. And secondly, you also have a situation where, unfortunately, people bring in their personal traits from their daily lives and routines into their professional life.
Exactly.
So you find out that a lot of Nigerians don't pay attention to details naturally.
I love the fact that now we are stating facts.
That is the truth. A lot
Yes.
of Nigerians don't pay attention to details.
I don't understand why you would forget surgical scissors in a womb.
That is why precautions, there are safety measures that should be.
And scissors that tiny.
And you would also have theater nurses. You have your surgical team with you.
So nobody noticed that.
Exactly. So even if it was an error from one person, there should be somebody who, a
and then you
theater
stitch
nurse,
the person back.
that would verify that everything that you used, everything is complete before you close the patient back to the attention span. That tells you the level of focus and commitment that people have in their daily lives for ordinary things. But that has now, come into the professional scene, and it is now translating into what we're seeing as negligence on the job.
That's quite sad, But still talking about medical negligence, I don't really want to believe that this one is medical negligence anyway. I want to believe this is the system. So I heard of a case scenario where a hospital where a single doctor was expected to cover an entire emergency unit. I mean, one doctor. In fact, I don't want to say this all by myself. Let's take a look at a short video shared by an investigator showing a general hospital in Ogun State where only one doctor was assigned and dozens of patients were waiting, and the doctor had not resumed duty at the time. Please, let's have the video.
Can you see a lot of people waiting for a doctor here? Lofa. Agbon, má bínú. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ṣé doctor ni gbogbo àtàwọn bíbá iná ń dúró dé? Lofa. Ẹ sáré má bínú. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, àwọn tá a jókòó iná doctor ni à ń dúró dé. Wọ́n lè ti dì, àwọn èèyàn sì tún wà àtàgàn tó ń dúró de doctor tó ń pọ̀ gan.
We can see that was a really that's really sad. Okay, I don't want to speak from emotions here, but I feel like that was a really, really sad one. So watching that, doctor, how dangerous is this kind of situation for patients? I can't imagine anybody in the emergency, room there. What would they be feeling like? They'll just feel like life is gone for them. I don't want to imagine. So how dangerous is this for the doctor as well?
So when you call something an emergency, it means time is of the essence. And that means that you need urgent care. So when you see an emergency room crowded and there is no doctor to attend to them, it just simply tells you that you don't even know how serious some of these conditions are, and you don't even know if some of them can even make it till when the doctor arrives.
Exactly.
So it is so sad that we have scarcity of health workers, and it is still around brain drain. It is still around having fewer trained doctors, And then also it is also from doctors feeling that they are not motivated enough. And mind you, the shortage of doctors, to a large extent, brain drain contributes. But for some other people, it's not only brain drain. Some doctors are in the country, but they've diversified into other fields or other sectors. And we need to look for reasons why the passion they once had for their profession is no longer there. And it will all come back to motivation, remuneration, the sense of fulfillment they get from their job. You see, job satisfaction
The sense of fulfillment.
Yes, job satisfaction goes a long way in determining the performance of professionals. So the government has a long way to go in trying to let doctors know that they are appreciated, that their work is seen, that their work is appreciated, and that should reflect in their working conditions. Because as a professional, you can't be working in a health facility and you don't have basic water or soap or disinfectants that you need, or even disposable consumables, gloves and all that. You don't have them at your disposal. That's really something of concern, because you as a health professional, in as much as you're trying to save a life, you don't also want to catch infections, and you don't want to spread one infection from one patient to another patient. So you can imagine if these things are still, basic stuff are still problems in our society. It really is sad in this day and age. So we have a lot to do in terms of making sure that the better working conditions are put in place for doctors, better remuneration are put in place for doctors, and let doctors have a sense of worth, knowing that they are well appreciated, so that they can have self-actualization. Because nobody wants to go through years of rigorous training to save lives.
I even feel like this profession has to do with purpose. If you don't feel like you are, giving some level of sacrifice, you would feel used.
Yes, of course, because it looks like you're giving away. You're just
not
a
prioritizing
giver.
your own self.
Yes,
too.
You're giving your life away to an extent,
Yeah.
and to a good cause at that. But you also are looking forward to some form of compensation that is worth your
fulfillment.
while.
Exactly.
That is worth your while and meaningful. That will keep you motivated to keep doing your best. But unfortunately, if these needs are not met or these things are left unchecked, you cannot get the best out of these professionals. And sadly, those people in those emergency rooms, it looks like the country has failed them because we are the ones advocating for, please don't self-medicate. We are the ones advocating for, don't use these mixtures that you don't know what the contents are. But when they are left helpless, but when they are left helpless, they will look for other means available to them to get themselves treated. And unfortunately, they may even run into bigger problems. So it's very essential that we need to really, address this issue.
I can't even imagine what could be going on with that particular doctor that has to oversee that much people.
Because that doctor,
he has a family.
That doctor is also overwhelmed. Because
honestly,
that doctor
how would he do it?
He may have been on 24-hour shifts, night shifts.
I'm not even sure that doctor himself is fine.
Exactly, because he may also be completely drained, exhausted, and needs to be refreshed himself. How can you be in that state of mind or state of physical, that physical state, and be able to deliver appropriately? Because even your sense of decision making or your ability to diagnose appropriately or give proper counseling to a patient, you can't counsel somebody when you yourself need counseling. And then you can't help other people when you yourself are in need of help.
Okay, that's profound. Okay, so I want to quickly touch on something that has even been bothering me myself. There is this comparison between private hospitals being safer than public hospitals, but I've also seen that public hospitals tend to have better equipped staff, more professionals and all that. So we don't even know exactly which is even safer when it comes to things like delivery and all of that. People just always feel like which is better and all that because of the kind of things we have seen in this particular, sector. So based on reality, would you suggest or what would you say about this? Is patient safety really about ownership, or is it about standard? Is it about staffing, or is it about the systems?
All of the above. It's about standards, it's about quality control, is about making sure that the kind of healthcare delivery or the kind of clinical setting that you have delivers optimal care for the patient, prioritizing the needs of the patient, to make sure that everything that is around healthcare delivery and everybody on your health team, are well positioned to carry out their duties diligently. The problem with most of the government hospitals that people say is long waiting times before you get an appointment, before a doctor gets to see you, the crowd and all that, which is of course expected. But if we still address this scarcity of doctors, or improve on the number of doctors we have, trained health professionals we have, I think this to a large extent will be reduced. And the advantage of private settings, people say, oh, you go there promptly, you can see a doctor, things work faster. Yes, things work faster, but nowadays you also find out that all sorts of things are happening. You also have some so-called private settings that the certifications
ends up being quacks.
The certifications or the licenses of people who claim to be, manning the facility, are in question. And then you may not be able to know who you are actually, sitting in front of, whether the person can make or mar your situation.
Yeah.
So basically, it's always advisable that at least the quality of the professionals that you're seeing. At least you get that in the government hospitals. The government hospitals, you have your specialists, you have your trained doctors, know that there's a lot of verification that goes into play, in that kind of setting, taking out the waiting times and other issues, the hitches that they also experience.
Yeah.
But in the private setting, yes, you can have prompt service. Yes, you can have quick service delivery. But what is the quality of that service
delivery?
Now
that
and
is
then I know we have regulatory agencies that go around to make sure that these facilities are, you know, they are up to date and then they have the right professionals and all that. But we still know that sometimes some of these people escape the radar sometimes.
Yeah, that's very correct.
So it's still very difficult because you still are not sure absolutely who you're seeing, you know, and that puts a lot of things to question. So it's very important that, you know, you as a patient, you are also well informed. Gone are the days where ignorance is, you know, well, I'm not a medical person. I don't need to know so much. That's why I'm going to the hospital. But you should know about your health.
Yes, ignorance is no longer an excuse.
Yeah, it's no longer an excuse because you should be able to ask questions. And when concerns arise in terms of you asking a question and you're not getting answers that are satisfactory to you, or you think that the person you're talking to, the professional you're talking to, you don't get the right vibes that you know, the person is on top of his game when it comes to managing a case like this, then you better go elsewhere. Because this is your health here, and
Your
any
life
error, you know, can
falls
just take
back
your
on
life.
you.
Yes, any error takes your life away from you, or permanent incapacitation, as the case may be.
Yeah.
So it's very necessary that you have good conversations with your health professionals. Make sure that you ask relevant questions concerning matters of your health, concerning your diagnosis, concerning your line of management, and ask, why are we doing this? Or what is the relevance of this? And you need to know and be assured and be fully convinced that the person you are placing your life in his hands is capable of helping you.
Yeah. Ask questions. Ask questions and be very, very sure. So right about now, we'll be going on a very short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the effects of all of these in families, basically touching the emotional part of this particular conversation. Well, please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People television. And we're still talking about, you know, patient safety, medical negligence, how to improve all of these. And right about now, we're talking about the families, right, Dr. Dewo? So we understand that behind every case is a family. You know, Chimamanda lost a son. Aisha Umar's children lost their mother. You know, Ifunanya's friend lost a rising star. You know, when families feel ignored, they feel confused or left without answers, what does this do to trust in the healthcare? So these people might have developed some kind of fear or some kind of, you know, they feel destabilized, literally. So what would you say concerning that to help build their trust back in the health sector?
Well, like we said earlier, you know, they are humans, just like doctors are humans too.
Yeah.
So emotions would come to play. And bereavement is never easy. There's a grieving process. And of course, there will be some degree of loss of trust in the system, loss of credibility in the system. And then you would also find a lot of people asking questions, where do we go from here? So when people are ill, so where do we turn to? So do we even stand a chance? So anybody who is ill now is sentenced to die. You know, all these kind of questions would arise in the minds of people. And that is absolutely normal. For us to actually build back the trust and let people know that, okay, we still can do better. We have what it takes to be better. We need the whole medical system and even the government's backing to be able to achieve this. So this is not something a particular sector alone can handle. The doctors must be more diligent on their jobs. The nurses, who are also a substantial part of the health team, must also minimize errors, you know, when it comes to their jobs, paying more attention to details, making sure that they verify things and nothing is put to chance, nothing is left to chance. And then ultimately, even the people who produce results, the lab results and the diagnostics, very, very essential. So any errors from them also, to a large extent, may also misdirect the doctor's judgment.
Yes.
I mean, misdirect the doctor's management. So everybody, all hands must be on deck. And finally, the pharmacists too, who eventually would dispense these medications, must make sure that the right medications are given out at the right doses and for the right duration of time. All these things, you can say that everybody has their own functional roles, and each of those roles are very essential in maintaining, quality healthcare delivery. And of course, the governments have their own role in ensuring that everything these professionals need to be in place to be able to, give their best at their job and to function optimally and made available to them. Because if these things are not available to them, we'll still be dancing around in circles, and we're not going to be able to get where we want to get to. And if you have more people losing faith in the system, all you have is more people going back to self-medication, which you're discouraging, more people going into alternative medicine or into unverifiable forms of treatments that are available to them, which we know will be catastrophic in the end, because the consequences of that would really boomerang on everyone, because you will now find new illnesses coming out. You find people with organ failures that you can't explain because they are looking for other sources of care outside conventional care. So it's very essential that the government looks into this with a matter of urgency, knowing that we need to salvage the health system. And one of the simplest ways to salvage the health system is from your budget allocation, prioritize health. Very essential. You have to prioritize health. Health must carry huge priority, in the government's plan. Because without that, we're not going to see improvements. Because that is what would help refurbish the existing health facilities. This is what will help maintain all the equipment that we use for our diagnostics. This is what will ensure that doctors and healthcare remuneration is there as at when due. And we don't want to hear all this strike back and forth thing. Yes, because all these things come from job dissatisfaction.
Exactly.
Because it is when you have problems with your job, that's when you think you want to protest, that's when you think of strike. But if doctors are happy, at their stations, nobody will think of strike. Everybody will be looking at how to improve the system. Everybody will give their best, and everybody would reap the dividends of this. So the government has a huge role to play. The Ministry of Health, and the commissioners of health for the different states, they really have a huge role to play in seeing to it that, doctors and healthcare professionals in general, are comfortable on their jobs. Because what they do is too delicate. What they do is too important to be toyed with. Because the consequences are grave. We need to do better.
Yeah. We heard, I think it's even very trending now, the massive migration of Nigerian doctors and health workers to other countries, At the same time, we are seeing industrial actions and strike threats within the health sector. From your perspective, how do you think this is really affecting the patient's life? I mean, how does labor unrest connect to patient safety, and what can be done about it? I mean, in terms of the, doctors, I feel like they should also consider the patient sometimes, knowing that the government can be very, slow in the response of this. Yeah. So if they keep going at this rate, don't you think that we'll be losing more lives to, this whole thing?
The truth of the matter is that a lot of doctors are already sacrificial, to be honest. A lot of them are sacrificial, especially in the government facilities. We've heard of doctors who personally use their money to buy certain things for the patients. Yes, correct.
Wow.
Some of the things that are not available, they go out of their way to source for funds for these things to make things work. So you cannot expect professionals who are salary earners also, who have their own private responsibilities and personal life, to keep doing that for every patient they encounter. That is not sustainable. So you are already now making them, work in a condition that is not so favorable, that is not so conducive, and yet with all the sacrifices, it looks like things still remain the same. And it's not sustainable for them even emotionally and, physically as well, because they're exhausted and drained, or in all ramifications. So you cannot expect that kind of a person to be able to give his best. And it may sound a bit insensitive that doctors will go on strike when people are ill in the hospital, but the truth of the matter is the doctor also has a family. And one thing I keep telling people is that we as Nigerians should appreciate doctors more I'm not saying this out of sentiment or because I'm a
Yeah,
doctor. I'm just being
totally.
realistic. Because the truth of the matter is somebody who is there to help you, who is there to save your life. You know, a lot of Nigerians take doctors for granted a lot. You know, you find people, they just see you as a solution to their problems. But how many of them actually give back? Anybody who is watering should also be watered back.
Sure.
That is the only way. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So you cannot expect somebody to keep giving and giving and not being watered in return. You're going to drain the person out. In fact, you're going to wipe out the person's existence. So a lot of Nigerians will call you out of the blues. Oh, doctor, we need this. Doctor, we need that. They expect you to be there for them. They expect you to give them timely advice. They expect you to give them prescriptions. They see you at the church. They want you to help them. They see you at the restaurant.
The
They expect
therapist.
everywhere you appear, you are a solution to somebody's problem. But how many people actually do come back to you to show appreciation to you for what you do?
True.
Very, very few of them.
Very few.
So you're actually seen as somebody who is an answer to all,
Savior.
but nobody is ever a solution to your own matter, you know. And to now make it all worse, even your remuneration or what you expect from the government is not forthcoming either. I think it's quite a frustrating situation.
Yeah.
So you are just seen as somebody who keeps giving and giving and giving, and you're giving a lot because your work is physically tasking, emotionally tasking, mentally draining, and you are not watered back the way you're supposed to be watered, and yet people have high expectations of you. I don't think that's feasible and sustainable. We need to do better if we really want to see an improvement.
Yeah, we really need to do better. But, you know, let's talk about the practical steps towards this now. So I know we've stated the policies and all of that, but let's say you have 5 minutes, you know, to have the ears of the policymakers in the country. What immediate changes, emphasis on immediate changes, would you push for to reduce, you know, the preventable deaths and even all of this? And also, let's talk about the policy management, even in the hospital. I mean, with the management of the hospitals and all of that. What role do you think hospital management should play in building safer systems as well?
So hospital management can start with being, you know, very, very strict with their recruitment, making sure that the people you bring on board are people who know their onions, who are well experienced, and who are good on their jobs. Not only are they good on their jobs, they are also dynamic and teachable and adaptable. They are ready to learn more. And because medicine is dynamic, nobody ever says, I'm a health professional, I know it all, I don't need to learn anything. New things are coming up, new lines of management, new medications are coming up. You need to keep improving on yourself. So the clinical management of any facility must ensure that every member of the health team, you know, they are also evolving, they are getting better. You know, they are getting proper, you know, advancement in what they know. And they are going for updates, courses, conferences, seminars. They are doing their own research. They are open to, you know, learning more and broadening their scope and improving their clinical skills. That is the only way. And anybody you find wanting is either you do away with them or you ask them, look, you need to brush up. You need to be better if you want to stay in this institution, and you stand by it so that your institution is known for standard. And you are known that you give best quality, best global practices, because there's a certain level of expectation for good quality hospitals. And on the part of policymakers must do better in enacting laws and regulations that will protect the working conditions of doctors, making sure that health budget allotments of the budget to health is prioritized. You have a good substantial amount of the percentage of the budget going to health and health infrastructures, making sure that doctors' remuneration, you know, timely, no stories, and something comparable to what you get in other climes. If you really want to combat brain drain,
yeah,
then
or else everybody will leave us here.
Absolutely. And then also, you may also need to set up agencies and have laws and regulations that look into malpractice, and there should be consequences for, you know, for wrong management, particularly when you've done your due diligence in carrying out investigations and you actually find out that it was a case of negligence, it was a case of malpractice. Then there should be consequences. There should be strict laws and regulations that apply to health professionals who, you know, have been found to be negligent. All you need is just a few scapegoats, and I think every other person will comply.
A few scapegoats. I can tell you're a disciplined person. Okay. All right. So this message is to the policymakers, even in the hospital sector, the medical sector, and even in the country as well. Well, before we wrap up this week's episode, I would like to acknowledge the fact that this week marked World Cancer Day. I think that was February 4th, and we've had in-depth cancer conversations on this program before, actually. But today, we simply want to just acknowledge everyone living with cancer, those undergoing treatment, and families walking through that journey. It's definitely going to get better. But doctor, in a few words, what message of encouragement do you have for cancer patients and people with tendencies, of having this particular ailment?
So cancer is a global menace that has affected humanity, and there's a lot of research ongoing into the treatment and management of cancer. There are some cancer survivors, so that is one positive outlook to it. So anybody living with cancer now who has just gotten a diagnosis of cancer should know that there's hope. But we need to emphasize on early intervention, because like we always say, early intervention would always produce better outcomes. So when the cancer is still starting, before there is a widespread to other organs or distant organs, the prognosis is usually better. So we advise everybody, go for your screenings. For the women, go for your breast ultrasound scan. If you're above 40, go for your mammograms, do your cervical pap smear screening for cervical cancer. If you're over 50, you should go for your colonoscopy to rule out colorectal cancer. For the men, after the age of 40, please, it is mandatory for you to have your PSAs check. And then it's very necessary for you to present early if you have abnormal reports. That is not the time for you to disappear. That is not the time for you to seek other alternatives that have not been verified to actually be effective. So it is in your best interest to go for these screenings, because it's only when you screen that you can detect early. So early detection is very key. For instance, in cervical cancer, if you do your cervical screenings and your pap smear results is not looking good, before it advances into full-blown cancer, when it is still starting with the earliest changes that we call CIN, you are able to do something about it. It's very necessary that you kickstart your treatment and your management immediately. Specialists are available. They are called oncologists that are in charge of cancer-related cases. Those are the people that you should go to see. Those are the best professionals who have been trained in that field to assist with cancer management. And for all cancer survivors, please stay healthy. We thank God you made it through. So eat healthy, don't let down your guards, keep exercising, make sure you stay away from too much processed food, avoid too much of artificial products, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
And not to allow fear take their lives before the treatment.
Absolutely. And don't let fear stop you from taking your tests.
Exactly. Knowing that it's from the mindset.
Yes, they dread the findings of the doctor and they completely avoid the screenings, which make matters worse. And people present now in advanced cases.
That's very correct. So finally, before we go, Dr. Charles, if you had just 1 minute with everyone watching, what's that one truth about healthcare in Nigeria that could change how we all engage the system? I mean, what would you tell them?
I'll tell you that first and foremost, your good health starts with you. It is your decision, it is in your hands, and it is all about you because it is your life. So all you need to do first and foremost is to make sure that you take responsibility for your health. Good health will not drop on your laps. You have a functional role to play.
Good health will not drop on your laps.
Yeah, it won't just happen. It won't just happen. It won't happen. So it has to start with your choices, your diet, your lifestyle. Quit detrimental lifestyle or habits that you have. Reduce your smoking or stop smoking preferably, and then your drinking should be restricted. Exercise, get enough sleep, stress management, eat healthy. All these are basic stuff that we can do to improve our well-being. And ultimately, if you have anything going wrong with you, please go and see your doctor. And don't even wait for anything to be wrong. We've said it time and time again. Go for your routine screenings. This is the beginning of a new year. Start your new year on a good note. Go for an appropriate screening that is suitable for your age bracket. And let a doctor examine you so that at least early detection will be able to help you to correct any anomalies that may be detected on time. So you see, your good health is absolutely your choice. So you have
Exactly.
a good role to play in ensuring that you live long and you have a good quality of life.
Exactly. But you know, I try to put myself in your shoes sometimes, you know, what it felt like or what it should feel like to be a doctor. And I feel like we emphasize or we focus a lot on victims. We focus a lot on the patients and we don't really pay attention to the doctors. So for the doctors who are overwhelmed there, the doctors who feel overworked, the doctors who feel like there is so much demand on them and they cannot do more than their strength.
They can't
You know, what
kill
would you
themselves.
say? They cannot kill themselves. What would you say to them? Literally, I just wanted to encourage them as someone who is also experiencing something like that.
We see you, we appreciate you,
Yeah.
we love you for what you do. We hope that things get better. And we
Yeah.
hope that you know, the system appreciates you more and that everything you need to give your best, you know, is made available to you. We see your passion for the job because if you're not passionate, you won't even be in that profession in the first
Exactly.
instance. So you are special people, you are gifted people, and you are here to save lives. So we appreciate you, we see you, and we validate your concerns. Your concerns are valid, and we hope that the government does the needful.
Yes. All right, doctors out there watching this, we want to let you know that we see you, we value what you do, and we appreciate you. And we pray that you always be strengthened. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles.
Thanks
This
for
was a
having me.
really amazing conversation. And today's conversation really reminds us that the crisis in Nigeria's healthcare system did not start today. For years, patients have been suffering quietly. For years, doctors have been working under crushing conditions. Both realities exist, really. But if we truly want safer hospitals, we have to fix systems, not just blame individuals and talk about it. We just keep going around in circles. We must protect patients and we must also support the health workers. It goes both ways. And because no one should lose their life simply because help did not come on time. It's really sad. So our viewers, remember this. Your health matters. Your voice matters. And seeking medical care should never feel like a gamble. You can catch this episode again on SLTV, channel 264, or stream it anytime on YouTube at VOPTV Live. Remember, take care of your body, listen to it, and stay informed because good health is truly your most valuable asset. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, when we'll bring you another interesting and informative episode, please stay healthy, stay informed, and stay intentional. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. the issues. Don't just react. Understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man, fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone to have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo fish market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards. The Razzmatazz. Music. Fun.
Hello there, welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizens stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating it and sparking conversation across the nation. 2027's situation is still here. Of course, no one is even talking about 2026 anymore. It is just about the election. And Major One's ADC on Northern candidates. Join the conversation with experts inside the citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. NLC boss slams judiciary over treatment of workers. President Joe Ajero has criticized the judiciary for undermining workers' rights, saying neutrality in labor disputes often favors the power and entrenches injustice. He urged courts to defend the weak against the strong and uphold fundamental human rights. And away from that particular one, kidnappers abduct police officer, 4 others in Edo State. Gunmen have actually adopted Nigerian police force men, about 4 of them in Akoko Edo local government area in Edo State. The kidnappers who invaded the area took away the victims, including a female secondary school student and police inspector Shegun Obanowa, along with his wife and daughter. The kidnappers have demanded a 100 million ransom for the release of 2 of the victims. And away from that particular one, troops rescue 8 adopted wedding guests in Kano Katsina joint operation. The Nigerian Army has rescued 8 of 10 persons adopted by suspected terrorists at a wedding ceremony in Kano State. Troops deployed at an ambush position along the Yamkwada riverine swiftly advanced to the general area upon receiving the distress support and made contact with the fleeing assailant in neighboring Katsina State. The rescue victims have been reunited with their families, while efforts are ongoing to track and rescue the remaining 2 victims. And away from that particular, and of course, let's not forget that we still have this particular conversation on the table. I'm talking about Electoral Act. Senate should not provoke Nigerians, says Buba Galadima. The chieftain of the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Buba Galadima, has warned the Senate not to provoke Nigerians over the Electoral Act, insisting the real-time electronic transmission of election results is non-negotiable. Galadima expressed concerns that the Senate's attempt to water down the bill might lead to electoral manipulation. And of course, we're here at the LP crisis now, talking about the Labour Party. Nadi Usman is an impostor, says Barry Johnson, chieftain of the Julius Abure-led faction of the Labour Party. Barry Johnson has described the interim national chairman of the party, Nadi Usman, as an impostor. Johnson stated that Nigeria has come to a time where it will not accept political criminality. Following taking over of the party's national secretariat, by Nadi Usman's camp after a court ruling. Johnson also emphasized that a judgment obtained by Nadi Usman is wrong and that our actions as the National Secretariat amount to breaking and entry and stealing. He added that Abure has a valid judgment from the Federal High Court and Court of Appeal affirming his position as the chairman of the party. It is so nice because amongst my guests today is also a Labour Party person, so he would actually talk about that particular one in just a few minutes before we move on with the conversation. All right, away from that particular one, U.S. lawmakers should get facts right. Shehu Sani defends Kwankwaso. Former Kaduna Central Senator Shehu Sani has urged U.S. lawmakers to conduct thorough research before introducing bills that could have significant implication. This comes after a bill was proposed to impose sanction on former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso. Sani described Kwankwaso as a man of good conduct and stated that the U.S. lawmakers should verify the facts before making such decisions. He emphasized the need for meticulous research in matters of global significance. I love the fact that some people are actually, coming and standing up for Kwankwaso as we speak. But the case is quite beyond this particular one. Let's just see what would unfold in the coming days. Judge withdraws from EFCC case against ex-AGF Malami. Justice Obiora Ogwatu of Abuja Federal High Court has withdrawn from 2 cases brought by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, against former Attorney General of the Federation. Abubakar Malami, the judge cited that personal reasons and the need to uphold the interest of justice for his decision to withdraw. I need to get this clear. If a judge cited personal reasons and said the need to uphold, does that tell us? I need clarity on this because it is either someone is being threatened somewhere that you have to do what is wrong, and of course, for your sanity, and because you don't want to double your hand into something, and that's the reason why you're walking away from it. I'm just trying to give an interpretation to based on what he has said, but of course, we have different angles to this particular submission of the judge. So let's just leave it open, but of course, I know that we'll get to hear more facts as regards to that particular one, because for me, for a judge to actually leave a very, will I say, obvious, cases, that is being brought, before you as a judge, I see no reason why you should walk away from it, except for just what I said, or maybe there's a threat somewhere, I don't know. But regardless, let's just see what would happen in the coming days. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation. Amechi wants ADC on Northern candidates against 2027. You don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the program, It is Still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, has warned that the African Democratic Congress, ADC, may struggle to convince Southern voters to support Northern presidential candidates in the 2027 elections. Amechi advised the party to consider zoning realities carefully, emphasizing the importance of capacity, age, and power dynamics in choosing its flag bearer. Amechi also expressed his concerns while speaking in Kano, stating that presenting a Northern candidate at this stage could complicate efforts to rally Southern voters. He suggested that the party should allow the South to complete its 8-year tenure before handing over power to the North. Despite his reservations, Amechi reaffirmed his commitment to party unity, stressing that he would support whoever emerges as the ADC's presidential candidate regardless of region. He emphasized the need for a strategic decision to enhance national appeal and electoral success. We're now being joined by Chijioke Alexander Orji, Public Affairs Analyst. Good afternoon, Chijioke.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome on board. All right, also we've been joined by Comrade Ragbi Anslem, member of Labour Party, Interim National Working Committee. Good afternoon, Comrade.
It's my pleasure as always. Comrade Xavier, Comrade Ragbi Anslem, youth, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, joining us from Canada, we have Moyo Chijioke, Institute, a political social analyst, and of course, a corporate consultant. Good afternoon, or good morning rather, Chijioke. It's morning over there in Canada.
Yeah, good morning, Xavier. How are we doing today?
Very well, thank you. We're surviving in Nigeria.
We are all surviving everywhere. Trust me, the problem is facing us everywhere.
Okay, I'd like to start off with Chijioke Alexander Orji. I would like to start off with you. Do you have any of the news stories you would like to respond to before we go into the main conversation?
Well, what you've actually put out there are very rich. It's difficult to pick because every one of them has its own attributes and contribution to our nation building. So, but if you would allow me, I'll probably want to start with the story regarding the comments just made by Rotimi Amechi.
Okay, so that's the main conversation. That's the main conversation. You know, so that's the main conversation. That's why I said, okay, maybe before the main conversation, if you want to pick anyone from that of a judge withdrawing, you know, from the EFC case against Malami, and of course we have the situation of Kwankwaso, you know, about to be sanctioned by the U.S. lawmakers, and of course Shehu Sani is making a case for him. We have the Labour Party issue that Barry Johnson is also talking about, saying that Senator Usman Nadi is an impostor. We have that particular case also, you know, on ground. And Buba Galadima, a chieftain of the NNPP, also said that Senate should not provoke Nigerians as regards to the Electoral Act. So, of course, we you know, I've said so much. So, in case you have anyone you want to pick.
It's difficult to also choose again, but let me start with...
Just respond to anyone.
The judge excusing himself from the Malami's case.
Yeah,
I think there's already so much surrounding with the Malami saga, because already the first thing was that EFCC were mainly conducting a media trial in the sense that they put out more of, you know, what the imaginations, because these things have not been proven to be facts. And it is good that they have now formally charged him with the various offenses they feel, you know, especially with the now larger case against him, which is the case of arms and terrorism financing, which the EFCC boss had earlier denied in an interview with one of the media houses in Nigeria. And one would ask, you know, is it that the whole intention of the media trial was all intended to brand the dog a bad name? I'm not going to be saying I'm speaking on behalf of Malami, because while he presided over as the Attorney General of the Federation, you know, there could be so many he has stepped on the toes. And it's difficult in a country like ours, where corruption has become not just endemic, but has become like a systematic thing that is almost impossible if you get into public office and you're not corrupt. And you will always have the, you know, the table on the reverse when you have new people who come in. Of course, it may not favor everybody. But however, there are also insinuations that all of this is just a distraction and a situation of trying to keep the man because they see him as one of the individuals expected to fund the new coalition of ADC. So it is seen from the insiders, from the feelers that I get, that the people at the villa are making sure that anywhere the current ADC will get funding must be strangulated so that they will not be able to feature probably well in the coming fourth election of the 2027. And as you're aware, the system in Nigeria is that the year before the actual election year is the real election year, because that is when all the whole drama and the gimmicks are put out there. You can see what is happening with the Labour Party, and they continued now. We're having shift with the ADC and all that, other similar opposition parties. Why? Because the whole idea is to ensure that these parties do not have any form of structured organization, especially preparedness for the elections. So it's a game forward. And if they are fighting Malami now, I'm not going to say that he's a saint, but let's us just pray that the court is able to convict him if he is actually guilty. And he should definitely face the whole thing.
Okay, so I was waiting for you to actually get to the point where I was about asking you, are you making a case for Malami? Are you saying that Malami is that clean, or are you calling this a witch hunt? Because aside from this case that is brought before him, don't forget that Malami still has a separate case that has to do with about 57, different properties in his name. Yeah. That's one. And of course, I think we have the 212 billion that was traced to his account. As regards to the Abacha funds and all of that. That's another case. So do you want to call this a witch hunt? Because I don't see it that way. They have facts, facts and figures are there. A former Attorney General of the Federation, what are you doing with such amount of money?
Yeah, but one thing you should also know that this individual, if he perpetrated all this crime, he was not alone. Why is he now the center?
Regardless, it should be someone who was meant to protect the nation, protect the people, knowing fully well that he actually, presides over, several legal cases for the government and of course for the people. So for you to even agree to be a cohort on such, a pedestal, then it's a shameful situation. That is if found guilty.
All of these are still speculations. All of these are still speculations.
That's what I'm saying. If found guilty.
Yes, and again, you see, the thing is, one would ask, what was the motive or the intention of EFCC in going out to spill out so much? For instance, now everybody sees Malami, who has not been convicted yet, as the bad dog. It simply means that he's now being given the impression as the worst Nigerians. Meanwhile, we have in the current APC, people that are not just serving, but are the stewards of the current party, that told Nigerians and the rest of the world that once you join the political party called APC, your sins are washed.
Adam Soshomele made the statements, just for clarity. Yes. Adam Soshomele said when you cross to the APC, your sins are forgiven.
Is that not what we've seen? Why are there not those who have crossed? For instance, within the Southeast today, the chorusers on your mandate will stand. You can see that these are people who have pending cases, either being convicted by EFCC. I can go into give. I don't think there's even a single individual, be it a male or female, within that section of people that we're seeing corruption on your mandate will stand, that today do not have cases pending or have been completed and were convicted by the EFCC.
All right, a clear question I'd like to ask you, Chijioke. Do you think that there is any politician in Nigeria that does not have any case as regards to fraud?
Well, it's hard. Okay, let me give you an instance. During the time when Nuhu Ribadu was the EFCC chairman, and when asked what about the intention to prosecute some of the governors who were under immunity, and he said among that list, out of the 36 state governors then, I think it was just about 4 governors, inclusive of Donald Duke, that were said to have clean sheets. You understand? So you can say that people like, I'm not going to say he's a saint today. I will also say, because I'm not, and I was never a part of his administration, and at
I
no
was
point in
almost
time,
asking you if you were a spokesperson.
I'm not, but I know him and I have a good relationship with him. But it does not give me the right to speak on his behalf and say that while he handled the Cross River State administration for 8 years, that he is a fool set. But then the then EFCC chairman, in the person of Nuhu Ribadu, said that he, Donald Duke, had a clean slate, along with a few other governors that were in that position then. But if you looked at over the years and up to today, there is not a single governor or any, in fact, being a governor is even at the highest level. I don't think there's any position that does not have an infringement on either how they have taken advantage of the situations or the positions they were put into. So it's a situation where you appoint somebody today into a seat of power or authority, and in the next few days, he has stolen so much that EFCC and ICPC will have to keep chasing him. Okay. Look at the cases of so many of them that I don't want.
Let's move on from here. Let's move on from here. We still have a very robust conversation to discuss together. All right, let me move to Comrade Iragbe Anslem. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, Iragbe Anslem, National Youth Leader, Labour Party.
Comrade, I would like you to respond to one of the news stories, and of course that of the Labour Party conversation as regards to what Barry said. So what would you have to say, for him to call your principal, Senator Nadi Usman, an impostor? What do you think?
Well, thank you, fellow Nigerians. Iragbe Anslem, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party, Nigeria. Well, it is clear and evident before the world today. First and foremost, let me say the name Barry is not known to the leadership of the Labour Party. Myself, Iragbe Anslem, was elected as the National Youth Leader of the Labour Party on the 10th of June 2019. You remember the illegality Abure orchestrated against me, reasons I've stated clearly all along. And today, Abure formed all manner of illegal structures, all manner. From Kennedy Anutu, who was elected as Deputy National Secretary, to purportedly acting in my place as National Youth Leader, to Avotu, who is not known by any means or standard of the party. You see, there had not been any other national convention, any other National Executive Council subsisting that made any appointment before now. So
I'll just keep you at CG. And I'll call him.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to also respond to any of the news stories, or let me just start off this conversation with you? Can I start this conversation with you?
No, let's just go straight to the conversation. Like they have all.
Okay. So thank you.
So now Nigeria, there's a lot of problems. Let's just go straight to the point.
Okay, so you heard the story here. Amechi is actually warning the ADC, as regards to this body language that Nigerians and of course some people have been seeing in the ADC, and is actually saying that, of course, it's not saying that it's not going to support any, body who emerges as the flag bearer, of course. But what he's saying is it would be very, very difficult for them to convince the southern voters in the 2027 to vote for them if a northern person emerges. And I think we understand what this particular statement indirectly means. Of course, he's also saying that he's going to be on the ballot, and Peter Obi will be there, which I believe for now are the two major, Southerners going head-to-head with Atiku Abubakar. But what do you have to say as regards to this? Are you also still part of this zoning situation, or you don't care? You just want to see a good person, or will I say the right candidate, emerge, as the winner of ADC? And don't forget that you're also a member of the Obedient movement. So would you want this particular ADC to just pick anybody and give it to anybody, or let them rather zone into the south that would give your own president, as you people would call it, for the obedient, an opportunity for him to be the flag bearer of the ADC?
Thank you very much, Savio, for that wonderful question. First of all, I have been against this zoning of a thing. Since we've got our independent, we've been zoning the presidential this thing from south, north, east, this and that. What has it gotten us? That is the question, And that has been the biggest problem. It's going to be my person. If this person should be from this person should be from my place. And then we forgot one thing, that no matter where you are from, either north, south, east, anywhere, we are still under one umbrella, which is what? Nigeria. So what I'm interested is, instead of these ADC people or all these politicians, instead of them focusing on their own selfish interests, why not them put their selfish interests and listen to the people? The people are saying something, just like we were saying on the Electoral Act that we don't like what Babu is doing, and we are saying we have been doing the protest. We are laying our voice. So why not these ADC people put their selfish interests aside from North? And I don't care. You understand? Let them listen to the people. Ask the people, because they claim that they are representing the people. Okay, no problem. And we decide that we are going to move with you, the ADC. Why not listen to us? So this is not I don't know what Amechi might have seen. I don't know the body language he might have, seen that made him said what he said. But he's there. I'm not there. It's what they say that we hear. But the point is this. I don't think Nigeria needs this zoning of a thing. We have been doing it for a very long time and it hasn't gotten us anything. So let us focus on looking for a president for Nigeria. Not a president from the north, not a president from the east, not a president from the south or the west, but a president from Nigeria and for Nigerians. And that is what we should be interested in. And I know, you made a claim that I'm an obedient, and I said that Peter Obi is our president. The reason why I personally support Peter Obi is not that because he's from the east or because he's an Igbo person or this. No, it is because of his track record, because of his principle, his character, the way he speaks, and his intention. When you because all of them are all saying things, and when you take his track record as a governor, the things he did as a governor, and his intention for the people. So that is why I support him. Nothing more, nothing less. And any day he deviates from that character and he started acting like Wike, because when Wike was doing good in Port Harcourt, distance, I was supporting him until this character. Once Peter Obi started misbehaving, I served him his own cup of tea, because my intention and my mind sees that we Nigerians have suffered enough. We need a leader, or we need someone that will work for us, someone that will give us a better life. We are one of the largest oil reserve in the whole world, one of the largest oil reserve, and it's not reflecting in the state of our country, not in our economy, not even in the people. Look at other countries that has oil. Look at how the country is functioning, and what is all these leaders doing. So I think it's high time we should do away with this zonal of a thing and focus on a leader that will work for the people. Now, what am I saying? The ADC, let them put themselves together, representing. What do you need? Who do you think, or who are you going to support? And then whoever will tell them, they should do that, not going for their. I don't know how they will intend to play this politics, but they should understand that this battle is between the APC and the people, not the APC and the ADC. No, it's between APC and the people. So if ADC decides to be to be on the war front, I hope that they do what they should do, which is what? Fight this battle with the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, CJ, for that particular one. Let me take it to Comrade Iragbe Anselm. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Iragbe Anselm, National Youth Leader, Labour Party.
All right, so, Comrade, I want to get clarity as regards to this. Do you think that Amechi's warning is a reflection of the party's internal dynamics or a broader issue in Nigerian politics? And of course, how important is zoning in Nigerian politics? Because at this point, so many parties are actually now saying that they just want to pick the right candidate that they feel, can pull the crowd for them and, get them something better, at the ballot instead of going with zoning. And you can see ADC's body language. They are not ready to zone to the south, and they've made it open that the ticket will be open. Anybody who wants to contest should, get the ticket and come for the primaries. So what do you have to say about this?
Well, thank you, quickly. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me cap the Labour Party matter. We will run over the ADC matter. Now, quickly, Senator Nenadi, distinguished Senator Nenadi Esther Usman addressed a world press conference in the last 3 hours, thereabout. That's from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. today, the 12th day of February 2026. And in that press conference, which you will see maybe very soon on the global platforms, television stations, you will know what happened on the 11th, which was yesterday, or the day before yesterday, 9th, 10th December, where Julius Abure, Umar Farouk Ibrahim, Kennedy Hanutu, Arabambi Abayomi, and few others jumped the fence of the Labour Party National Secretariat, came in and manhandled the security guys in the building, shackled them, chained their hands, chained their legs, took their phones, went into the office and burgled the Labour Party office to take away and cut away documents. So that press statement was done today, and the world will know exactly what happened. And to quickly say, the Nigeria security agencies are already on this matter to ensure that these persons are brought to book. So Senator Nenadi Esther Usman and all of us are taking full control of the party in Nigeria.
Hello? Okay, I'm thinking that there is a drop conversation that maybe that's actually a glitch. Okay, comrade, you can try to see how to reconnect back. Let me take it to Chijioke, the main Chijioke that we've agreed to be the main Chijioke for now. Chijioke Alexander, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now loud and clear.
Okay.
All right, so I need to also ask you, what do you think about this zoning situation? How important is zoning in Nigerian politics? And do you think that ADC's decision on a northern candidate will be influenced by this factor? Or do you even think that is realistic enough?
Well, for now, I think the zoning idea must definitely be considered if ADC must make an impact, because it seems that the only person that is giving the ruling party the biggest headache today is Peter Obi. If Peter Obi comes today, it is now the headache of the ruling party, and they never fail to respond in a negative way. I'm forgetting that so long as they continue to do so, it increases the popularity of the man and registers as an alternative to the faced by the Nigerian people today as a result of wrong choices. Not wrong choice of leader, but wrong choices in the implementation of whatever policies that has been placed out there. Today, I'm sure that an average Nigerian today, if we're to conduct a poll today, would favor most likely Peter Obi as the bigger weight to consider as an alternative. Why? Because over the years, the continued contention of Atiku Abubakar has created room for most people tackling his image. And you know that image is everything. So the continued battle of his image over the years has led to the lesson of how people perceive, even when he do, probably he may have a better intention or a better understanding of how to get to solution of our dear problems in Nigeria. So if you look at also the interview granted by one of the ambassador designate, the person of Reno Mokre, who basically was, spent half of the time given to him on air, lambasting the person and the image of Peter Obi. And most of the things he was trying to say didn't hold water because he couldn't just probably answer simple questions that were posed to him, as a way of probably giving Nigeria another better impression of himself. So the zoning definitely calls into as to another strategy of bringing another option, because it has been seen that since the current democratic dispensation since 1999, the zoning formula between the North and the South has been the major game changer. And that this is the Southern time of completing their 8 years, which indeed Rotimi Amechi is calling for as probably as a reminder or as a consideration of that understanding that has played over the years. Because we remember that in 2019, when this drama came up, it was said to be that Nigerians should allow, the Southerners should allow the Northerners complete their 8-year administration with the then previous administration of General Muhammad Buhari. And it was said to have been the game changer that worked, because we had less support for Southern candidates, and the whole idea was to ensure that the delivery of the Northern Continuity Program, sailed through. So one would be expecting that the same thing should happen now, especially now that it's perceived that is the Southern time to complete the 8-year. This is just the first half, which is the 4-year. So any good political calculator knows that the Southerners have to field a better alternative to the current administration of the APC. And if you look at it today, especially with the individuals that have declared their intentions, more people may emerge tomorrow, but as of today, that have declared their intentions to run, a better option, especially on the southern part today, if you're going to be talking about the game of numbers and the likelihood of the Northerners towing more to Peter Obi as another change, because they have seen that the current administration has more or less, as many people now project and call it a Yoruba administration. Everything today now is headed by the Southwesterners. And these are some of the things that the Northerners are not happy with. And they believe that Obi may be a liberal person. So it may be a game changer for the ADC to field and look at the option of fielding a Southern candidate and zoning it to the South. Because in the person of Atiku Abubakar, who already today, even though he's a major mighty force in the North, may not gather so much support from the South if where ADC were to go together, were to go on with zoning that or making it open. And of course, we know that most politicians may tilt to taking Atiku Abubakar because of the fact that over the years, he has built a very strong network of relationship with most of the politicians who definitely in most cases do what is called the payback or take the opportunity to give him that support. And of course, the ruling party would be happy to go in contest with Atiku Abubakar because they know the areas to which they can puncture him. And it is also believed that if Atiku Abubakar's major front financiers are taking off, just like they did in 2019 with certain allusions that were flying in the air, that one of the key persons who was supposed to be his key financiers, was taken off and detained until after the election where they let him go. And so those are some of the reasons why they couldn't mobilize as much as they were expected to have. And this is a man who is known for big money bag. But with respect to the question, as regards zoning, ADC must consider this as a political strong calculation to zone this current if it must gather the needed. Because as of today, let's not forget that ADC does not have any state today. It has the governor, in power, or any sitting senator or any major, individual today that occupies position as an ADC, except if indeed we have some crossovers, just as we're currently experiencing with the APC, which today has gathered the largest number of defections ever since the 1999 current administration of a democratic dispensation. So we do hope that the ADC will take advantage of this and also be mindful of the timing, and also ensure that whoever emerges as a winner, that others must be willing to support, and not, as usual, decamp to wherever it favors them, which are usually what weakens most political parties. So I know that ADC is considering it strongly, but would they give in to that pressure of not allowing that free for fall contestant? Because Obi may not emerge if Atiku will go ahead head on head in contest with him. We all know that Atiku still has a major stronghold when it comes to the political number of people today that are even under the ADC. So Obi may not stand that chance. But Obi may emerge the ticket bearer if indeed he gets the support of Atiku, and if the ADC as a party mandate decides to zone it to the south, which will limit the number of persons. And I also hear that in the person of Rotimi Amechi is also declaring his intention to run for the presidency. So it means that there still be more hurdles for Obi to cross, because Amechi is not also an override. He's a man with a large pocket. He's also a man who has been with the previous administration as the former Minister of Transport, and has been in the position of power for the past since 1999. So, an easy, excuse me, it will be an easy override for the current ADC to get all this things sorted out.
Okay, I love the fact that you touched every nook and cranny of this particular conversation. So let me take it off from the last to back to the top. You talked about Rotimi Amechi having a deep pocket. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, you talked about Rotimi Amechi having a deep pocket, and this actually, baffles me, or it raises a concern that would be quite a disturbing question. So, are you saying that a party's primaries now should be about exchange of currencies? Giving money to get delegates over to your side? Because when you talk about deep pockets, what should deep pockets mean when we say we're coming in for primaries? It should be about integrity. It should be about merit for delegates to actually decide to pick one person above the other, and not about deep pockets. That's one. And secondly, you talked about the APC, having so many political blocks behind them now, and of course different governors, defecting to the party. Does that actually, pose a threat to the ADC or any other, opposition party? Because you would agree with me that APC has almost all the seats in the country as we speak, and not only that, they are still even telling us that more would still come in. And let's also talk about the recent situation that is going on in the South. I'm talking about particularly in the Southeast. You'd agree with me that there is a movement that they tend to mention now
yes.
that is affiliated with the president. Of course, I'm not here to give anybody any cheap publicity. That's not why I'm here. So there is a movement, and of course, the strong, heavyweights in business, people like Obi Nayegu, popularly known as Obi Kubana, and the likes of all of them, Zenko, they all, they've moved to join the same movement. These are people who should support the same Peter Obi you're talking about. And if you're talking about the South, saying that the South would actually prefer to, vote for Peter Obi and but looking at the statistics now, APC has all of the major Souths to an extent. And the only, will I call it joker that the ADC has presently is for them to get enough voters from the North. And the only candidate the northern voters want to hear is their own person this time around and not making another mistake of getting another South. So they said. And of course, some are even speculating that how sure are they that if Peter Obi wins, tomorrow, that he would quietly and honorably leave after one term and not want to do the second term. And you see, all of this particular conversation brings me to the point to ask you, do you think that for all of these assertions you've made, and of course, for me bringing you up to speed as regards to this conversation, do you think that ADC poses a threat to the APC? And if at all they do, what role do you think capacity, age, and power dynamics will play in ADC's decision making, of course, as regards to choosing their flag bearer?
Yes, anywhere in the world, sadly, election is about money. And especially when it comes to the democratic kind of system of governance. Yes, ADC today stands a great opportunity. Why? Because, like my other brother here said, this election will be between the people and the parties. That is deciding based on the fact that what they're going through. And they say experience is the best teacher. It's not what you tell people that actually changes them or molds them. It's what they go through that actually makes them to either reawaken and fight for it. Because you see, most Nigerians see themselves as a guest in their own country. So, as a guest, whatever happened doesn't really matter to you. But when you begin to feel the pain directly and see that very soon, you probably will need a wheelbarrow of naira to go and get a loaf of bread, just like what is happening in Zimbabwe and a few other countries where there was a deliberate, destruction of their economy. Why? Because today people see it, yes, you have more money in your pocket, but the money, what's the value? What is it able to purchase to you? Like, it's absolutely not able to get you anything. And the inflationary rate is out of control. Nothing today can be said to be in a observatory mood that you can say you wake up today, you're sure that even if it's going to go up, it shouldn't be more than 10% at maximum. But today, because of that, it gives the ADC lesser to tell the people, because the people are the ones feeling the brunt and they're seeing the policies. In a certain way, telling people to tighten their belts, you're seeing the abuse, the flagrant display of wealth, and then the continued pampering of criminals that you cannot tell the sources of funds. No human being in this world can spend money that they have earned in a very hard way. When I mean it, they have worked for it, and you throw it away.
Okay.
I have known Ojus Okalu, who is a super industrialist, along with so many others. These are people I have dined and related and continue to relate with. But they will not throw their monies on the street to anybody. Why? Because they work very hard to get this money. So in a situation where you're seeing government pampering people who have been, you cannot explain their source of wealth. And these people you feel will be the ones to deliver the APC, it is complete an assumption. But coming back to the question.
Yeah, you just have 30 seconds now because we need to round off. We're pressed for time.
Okay. ADC stands a great opportunity. Why? Because the people have been degraded. They have been in pain and penury. Is to do is get his house in order, be able to appoint a good candidate. If Obi is going to be the front runner based on the fact that the major attacks have been on Obi, and that's because they know that today people have seen about his credibility and the kind of person he is. So it will be the game changer for ADC, and ADC needs to move in and ensure that they do the right thing by giving me all the necessary support and the platform to run effectively, get the message across to Nigerians, and ensure the Nigerians vote.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you. All right, CJ from Canada, are you there?
Yeah.
Please, in just 30 seconds, yes. What's your final and concluding thoughts, please?
Well, just like my big uncle CJ has said it, I don't think I have anything to say anymore. So if the ADC, if they are ready to win this election, they should just do the right thing.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Comrade Rugby Anslem, I don't know what's happened. At some point, I didn't hear anything. We're not hearing anything here. I don't know if you're muted or it's the network glitch. But of course, I'll be having you join the program, hopefully maybe tomorrow or next week. Okay. Thank you so much, Chijoke Alexander Oji, Public Affairs Analyst, for joining the program. Comrade Ragbi Slam, thank you. And of course, Mwe Chijoke from Canada, thank you for being part of the show. This is how far we can actually go on the program. Of course, if you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room coming up next. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatever you're facing soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jide Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
All right, thank God it's Friday. It's another beautiful edition of the Locker Room as we prepare for the weekend of football action all around Europe. And of course, the NPFL will be our God with fixtures to look forward to as far as the exciting round-leather game is concerned. Welcome once again to another action-packed edition of the Locker Room. I am Jerry Arpelio, and we're about to dive deep into the football world with some insightful analysis. And joining me today is the usual suspect. I like to call him Oluwa Mayowa Lau. Great to have you join us. Mayowa, so much to look forward to an exciting world of football. I hope it will not be draw soup this weekend, but it is what it is. It's great to have you. Anyway.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I mean, a whole lot of football to talk about. The FA Cup fourth round is coming up this weekend, and a whole lot of the big teams, they are supposed to show up and do their job. You know, it has not been rosy for Arsenal. It has not been rosy for some of the top teams. They've dropped points during the week, and this is an avenue for them to fix it. Arsenal yesterday decided to almost bottle it. Now they have 4 points between them and Man City. There's also an Atletico Madrid that decided to put Pepe in the eye of Barcelona. But in any case, a whole lot of more to talk about. Thank you for having me, Jerry. TGI.
All right, so of course you can catch us on VOP TV Live and our backup channel, VOP TV Plus. And we also expect that you can drop your comments as the show progresses to tell us what you think about whatever corner or whatever topic you might want to say a thing or two about. You can also meet us and join us on Elsa TV, channel 264. We are also on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Right? Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel so we'll know that you're part of the Voice of the People TV. All right, we'll start off with the controversy of the Women African Cup of Nations. It's set to come up later in the middle of this year, but it looks like controversies have started piling up. And the Executive Committee of the Confederation of African Football has confirmed that Morocco will remain the host nation for the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations with no alteration to the tournament schedule. The decision was ratified during the CAF Executive Committee meeting held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, under the leadership of CAF President Patrice Motsepe. And speculations had emerged in recent weeks suggesting that Morocco could withdraw from hosting duties, raising concerns about a possible change of venue or shift in dates. However, CAF moved swiftly to dispel the rumors, reaffirming both the host country and the originally stipulated timeline for the competition. Morocco successfully hosted the previous edition of the tournament in 2022 and applauded for its organization, infrastructure, and record-breaking attendance figures. And the North African nation is expected to build on that legacy when it stages the 2026 edition. Mayowa, why does CAF
have to convince everybody that Morocco is still the host of this tournament? It looks like there's trouble in paradise after all.
Well, the thing is, it's very simple. You cannot expect Morocco to be bailing CAF out and not expect something in return. We saw the attitude in the last concluded AFCON. We saw how unsportsmanly they behaved, and we saw the slap on the wrist that CAF gave them. Also, remember, this is not the first time Morocco is holding CAF on the neck. However, one good thing that finally came out is finally, the CAF committee have come out to announce that Morocco is not pulling out. If they had pulled out, we'd have expected a whole lot of consequences for Morocco. But at least let's give kudos to them for not pulling out at the end of the day. I mean, it would have been a disgrace if they pull out in the last minute and CAF has to start 1 year Tasketa and the rest of that. However, this should not be allowed to continue. For them, we cannot have an association that is at the mercy of Morocco. That is not never sustainable, and it will never be sustainable. And just like the World Cup saying the only country that can host the World Cup is France. If France continues to host the World Cup every 4 years, definitely we expect France to want to do something in order to win it. So I think CAF needs to go back to the drawing board to avoid this. As far as I'm concerned, this is a disgrace to CAF. I mean, definitely before Morocco will agree to return back to the table in terms of hosting, some deals would have been made behind the scene. Obviously, they will not come out to tell us, but definitely some deals would have been made behind the scene, and that is the reason why Morocco would have come out to reverse, their rumored decision. Because I mean, like they say, there is no smoke without fire. If there is no fire, you will not see any smoke. So for the alleged rumor to come out at that particular time, it means Morocco were actually considering it. And you could see how the CAF president was pandering to the FA president of Morocco and also the king in the last AFCON final. So I'm hoping this will not be an avenue to compensate Morocco, because remember, I've said this and I'm repeating it again. If Morocco goes ahead to host it, which they have agreed to do now, I think I would not be surprised if their female national team ends up winning the AFCON, because I mean, that would be the only consolation. That would be a way to compensate Morocco for always bailing out CAF. And it would be a bad taste in our football, if you would ask me.
Talking about the backroom agreement, but that takes the shine off the competition's fair play, because if a team is being anointed by the Confederation of African Football, the ruling body, before the competition starts, how would other teams feel unfair when the competition starts and it's obvious that one team is getting all the favoritism? It will take off the shine. What if the players of the other various national teams decide to boycott the competition?
Well, the thing is see, there's always a strict rule when it comes to boycotting of competition. I'm not giving a typical example. I, for one, I never supported the action of the Senegalese side on that final day. And you have the responsibility to show up as a professional, irrespective of whatever is happening. Yes, remember when we were discussing this issue, there were a lot of situations surrounding what culminated in the Senegalese deciding to leave the field without staying to the end of the match, and before somebody had to convince them to come back. But when they are being punished, nobody will talk about that, because that's not something that happens on the field of play. A boycott, I don't think a boycott will happen. The moment you show up for that particular tournament, if you don't want to get the heavy match that will spread like FIFA, you have to show up and play. However, the way Morocco and probably CAF will do it is more of the officiating. Another typical example is we saw exactly what Morocco did. We saw how sportsmanly they behaved. We saw how a whole lot of teams, not only one team, a whole lot of teams complained about the officiating from the first game of Morocco till the last game. What happened? Nothing happened. Remember the referee that blew in the final of the AFCON between Nigeria and Morocco? The referee was asked because Morocco tried to protest. These are kind of things, these are kind of favoritism that CAF probably put in place. They will not make it that obvious, but majority of the major calls will go the way of the rules to ensure that they eventually get to the final, and that's what probably happened. How do you explain, this keeping the Moroccan side show, taking towel, this unfair play that they were displaying, and they only got a slap on the wrist as a fine. That is CAF pandering to Morocco. Even that particular tournament that they lost, you have to blame Brian Diaz for doing the Panenka. If not for the Panenka, Morocco would definitely be talking about Morocco winning the tournament. So I think CAF did what they were supposed to do for Morocco in the last AFCON, but Brian Diaz tried to misbehave. I think the same thing probably happened in this AFCON as well. Remember the last time Nigeria played Morocco at the AFCON semi-final, 2 Nigerian players got recorded in that match before Nigeria finally lost that game on penalty. So I see that repeating itself again, just to ensure that the Morocco female side gets to the final and probably maybe get to it. And the sad part is this: it takes away from the football and it takes away from the competence of our officials. I will not be surprised when the World Cup is happening, we don't get to see any African ref, in the center circle. Maybe majority of them will be at the VAR or probably show up as a linesman, but not as the main man, because of this kind of underhand tactics between Morocco and the CAF.
Yeah, big questions are going to be asked, and a lot of doubts has been casted on the credibility of this competition. So far, so good. Do you think maybe, if that's the case, some countries who are participating in the competition should petition CAF and ask that the competition be taken away from Morocco, so that there will be fair play, where a neutral country should be hosting this AFCON? What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's already too late. And if I were Morocco, today is 13th. We have about roughly almost a month before the tournament starts. If I put in a whole lot of investment in hosting you, and decide that you want to pull out from the competition, I will sue you for you to refund all the money I've spent, and that's just the honest truth. As provided Morocco has already agreed and they finalized with CAF and they are moving ahead to host this particular competition, at this point in time, CAF cannot pull out again. If CAF pulls out, I will even support Morocco to sue CAF to ensure that they sue them for damages and get their money back. It is CAF that has put themselves in this kind of situation. Countries petitioning CAF to move the tournament from Morocco and the rest of them, citing an unfair thing that has never happened, an unfair underhand tactics that has never happened, will not fly anywhere until the competition starts. That is when you begin to experience underhand tactics. You cannot start complaining about something that has not happened yet. So it will be very difficult for the participating teams to petition CAF for them to take any legitimate action, because the big question they will ask me is this: what is the proof that this is going to happen? Definitely we know because of the accident. However, there is no definitive proof for that to happen. So, if the petition CAF, it will fall on deaf ears, and Morocco will continue, will go ahead and still host. What should be done going forward is this: I think the era of CAF allowing Morocco to host everything, even from awards and major competition, needs to end. Competitions needs to move around. And if I were CAF, going for this, I would divide the continent into 4 places: North, West, East, and South. Then move the competition every 2 years. Now it's the turn of North Africa. Maybe the next edition goes to South Africa. The countries in the South African region, let some of them bid for this particular tournament. After that, move to the East, move to the West, and move it around, and focusing on Morocco and giving Morocco all the leverage.
Yeah, that's where you give kudos to the likes of Sepp Blatter. He succeeded in rotating the hosting of the World Cup, making other continents have a field. If not for people like Sepp Blatter, Africa wouldn't have had a chance of hosting the World Cup through South Africa in the year 2010. I don't know whether Patrice Motsepe has such ambition, or he has the foresight to do that, because it looks like he's looking for where the food is ready, not making extra effort to preach unity with the AFCON. The AFCON was all about all Africans being interested in hosting it, and all Africans feeling that it's their competition, but not one country hijacking it and making it look like it belongs to those who are favored, who have the necessary, talking about financial power. That's not the beauty of the AFCON. The AFCON was about Africa, the way it is, the raw talent, the raw nature of Africa, not trying to sugarcoat it. Yes, we should be able to meet up with standard in terms of the pitches, the organization. Yes, we're getting there, but Africa is Africa. It cannot be Europe.
Well, I mean, you are very correct. And to be honest with you, especially when it comes to African football, and this is not throwing shots at African countries. There are some African countries that still feel, the girl child, cannot do anything rather than just produce baby and be stuck in one man's house and the rest of that. Some African countries still believe that women are not supposed to play football, and that is the essence of moving this kind of competition around. It will not be too much to ask for a country like Eswatini that might never qualify if they continue to play qualifiers, that might never qualify for the next 50 years for this kind of competition. It will not be a bad idea for a country like Eswatini to host this kind of competition. It will not be a bad idea for a country like Seychelles to host this kind of competition. It will not be a bad idea for a Sudan to host this kind of competition. And this kind of competition comes to all those countries, will encourage people to begin to see that there is an avenue for women to be much more than just being a housewife or just somebody that is a baby making factory and not a huge contributor to the success of the society. This is what CAF should do, because it's also an avenue to bring much more enlightenment to these people and also help these countries to grow. Because Eswatini now, for example, Eswatini in the last they couldn't play any of their games at home. But if in the next 10 years we are trying to get Eswatini as a country to host the World Fund with CAF putting in the support, it helps them to also develop. They want at least 1 or 2 stadiums that will be standard enough to host that kind of competition, and that development stays with them even in the competition. And that is how that's how you envision to grow the African football, especially the field of football. Africa, I don't think Musepe has that vision, and it is so sad, that with all the business intelligence, business acumen he has, he doesn't have the foresight for growth in terms of African football across the African region.
Yeah, it is what it is. And to really make a whole story of the whole executive committee meeting, President of the Royal Moroccan Football Federation, Fawzi Legja, was absent from the recent executive committee meeting of the Confederation of African Football held in Tanzania. Legja reportedly boycotted the high-level gathering, a move believed to be linked to growing internal tensions within the Continental Football Governing Body. Sources indicate that dissatisfaction over what has been described as inadequate sanctions following incidents surrounding the 2025 African Cup of Nations final contributed to his decision. There are also concerns about a perceived lack of coordination and cohesion within CAF's leadership structure, and the executive committee meeting, which brought together key stakeholders to deliberate on strategic issues affecting African football, proceeded in his absence. However, Legja's decision has further fueled speculation about underlying disagreements at the top level of the organization, and CAF is yet to issue an official statement addressing the Moroccan FA president's absence from the meeting. This is huge. This is a statement. If the man that is hosting the continent of Africa refused to be in a meeting where Mosepe is telling the world that Morocco is still hosting, can you take Mosepe's word for it? Because it looks like he has not sorted his issues with Legja. Legja is still not happy with the decision made by CAF. So his absence is very, very, very significant, Maiwa.
Well, the thing is this, I think Legja is just throwing tantrums. This is not the first time we see the North Africans throw tantrums. Remember, I will take you back to 2022 World Cup. Remember when they got to the semi-final, they said they are not Africans, they are Arab. They started calling themselves Arab. Also, they've also said that they want to pull out of CAF, that they feel, they are not getting enough sort of credit from CAF, and they want to pull out and join, the Arabian FA. But that has not, they've not done that since, and yet it's continuing to participate. Definitely, what the government is very simple. It's trying to protest the sanction CAF gave them. And for me, the sanction was not even tough enough. Sanction was the sanction was a disgrace. Morocco has displaying such a spontaneous behavior They should have been fined much more than that. They should have been punishment. They should have been punished much more than that. The consequence for the action should have been much more than that. However, because the Moroccans have held CAF hostage, the CAF cannot really do much. For Musepe, it is left for Musepe, to sort this out, because they have come out to say that Morocco is going to host, and we only go by what Musepe is saying. Also, remember, nobody from the Moroccan FA or even the government of Morocco has come out to say they are not hosting. Or if that happens, we have to go by what Musepe is saying. What I suspect is this: I suspect, the Lega is angry, and Musepe is trying to make some backroom deals with him to ensure that the competition goes as planned. Or if Musepe says otherwise, we just have to go with what Musepe has said. However, if it happens that Morocco finally pulls out, it's going to be a huge disgrace for Musepe, and it will be grounds for Musepe resigning, because Musepe got staffed into this mess. He allowed this to happen. Under Musepe, no other country has hosted the CAF Awards. No other country has hosted any major tournament in Africa except Morocco. The only one was maybe the what's it called now? This under-20 Wafu that was held in the this under-20 championship that was held in Egypt, the one that Nigeria participated. Apart from that, every other major award, major competition has gone to Morocco, and that's the fault of Musepe for not spreading this across Africa.
Yeah, so he enabled the Moroccans' arrogance, don't you think? Because making them look like they were the only one. It's more like a spoiled child who has gotten too much pampering, now believes that without them, Africa will not be able to host any championship. And it's sad because let's not forget, before Morocco started hosting the AFCON, which it has not done in ages, others have been hosting it, and there's no issue. But all of a sudden, Musepe, it looks like Esau selling his birthright just for a pot of porridge. The whole Africa is now going through his knees. But this is really sad. This is really sad. Musepe, does it look like he has failed in his leadership qualities? And Legja, looking like he had too much leverage on Musepe and the way and manner they handled the leadership of the Confederation of African Football.
It's very simple. If everybody feels like you are the only know, there's no reason to get into your head. It's going to get into your head. And it's normal for everybody. That's just how a human being is. If they continue to praise you to some extent, the praise gets into your head. And I think that's just what's happening to Morocco. Then for Musepe, if you have to stand up, I think Musepe has been a failure. And I will leave them out. Number one, look at the African qualifier. How does Musepe not see a conflict of interest in the group of Nigeria? And he allowed that to slide. That's the point. Number two, look at the African qualifier, World Cup qualifier again. How did the issue of DR Congo, how did the issue of DR Congo was not addressed before it generated into such? How was it not addressed? How did they review that? Number three, how did Musepe allow Morocco to be the only country hosting everything that comes to Africa? How did that happen under his watch? Number four, how come it's under Musepe's watch that Anasha Fakimi will come out and said somebody told him that he was going to win? Somebody from CAF told him that he was going to win. Number five, under the same Musepe, countries that commit offenses get a slap on the wrist. Remember what Libya did to Nigeria? What was the punishment that was issued out to them? What was the consequences they faced? The consequences was a slap on the wrist. Number six, how is it that Musepe continues to continue to pander to the North Africans? How? No North African team, none of the North African teams, none of them has received every fine. Remember what happened during, I think, one of these CAF tournaments, I think CAF Champions League game. I think it's Algeria, if I'm not mistaken, Algeria or Egypt, that they cheated their host poorly, and CAF did nothing. This has been happening consistently. Number seven, if you look at the growth of football under Morocco, under Musepe, across Africa, is practically non-existent. The only thing has been able to do, the only thing they has been able to do, is to give him those bring in more sponsors for, for African tournament. The revenue for the tournament has shot up all his work. He has gotten that complete. I think it's one of the top, CAF presidents we have seen in recent years that has been able to bring in more revenue for CAF. However, the big question is this: what does that revenue translate to? Does it translate to development of football across Africa? No, I'm not seeing it. I am not trying to absorb, the various corrupt FAs across the African region. But I've not seen any impactful development coming from CAF that CAF has championed across Africa, and for that, I think he has failed.
I think he has failed. Does that question whether he should remain as the CAF president, looking at the way the manner he has handled the situations? Because being biased to one country out of so many other countries is pretty unfair, coming from somebody who, as an umpire of African football, should be seen as not being biased.
Well, for me, I think the thing is money matters a whole lot, and because he has been able to bring in more money into CAF under his tenure, I think the majority of people want to go for that. Let's be honest with ourselves. Money makes the world go round. No matter your intentions, even if you're after development and the rest of that, if you are not bringing in revenue, you are not productive. And that's what the honest truth. We are in a capitalistic world. Everything revolves around money. Everything revolves around the ideas we bring up in terms of making money. He has been able to do that successfully, and I think that probably under him, CAF is not cash crunch. Remember, under his reaction, there were some period of time where CAF, had issues with cash. Why that is not the case. Under him, the revenue has gone up, and I think that probably worked in his favor in terms of his re-election. However, if you want CAF as an organization to be respected, if you want CAF as an organization to not be disrespected, even the man himself cannot even stand on 2 toes to face, FIFA, or to tell them no when somebody holds a pressure. That is the reason why he's even saying that he wants to turn the competition to 4 years, which is not supposed to be so. It shows he doesn't have a backbone. What is after is saying? He's just after money. I think, apart from the money, if you want CAF to be respected, if you want CAF as an organization to have a say when it comes to world football and not allow others to respect us, I think Musepe is not the person to become small.
Wow. Okay. Let's see how that pans out. And it looks like all the competitions before CAF are under so much scrutiny and talking about uncertainty, because there's also talk about the postponement of the 2027 African Cup of Nations. The Confederation of African Football has dismissed reports suggesting that the 2027 Nations Cup will be postponed, confirming that the tournament will proceed as scheduled. The Confederation of African Football dismissed the reports and saying that the competition is going to hold, and the decision was ratified today following a meeting of CAF's executive committee held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Speculation had emerged in recent weeks over a possible shift of the tournament to 2028, but CAF clarified that there are no plans to alter the existing calendar. The 2027 edition of the Africa Cup of Nations will be jointly hosted by Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, marking the first time the competition will be staged across 3 East African nations. Mayowa, yes, the talk about the postponement of the African Cup of Nations in 2027 was in the front burner, was in the news. Everybody was talking about it, but it looks like CAF has come out again to tell us nothing of such is happening. So it looks like everything about CAF has question mark right now.
Well, I hope it will not be a case of maybe 2 months to the tournament. Morocco will come up again. It's not the first time it's happening. It's happened before. I hope this one will not be like that again. But I think it will be a disgrace. You have to South African countries, Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, who are already affected to this competition. If I'm talking about football, it means those three countries probably do not have the capacity to host it. And I'm very glad that CAF has come out to say no, that's not happening. However, until the opening ceremony in any of the countries, that's when I will believe. Remember, this is not the first time the country is pulling out. One of the reasons why Morocco has CAF on the chokehold is because we stepped up to host, one of the AFCON editions. When Egypt decided, I think if I'm not mistaken, Egypt or Tunisia decided to pull out 3 months before the tournament, and Morocco decided to step up, and that is the reason why Morocco has CAF on the chokehold. I'm hoping that this does happen, and it goes back again to what I'm saying. Most of these airfares across Africa, they are just there for figurehead. Majority of them are just political position, political appointments, RNG electors. These are not people that are passionate about football. Should I shock you? We complain about our own FA. Take a look at the Kenyan FA. Take a look at the Tanzania FA. Take a look at the Ugandan FA. You will shake your head. You will shake your head. They can't even organize themselves. And these are the kind of FAs we have across Africa. These are the kind of FA that we have across Africa. The only people that has been able to organize themselves are, your Senegalese, your Cape Verde, Algeria, Morocco, and this. These are people that have, in South Africa, these are people that have decent FAs. The other countries across Africa, their FAs are plagued with corruption. And that's the reason why we are seeing this. So it will be a big disgrace if all these two countries, if they fail to live up to the expectation for this tournament and allow CAF to postpone again. It will be a shame. I'm hoping that's not happening, but I'll keep my finger crossed until when I'm watching the opening ceremony in one of these countries. That's when I will believe that they are not pulling out.
All right, and of course it will be somewhat embarrassing because if 3 heads cannot do what 1 head can do, I don't know what's the use of the 3 heads, because they used to tell us, our parents says 2 heads are better than 1, and if 3 heads are contemplating what 1 head can do, I don't know. Maiwa, you can interpret that. All right. CAF reiterated its commitment to ensuring that preparations remain on track with infrastructure development, logistics, and tournament planning continuing in line with the approved timeline. I think CAF should also go a step further to visit these countries and find out if there will be anything that would make this competition to be delayed, and try as much as possible to iron them out on time, not having a situation where they will do last damage control. The control should start now. They should have committees speaking to the organizers and trying to make sure that they meet up time in terms of logistics and so on.
Well, the thing is that I think should adopt this method. The 2036, the 2026 World Cup is not in where it's going, right? Saudi Arabia, we've known that the World Cup is going to Saudi Arabia since 2022. Now that's 8 years of preparation. I think this is what we should do. Every country that was, for example, the next edition is 2027. Maybe it continues every 2 years or whatever it is. 2 years. The next edition will be maybe 2033. By 2027, the next country, the country that was in 2033, should have been known by then. And you have enough time to put in all the preparation, to put in all the finishing touches, to start preparing. I think we should adopt that method. And if you want a country, if you want a smaller country to host a country that they have the kind of financial muscle that a Morocco or a Nigeria or South Africa have, you give them time. You would have announced it 6 or 8 years, even before that time. So they have enough to prepare. Not that, after 2 years, they are announcing the next host. It doesn't make any sense. We don't even know the next host after the three African countries. That's what I like earlier as the poor planning of Sindam Musepe. You don't have to plan. You don't give enough time for all these countries to be able to prepare accordingly. Remember the last competition that was held in Côte d'Ivoire almost pulled out because it was struggling them. They had to go and borrow money to get all these stadiums ready. It is because of the way CAF has been doing this allocation of hosting supposed to be the way they this the right of thing. They should adopt what has been doing. By the time we are talking about 2030 World Cup, we already know the next two World Cup 2030 are talking about Spain and Morocco. And 2034 is another like 8 years now. That's what we call planning. And CAF has not been able to do that. And that's the reason why we continue to see, smaller countries struggle in terms of host competition. I think CAF should review how they do their hosting right, so that they give ample time for all these small countries to be able to do effectively and get their participation up standard for the company to host effectively and smoothly.
All right, and of course, what happened to African time? Africa, they don't do things on time. They always wait for the last minute to take action. And even if you give them 50 years, it will start the proper planning will start 3 months to the event. That's when they start doing the proper planning. They might just be procrastinating and saying, okay, we still have time. Let's not be in a hurry. The money was going to follow bottlenecks before it will be released. And some people would have taken care of their family, taken care of all their expenses, and settled all their problems for life before they'll start thinking about, okay, what's in the stadium? And let's build something like that one in Kebbi. At least it's very far away. Nobody will go and check. It is what it is. Nobody will check. They will see the picture online and know that the speech is okay.
No, but I mean, if you do that, let me give you an example. Beyond Saudi Arabia is hosting next 4 years. However, CAF already monitoring progress of what is being done. Remember, there was a report that all these human rights guys were talking about, the human rights situation when it comes to Saudi Arabia and when it comes to what surrounds the preparation towards the World Cup that we're interested. If you are giving the rights out that time, say you want a 2035, what you'll be looking at as immediately you give them the hosting rights. You as an organization that also want to be a partner in the progress and the success of that small team, you have to also be committed to ensure that they do what they're supposed to do at the right time. Because at the end of the day, you will not want to disgrace yourself. Let me give you an example. If Saudi Arabia decides to wake up one morning and they have a blood rush to their head and they say they are not going to wake up in 2030 again, it will not try anything to already have another host on ground. That's how prepared they've been. That's how involved they have been with all this content. I think CAF needs to do the same thing to ensure that the people they give the hosting right, follow the plan to ensure that they produce a standard that meets CAF quality to be able to ensure that the competition is held appropriately and smoothly in that particular country. So CAF, apart from giving the hosting right, they also have the responsibility to do a local finance now, bumper to bumper follow up with the hosting nation.
All right, let's see how that pans out in terms of how prepared they will be in 2027. It's just less than a year before the next AFCON. We hope that they'll be ready and there'll be no stories. Anyway, former Nigerian international Friday Ekpo has urged the Nigerian Football Federation to extend the contract of Super Eagles head coach Reschedule amid growing interest from Olympic Marseille. Ekpo's call follows reports that Marseille have opened discussions with Chelsea as they search for a replacement for the party manager Roberto De Zerbi. The Italian's exit was confirmed in the early hours of Wednesday, prompting the Ligue 1 club to step up efforts to appoint a successor. Do you think there's actually anything about this story that Marcel might be interested in Reschedule? Don't you think maybe the agent is trying to make him get a bigger offer or a big pay rise from the NFF?
Well, it's not a matter of getting a big pay rise. Can the NFF actually pay? That's the culture of people. Those that want to be 94, we give them over 29 years before they could redeem the pledge with them. The same NFF that has been owing player bonuses for the past 6 years. The same NFF that players had to protest and say they will not play the game in the Nations Cup before they decide to pay them. So it's not a matter of the agent trying to get him a bumper contract or get him more money. The question is, can NFF sustain the momentum? Can NFF play consistently and not, you and I, it's possible. If they pay for the first 6 months I'm 100% sure they have starting, they don't have finishing. They will at some point. That has been the plague that has plagued our NFF. So for me personally, also, and that thing we should look at is this: does the NFF believe in the Excel project? NFF believe what most of them in the glasshouse believe is, and I need to get more money in the pocket. That's the only thing that they believe in. They don't believe in the Nigeria football project. They only believe in the project that give them more money, and that is it. So for me, if another viable comes, if an Olympic Marcel comes, an Olympic Marcel will not hold you. You get to work with your talents, and you get to express yourself more better. You are not under the shadow of somebody who has a slot and will threaten you that you must play that particular thing. I think I'll probably take the job because the Olympic Marcel job offers more stability. And this is not me being pessimistic. This is me just stating the fact. We hire foreign coach over and over again. And when all of them left, I think very constant, all of them, they complain about being old. Why John Lenny lost his house? Marcelo was old. So it will not be the first time. Venezuela was old. He was 8 months. So it's not what the NFF is doing. It's if they can be consistent and if they believe in the Electoral project. And I don't think so.
If they believe in the Electoral project, that is the big word coming from Maiwa there. Caption that headline news. Okay. All right, let's move on to the FA Cup. Arsenal and Manchester City take a break from their battle at the top of the Premier League to try and remain on course for a quadruple this weekend as Wigan and Salford seek monumental FA Cup shocks. Aston Villa and Newcastle are aiming to end their 7th-decade wait for FA Cup glory when they face off in the tie of the round. And 6th-year Macclesfield produced arguably the biggest ever upset in the competition's history by knocking out holders Crystal Palace in the last round and another Premier League scalp in their sights against Brentford. And of course, the fixtures this weekend will put a pause to the battle for the Premier League. Arsenal, I don't know what the plan is. It looks like they will have to dig deep and fight to finish if they are going to win this Premier League this season.
Let me state it here, and I know that will be angry, a lot of staff will be angry, and I'm going to get a lot of angry comments and referrals. But the truth has to be said, Arsenal is not going to win the league.
Wow.
Man City is going to win the league.
Wow.
No, it's the truth.
Wow.
Man City is not going,
Ikechukwu
Arsenal is not going to win the league.
I think Ikechukwu will not like this.
Ikechukwu, please don't mute me. Please don't mute me.
Wow. Wow, Ikechukwu, you heard from Maiwa. He says that Arsenal is not going to win this league. It's Man City's league. Yeah.
I mean, Arsenal is not going to win the league, and that's just the honest truth. I see some draws, in their future, and that draw will probably play into the hands of Man City for the return leg. And I think that'll probably be the end. They might probably lose the league with less than 5 points, but I don't think they'll win the league this season. There's a lot of nervousness around them. And if you want to win the league, you don't play Brentford the way you played Brentford yesterday. They had only one shot of time. And they were having around possession. What I mean by around possession is the possession was in their half. If you look at the stat, you think they have ball possession, but the ball possession is around possession. It's literally in their half. So I don't think they have it in them. I think Arteta used to bottle it with the substitution FA, and Man City gets to win the league. However, the FA Cup presents an avenue for them. The avenue is very simple, and the last that has been out of form. The likes of Gabriel Jesus and other players that might probably be instrumental in their challenge for a second position behind Man City at the end of the day would need this FA Cup to be able to get in shape and find their scoring boots. I think this is an avenue for them, and this is a time for Arteta to ensure that he features all the star players so that to get them in shape. The same thing probably happened to Man City side also against the Salford side. Remember the last round, they dispatched, they played, I think 10-1 if I'm not mistaken, and this is an avenue for them to put the likes of Haaland and all those and Mamouche and the rest of them in a scoring shape, because as it is now, it remains 12 games to go, and what Man City needs is to win all their games, and they need to put all those their striker in the mood for goal scoring, and an FA Cup tie against a smaller side it's an avenue for you to do that. So I will not be surprised if you see, an Arsenal and a Manchester side feed all their stars to ensure that they put them in match fitness mood for them to go for the 12 matches ahead of them.
All right, for our viewers, so I understand the fixtures, and that's the lineup of the fourth round proper draws that was done as far back as January. And of course, Liverpool will be at home as they take on Brighton and Hove Albion. There's Hull City versus Chelsea, Wrexham versus Ipswich, which is the Friday fixtures. And for Saturday, there's Bolton, West Ham, Burnley, Mansfield, Norwich City versus West Brom, Manchester City versus Salford, Southampton takes on Leicester, Port Vale versus Bristol City. There's Aston Villa versus Newcastle, which is an all-Premier League affair, and Liverpool and Brighton as well, which is like for like a Premier League affair. There's Birmingham, who used to be in the Premier League. They take on Leeds on Sunday. There's Grimsby. Manchester United know them very well. Manchester United is their customer. They take on Wolves. And of course, there's Stoke versus Fulham. There's Oxford versus Sunderland. And Arsenal will takes on Wigan Athletic in one of the Sunday's fixtures. There's Macclesfield versus Brentford. We'll wrap it up with the FA Cup. Any surprises you expect this weekend?
Well, I don't think there'll be any surprises. I think the only surprise probably be Brighton bumping out Liverpool. This is me not talking as an analyst. This is talking as somebody that wants Liverpool to come and join us at home.
Oh my.
So I think for all the big sides that are playing small things, Chelsea versus all, Rosen going back to his former club, City. He was one of their stars, at the end of his career. Going back there, I think all the big teams playing the smaller sides, I think they probably is going to be an easy win for them. For Aston Villa, Newcastle, I think Eddie Howe needs to get it right. If he does not get it right, I don't think Eddie Howe continues with Newcastle at the end of the season, because how do you spend so much money and the only thing you've been able to deliver is to deliver just one Carling Cup? I think he needs to get it right in this FA Cup and probably do something fantastic. For Liverpool, Brighton, I think if Liverpool that started this season shows up, I think Liverpool takes that particular time.
All right. Thank you very much for being professional and in just this area anyway. Thank you very much. Mayo, have a great weekend. All the best for the weekend.
Well, it's always amazing to me, and I'm looking forward to see Brighton beat Liverpool so I can come on Monday and gloat on this show. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
Not going to happen at Anfield. All right. Big thanks to the guys who made the show great, talking about the likes of Shegun, not leaving out Sam, as well as Paul and Ikechukwu, who's an Arsenal fan. Definitely wouldn't like that comment from Maiwa saying that they are not going to win the league this season. My name is Jerry Apelihai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
VOP TV,
Now, you have more than a voice.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z's no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from go ways.
Talk true when you see security concern now all of us. No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today. Hey.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh,
Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers.
oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered National Orientation Agency.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful evening, and I welcome you to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, on the show today, focus on Southeast political alignments ahead of 2027 general elections. And when we move away from that, Atiku will not secure ADC ticket in 2027. Now, this is coming from El Rufai. Let's bring in our guests, and we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, who are broadcasting from by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Dr. Peter Nass.
For having me.
Beautiful. Good to have you, sir. I appreciate your presence. We have also been joined virtually by Dr. Kachi Ononuju, Dr. Kach, as I call him. He's a historian, researcher, Director General of the Heritage Center in Abuja, who appears on this show in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Dr. Kach, and good to see you once again, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
I appreciate your presence, sir. Now, let's run into it. Not a few analysts have argued that the Southeast should seek strategic alignments ahead of the 2027 general elections. They say that politics is about negotiation and access to power, not emotion or protest votes. They also suggest the region has historically supported parties without gaining lasting political influence or development benefits. While some support backing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and remaining aligned with the party at the center to stay relevant in national decision-making, others question its viability, insisting that support for Peter Obi in 2027 is the only gateway to a president of Igbo extraction in this dispensation. While many analysts also warn against supporting another northern candidate so soon after President Muhammadu Buhari, citing Nigeria's informal power rotation understanding. While this debate rages, the emergence of Igbo businessman Obinna Iyebu, popularly known as Obi Kubana, as the coordinator of the City Boy Movement, CBM, Southeast Region, a role to lead the youth-oriented support group for President Bola Tinubu's 2027 campaign and re-election, with a focus on mobilizing, educating, and empowering young Nigerians in the Southeast Region, is seen by many as a direct stab on Peter Obi's back and his ambition. Well beyond Iyebu, many Southeasterners feel concerned that the harshest critics of Peter Obi in the 2023 general election were from the Southeast, including his state governor, Chukwuma Soludo, who has not stopped attacking him. Now, Dr. Kach Ononuju, let me start with you. As usual, opinions on the direction the Igbo nation should take in 2027 is varied. Let's have your own position on this matter. What do you think? Give us a broad overview on where we are coming from and how far we have traveled and the direction we should take in this dispensation, talking about the 2023 general election, with particular focus on the Southeast.
I think the Igbos have done very well. They're doing very well. It is because of they're doing very well that everybody is very reactive towards them. Economically, they have excelled. Political calculations, they have led the way for other Nigerians to follow. And you need to understand these issues are big advantage in Igbo land. And we then got the APC party. That was a party I should say that's where I would take it from. The fact that Igbos also did what I would call well at the election where Mr. P2B ran, and the Igbos showed him that they could follow. And that's the reasons why you're having all this kind of reactions from political parties that have not included the Igbo. Look at the APC under Buhari and also Tinubu. They have embarked on nepotism, weaponized nepotism. So if it is now coming to the east and you're looking for Igbos who will come and support what you call city boy, what's this called, movement, it's not a political action committee. It's just noise. It has not, okay, you're calling the Igbos in business. Of course, they need to attach themselves to political parties. I see nothing wrong with that. So the Igbos who seek to gain political friendship with the APC, with any party, can do that. But when it gets to the time of voting, they will choose who to vote for. They would vote for their own personal interest, so that Nigeria will know that they are a powerful voting bloc, which is what has happened. If it were the time of just write the results, but you can see with the U.S. involvement, you will not rely too much on writing results. So you need to try and go out and win the election. And to win, you need to appeal to the people. So if you have been targeting them with nepotism, you might now start to undo that nepotism. Okay? The only place you will remember the Igbo is not in issues of clapping. That's what it is. Campaigns are claps. You clap for the champion who you want to sell. But when you start sharing the offices, are you being calculated into positions that will share the loot, the offices of spoils of office? And that's the important thing. And since we have seen the APC has not allowed the sighting of seaports in the east, the APC has in Lagos run a program of voter suppression against Igbos. They've also been known to destroy Igbo properties. These are the areas you have to start. If you want us not to feel you're just hiring our boys to be clappers, stop the policies that destroys Igbo houses and buildings and places of business in Lagos. Stop voter suppression targeted against Igbos, because that is against the law. So if you're openly violating our rights, violating our spaces, violating our security, you can't expect that just because it has reached time for clapping and you then bought us some clapping, lights, and I will be now very, very excited at the brightness of the light and we'll forget the truth of where we're coming from. We seek inclusion in the calculations of our brothers from the north, most especially the Fulani, and then from the southwest, the Yoruba. do include us when you are sharing things when you are in office. Don't just come to recruit us for the clapping.
Okay, all right.
Campaigning.
All right, now, Dr. Cash, talking about recruitment during clapping, during campaigns and all of that, a lot of people feel concerned that, well, if you say that it is no longer business as usual at the time of writing results and votes are going to count now, some people feel that recruiting somebody like Obinna Iyebu, Obi Kubana, cuts into the heart of that asset, that youthful asset at the disposal of the Igbo nation. And that if their mindset, is changed, and mind you, Obi happens to be some form of a role model for the Igbo youth, and that useful asset, that very critical asset, that population, they are using now people like Obi Kubana, Obi Nayebu as soft power against that youthful population, that asset. How would that lend the Igbo nation, to remain cohesive, in trying to galvanize support for a president of Igbo extraction? I think that's the concern of many people. Is it that they will now use our people more like use and dump? You recall that when the president came to the southeast Enugu, to be precise, to campaign in 2022, he said, well, if you don't vote for the APC, which they didn't, and you got a soaked slice of bread, and that is what the Igbo nation seems to be getting under this administration. And here we are again, ahead of 2027. They are recruiting our young men, for that same role, to use them and dump them again. How does that speak to the fact that, well, the Igbo nation, they are united in looking for a unique direction, a direction that will give them something meaningful in the commanding heights of Nigeria's political life?
To say they are being used and dumped, no? They are being used, but they are also gaining visibility and legitimizing themselves in the political space. Obinna Iyebu is a friend of mine. He did not succeed in using his popularity to make sure his junior brother got elected when he ran in the last election for House of Reps. It's not so. I think it's just a branding thing. The APC knows that it has done wrong by not including us in sharing of offices equitably nationally. And that's why you see them playing this catch up. So I don't think it is wrong for our boys to agree. It's not wrong. Let them promote as many of our boys as possible as brand ambassadors. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kite. I'll come back to you. We'll come back to you in the course of the conversation. Let's come to the studio where we'll have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike, as usual, opinions are divided. I would like you to weigh into this conversation, especially the fact that, well, we have a youthful asset, the Igbo population, the youths who look up to role models like Obinna and the co, to say, well, this is the direction we need to face, and we are getting this kind of...
For me, I don't think if Obi Kubana is that popular.
Really?
Understand? I don't think if he's popular. If he's popular, his own brother wouldn't have failed the election in his own federal constituency.
Okay, so let's distinguish between popularity and influential. Now, he might be popular, but he might not be influential. Am I correct?
So, I don't think Obi Kubana should be the center of this discussion. Okay. I want to start with alignment.
With alignment, okay.
Right from 1960, there has always been alignment. NCNC and the MPC that had an alignment. Understand? MPP and MPN had an alignment because national election is all about alignment. Okay. Understand? That's what national election is. We have different tribes and different interests. Understand me? So, and politically, Igbos have not really done well. I have been very proud of the way Igbo people vote. We have been very consistent right from 1999. Understand? We have been going for the people that we feel are the better candidates. So talking about emotion, Igbos don't vote with emotion.
Now the point is this, that Okay, Igbos vote with emotions.
They don't vote with emotions.
You know why the people that, analysts that argue that Igbos vote with emotion is when they don't like somebody, they don't like that person, they get emotional about it. And instead of looking at what they can get from the national pulse through that person, they say, oh, we don't like this person, and they shy away, you know. Is that not emotions?
No. If Igbos vote with emotion, in 2003, Buhari ran with Chuba Okadigbo, our industrial son. But Igbos abandoned him.
Chuba didn't have the ticket. Chuba didn't have the ticket. It was Buhari that had the ticket.
But we had a son as the vice president who anything can happen and he becomes a president. Assuming that Buhari won in 2000, Chuba would have been the number 2 citizen. Understand me? So, but Igbos know the capacity of Buhari and rejected him even with our own industrial son. So that shows you we have always been objective.
Is that not emotional? They don't like him.
No. That this guy is better. No. That this guy is better. Even though that this guy is better, we are going with this person. Understand? In 2007, the same thing happened. In 2023, Igbos massively voted P2B because P2B was the best candidate. Understand? Assuming that P2B did not run and Oshibajo run, Igbos would have still done that same thing. So we go for the best candidate. Understand? Then talking of what APC is doing now, in 2023, P2B has no governor in the southeast. Understand? All the governors worked against him. Ibazo and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi were with Nyesom Wike, the integrity group.
The G5.
Yes. You know where Hope Ozadema is. You know where Sonudo is. And where, what's his name? Dave Omahi is. So the whole 5 southeast governors worked against him. Understand? And they were unable to affect his votes.
In the southeast.
In the southeast. So there's nothing that Obi Kubana can do. Already, Obi Kubana is having serious financial problems as we speak. People are complaining everywhere about him. So they are saying that this is to save himself from EFCC, DSS, and others.
Okay, more like he's trying to hide under the cover of APC.
Because go to trade fair. Understand? He's owing a lot of people who have given him money for him that to supply them drink for more than 5 months ago.
No, Dr. Anosike, are you speaking on authority? Do you have evidence? Do you have?
I say go to trade fair. Go to Banogu in trade fair. That's where his main distributor is. Understand? So they are seeing this as a way that EFCC and the DSS will not come after him. He may be popular among his own group. And again, this is what a lot of people don't know. Again, in 2023, prominent Igbo businessmen did not vote for P2B. Prominent Igbo businessmen, they said that P2B will not be good for business. That P2B is a due process person. That P2B is strict. That Tinubu will be better for business. Understand me? So Obi Kubana joining these people is not going to have any that much impact.
Okay, against
that if P2B
secures a ticket.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's run back to Dr. Kash Onanuju. Dr. Kash, the analyst here, Dr. Peter Anosike, has raised a very concerning issue, and that is the fact that the 5 Southeast governors turned their back, on Peter Obi in 2023. Now we see a lot of gatherings, people gather in the APC, former Senate presidents, Ken Namani and Pius Anyim were in Enugu with other political bigwigs, and they said, well, we don't like the rascality of Peter Obi. They were very precise on that. So we don't like the rascality of Peter Obi. We don't want one man to come out and say, no, this is time for Igbo presidency. Doctor, you are a historian, you are a researcher, and you run a center, that delves into historical antecedents of political issues and all of that. Are you able to let us into, do you know why Igbos, Southeasterners, are always the harshest critics of their own people, like what happened in 2023? If you go to Anambra State, the harshest critic of Peter Obi was Chukwuma Soludo, his state governor. Now we see another group emerge say, well, it is not yet time for Obi presidency, it's not yet time for Igbo presidency. Why is it that the Igbo nations are like that? We don't see other nations behave in that manner. At least to the best of my knowledge, I don't see Yorubas or Hausas walk stringently against their people. Why are we different as a people?
You're making a wrong analysis.
Okay.
You are taking the words of politically challenged persons and making that as general Igbo position. That's not true. If you see politicians who are challenged and they have to say certain things to gain acceptance, and then you don't calculate, you see them say it, and then you make it as if it's a general Igbo position. That's where you're the person who is wrong.
No, but doctor, these are the leaders and influencers in the Southeast.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's another mistake you're making. These are not influencers. You are the one who said it before, that despite them not being or supporting P2B, that the people went on to vote P2B. So how are they influencers?
No, I wasn't the one that said that. It was the analyst in the studio here that said that. I don't have an opinion on that.
That's why I'm hold on. Listen, you need yourself to be able to read things properly. These people you pointed at now, that the Igbos are autonomous people. They have autonomous mindsets. Good, that's true. That's why no matter what, anybody can come to them to pray, to canvass. They have their own mind. Okay? And because they're autonomous, anybody can just on his own say anything he wants to say. It doesn't mean nothing. It's a personal opinion. When you see 3-4 politicians, those are their opinions. When you see certain people who gather together, those are birds of same feather. So if they are birds of challenged politicians, of course they will speak like challenged politicians. If it's people who are willing to castigate their brother in the marketplace, even though he will still go back home to that same brother later in some few hours, he will still behave in that way. But you will be wrong to now start attaching what they said to millions of Igbos who are on their own, very, very autonomous people in thought. You are just discussing now how Igbos are easy. You can get an Igbo man to come and criticize his brother, yet on the day of election, the man wins in a landslide in Igbo land. Doesn't that tell you something? What you're discussing, it shouldn't be. That some people have met some young Igbos to come and help become brand ambassadors in his political campaign. Does not mean the Igbos will follow those people. Who told you Soludo and Obi Kubana will sway the votes in Anambra against Peter? That's not possible. That's not possible. Peter represents a phenomenal historical figure who has now appeared on the political stage at a time young people seek a better country and they know it is possible. But of course, the biggest problem also most people have in the country is the absence of courage. And that's why you see the weak go to embrace the existing order. Just like when you saw the Americans saw the truth about the killings and they mentioned about the killings. You saw those who are weak, who wanted to work for the existing order, trying to go into overdrive, trying to deny it. As they were denying, the Americans ignored them and were landing soldiers here and were bombing in targets. What did we do? We kept quiet and we followed the Americans. Even though some of our people will still leave their homes and go to try to deny what is very visible to all eyes. So when you see people gathering because of they're afraid of Peter, it is an honest reaction to a historical phenomenon. Peter leads. He is the hope of those young people who seek a better country, which they believe, and I agree with them, is possible. So you're going to have the status quo, the organized government of the day, try to buy friends, try to get audiences to listen to them, but they have to go make their game. Use Abuja as a test. P2B was going from market to market campaigning for his candidate, and suddenly the ruling party got afraid. Today, headed by the Senate President, heavy campaign committee, they want to counter Peter in the field. They think that's what to do because the old him is already. A lot of that will change now that the Americans are inside this country. If you don't, and you want to do the election like Venezuela, they could treat you the same way they treated Maduro. So it's not easy for us to continue our old behaviors now that the world have traveled into Nigeria, not on peace, no, on a war footing, because Nigeria failed to protect its citizens and their properties, and there was a jihad raging, and the government was in denial, and the world has come. So you need to understand a lot is going on. We as a country are at a place we have never been before since the amalgamation of the diverse people that make up today's Nigeria. And then they were put into a colonial entity, which later on the British tried to forge into a country. But of course, the Fulanis are resisting that, and as if the country has given up, but now the Americans have come to stop the Fulani war across.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Catch. Thank you very much. I'm happy that in the course of your intervention, you did admit that some people are meeting, people you described as the politically exposed, the politically challenged people, and they are meeting, they are making statements. So it's not as if it is Chukwumakoro that made up these things. And you also say, well, they have the entitled to the opinion. As a matter of fact, it's good that you acknowledge that. So you don't create the impression that I'm the one making up all of these things. Now, to my last question on this matter, what direction should the Southeast take in 2027? If you were in a position to offer advice, what direction do you will you ask the Southeast to take in 2027?
The Southeast has a lot of problems that they have seen. One, we should look for what will give us the best. You see, the greatest thing we have today is we also have in the arena a contest that also clinched the prize. He has shown it before, and that's the best thing that we have in this game. So what do you do with what you have? That is our game. With the coming of the Americans, what we have could just be viable, because the Americans will insist on free and fair elections. That's why you're seeing now the alliance in ADC seems very, very not so. P2B seems firm on running for president as a candidate. That's why you're now seeing Atiku talking to other people, other prospects, because once Peter leaves, that alliance crumbles. He is a heartbeat of that alliance. And if we can have him on a ticket as a candidate, it will change the momentum. And that's why I tell you, for the Igbo, this is not the time to, no, the Igbos are watching. They are watching. The minute that their champion is now giving a jersey, look, they will go crazy. They will implode. They will just take it to the stratosphere. That's what they are playing. They are watching Peter, and it is because of their ways watching Peter. That's why whatever it is that Atiku thinks he had as a kind of understanding with Peter is now crumbling, because the Igbos are telling Peter he must run as a candidate. With Americans here, the chances are better. And if you are there, You could just win because Tinubu will not be allowed to repeat Maduro's mistakes. Bear that in mind.
All right.
That's what we're going to.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Kash. I like the point you brought us to, because I will segue into the next conversation, which is somehow related to the issues of ADC 2027 and all of that. But before we get into all of that, let's get Dr. Anosike's wrap on this matter. What direction should the Southeast take in 2027?
The same direction that you have been following since 1999.
Okay, which is alliance.
Which is voting for the best candidate, the candidate that will deliver on his campaign promises.
Can we go alone?
This is what we have. No, excuse me. Even if Igbos that can be mobilized, there's no state in this country that Igbos don't make at least 15% of the population.
Okay.
There's no state in this country outside Igbo land.
Outside the Southeast, yes.
That Igbos don't make at least 15% of the population.
Okay.
So the challenge is how to mobilize Igbos.
I was coming to that. Who will do the mobilization?
But we have an apex sociocultural organization, Igbo, which has branches in all the states of the country. Understand? So these are the people, even though it is apolitical.
Okay.
But there's a way to send these messages. Understand? This is our own. Understand?
Yes.
And I cannot leave our own begin to do another person's own.
No, that is the worry so a lot of people share, because when you talk about mobilization, others have started mobilizing in the Southeast, while the Southeasterners are not doing anything outside. That is why a lot of people share concern.
They are waiting to see
where the pendulum swings.
Where the pendulum swings. If P2B gets ADC ticket, everything changes.
All right, now let's get into that. Former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, has urged the African Democratic Congress, ADC, to consider zoning its 2027 presidential ticket to the South. While speaking in Kano, the former Rivers State governor said the party should prioritize competence, age, and respect for Nigeria's unwritten power rotation principle. He argued that since power is currently in the South, the region should be allowed to complete its 8-year term before it shifts back to the North. Amechi warned that presenting a Northern candidate in 2027 could make it difficult for the ADC to gain support in the South, where many believe power should remain. While expressing his preference for a Southern candidate, he maintained that he will support whoever emerges as the party's flag bearer. He also reiterated his earlier position that he will be willing to serve a single term if he wins the ADC ticket and the general elections. Meanwhile, Bashir El-Rufai, son of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, predicted that the ADC will not nominate former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as its 2027 presidential candidate. He suggested Atiku should instead act as a statesman and political godfather, adding that a strong Southeast candidate paired with a widely accepted Northern figure would present a more formidable electoral strategy. Dr. Kash, let me run back to you. The ADC seems to be the beautiful bride of the opposition, but immersed in internal wranglings about tickets. Do you think that ADC will move its ticket to the South in 2027? What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I think if they do not want the Atiku disease, which happened to the PDP, killed it, and now Wike is trying to finish it up. If they don't want to suffer from that Atiku disease, that's the ADC, they should respect zoning, because this is the foundation of the crisis we had with Atiku. That was why me and Dunokube started the movement. The North had done 8 years. The political pendulum had been in the North for 8 years. Now that it is finished, that 8 years, the pendulum should now come to the South. Atiku refused. And that's how we started our disagreements, and we had that implosion, and today the PDP is dead. What it means is Atiku should understand that Nigerians seek to be included. Inclusion is very, very important in nation building. You see, Atiku became a Nigerian in 1961. He was born in Cameroon. When Germany lost the Second World War, Cameroon was split amongst the French and the English. So the English did the plebiscite, and then they're part of Northern Cameroon. They ceded to Nigeria, and that's how Atiku became a Nigerian. Since then, he's gained inclusion to the extent he became a vice president of Nigeria. The North has done 8 years, allowed the presidency in the South, so that you do not bring the affliction to ADC the same way you brought to the APC. So to the PDP, I am happy that Northerners like Erifai and others are speaking up, because you see, it was due to the silence of those leaders who knew the truth. They didn't say it. When they kept quiet, the PDP got into its death spiral and it died. And as you can see now, Wike is helping Atiku finish it up. So if ADC is not to suffer that PDP disease brought about by Atiku Abubakar, it has to zone its presidency to the South.
All right, Dr. Katz, let's play some political arithmetic here. We also know when Atiku visited Babangida during the week in Mina, and while he was there, Makinde met on the scene, and after their discussions, Ayofayoshe came up to tell us that, Makinde is angling to become Atiku's running mate in 2027, and that could put an end to Obi's candidacy, because Makinde is going to dole out 10 billion naira to that cause, and that Makinde is a likely choice because he's going to help divide the vote of the Southwest. Is that a possibility? So let us consider Atiku Amechi or Atiku Makinde or Obi Kwakwanso. Which of these tickets, which of these three segments do you think that is a likely, one that will emerge from the ADC?
It would be wrong to start following your wild speculations based on rumor. Atiku and Makinde met, but they never published any paper to say what they discussed. So I'm surprised that you are already, formulating things that some other...
Dr. Kash, I'm not the one formulating these things.
That some other loud mouths.
I'm not the one formulating these things. Ayofayoshe has been speaking, and anytime he speaks, after a while...
Ayofayoshe is not an authority on this issue. He was not a Mina. He did not see any bulletin, newsletter, or communicate that I did not see. So for you now to take the stories that he tells and start conjecturing that those are facts, those are not stories.
Dr. Kash, can I tell you something? Now, Makinde went to Aso Rock and met with Tinubu. Even before Makinde came out, Ayofayoshe said, well, this is what they discussed, and this is what is going to happen. And we saw that happen. When he went to Port Harcourt, he advised Fubara, don't do this, don't do this. Fubara didn't take his advice. And exactly what he advised him not to do, when he did it, the opposite happened. He's more like become a political prophet. So people are beginning to take him seriously. Maybe he has information. And that is why I'm asking, does it look like he might just be right when he says Atiku Makinde ticket? But you are trying to dismiss it. And like you said, I'm not the one that said it. It's Ayofayoshe that said it. I'm not formulating any theory here. Dr. Katz, are you there?
Okay. Yes, I am here, and I will tell you that you are still making things out of a man's words.
Okay.
I am not there, and they have also denied it, that those speculations are figments of imaginations, and I expected that to be. So I think we should just respect that. Okay. People met. You did not bug the place to tell me you bugged Babangida's house, and through that you have this. Leave those stories. You could even be surprised at my own thoughts about who Babangida is and who is working for.
Okay, can you share briefly with us? As a custom, can you share your thoughts briefly?
Those are private things. I keep it to myself.
Okay.
I have my in their working Okay. And so let's leave this political rumors. When it hits, it hits. So let's stick with the one we know. Not start speaking to speculations.
Okay.
Those things don't make sense.
All right, Dr. Catch, I'll come back to you. Okay, land on your thoughts.
What I'm trying to tell you is what Ayo is playing out, because he has seen Peter has gone to the scale of a candidate, not somebody who will work with Atiku to be VP. No. And he understands that. And that's why you're getting the conjectures. So I will want to advise that leave these conjectures and let us deal with issues when the people say them, not just to take.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Pat. I'll come back to you in a bit for your concluding thoughts. Let's El-Rufai's son is flying a kite to feel the pulse of the nation, saying Atiku might not run in 2027. Is he flying a kite or what?
Well, a lot of things has gone wrong on the part of Atiku.
Okay.
Opinion, these politicians, P2B, Atiku Abubakar, Tinubu, all of them are doing secret opinion polls. Understand? And P2B is leading among the youths. That's even the polls that Tinubu is conducting, the polls that Atiku is conducting. Understand? So, and the youths make over 65% of Nigeria population. Understand? So that thing alone is a discouragement for Atiku. Understand? Then his son joining APC. Understand me? That's also a very, very big thing on him, because if your son don't believe in you, is it an outsider that will now believe in you? Understand? So the issue is this: Atiku has done his best, and what Bashir, that's El-Rufai said, is an advice. Atiku is almost 80 now. Understand? One, he has a good health, but age, you cannot cheat age.
Okay.
Understand? So what you need to do, I have tried since 1993, it didn't work. Maybe God did not bring me to the earth to become a president. Let me now support somebody else. Understand me? So and from all indications, the moving train that ADC has is P2B. Amechi has already said that he's ready to support whoever emerges as the candidate. Understand? So, or the front runner, as we speak, is Obi. Understand me?
Okay.
So, but Fayose is working for his uncle, Boname Tinubu.
Okay.
And his mission is to make sure, is to be putting a spanner that's of ADC, that to make sure that the center does not hold.
Okay.
So this is a destabilizing information.
So we shouldn't take him seriously.
That's a fabricated statement.
Fabricated, but he said quite a few things that happened. Is that some form of coincidence or what?
It's a fabricated statement.
Okay, before I run back to Dr. Ononuju, I would like for you to give us your concluding thoughts, because we are practically out of time.
Well, for me, 2027 presidency is still very, very open.
Okay.
It's not going to be a walkover. It's going to be keenly contested. And it's going to be different from 2023. Okay. What happened in 2023 will not happen in 2027. Understand? Inec is not going to be in anybody's purse in 2027.
Okay. Good to know. Now, back to you, Dr. Catch Ononuju. Can we have your concluding thoughts on the two topics that we talked about?
So Nigerians to know that 2026-27 will be like no year they have met. Since the British brought us together, since the British left, and we said we will govern what remained of Nigeria, we have never had a foreign power lodge itself into our country as Americans have done. So everybody should, despite there not being reports of killings, shootings, and everything, understand there is a big gang currently in our country, and things will never be the same again. Nigerians have not woken up to it. Some are joking. I also want them to understand that President Trump has not spoken to President Tinubu since Trump's talk that the U.S. will come to Nigeria. We have failed in all the things we were expected to do well. Our people have continued to die more from the work of these militias. So the Americans have announced the arrival of a company. That's the latest news. So these are the things we must see as very, very serious. They will affect our country going forward. It's not the old Nigeria. This is a different Nigeria. The Americans are here. So those who are thinking their calculations are based on somebody can just write results, and I lie. He won't just write results and have peace. That's why you saw protesters came on the streets of Abuja some 4 days ago, 5 days ago, and nobody came to arrest them. The country will change. People will take to the street more to test what the government will tolerate and what the limits of the law will be for citizens to be free. So things have changed. I want to tell Nigerians that.
Things have changed. According to Dr. Cash, things have changed. Someone once told me that 2027 will be magical. Now we wait to see that magic in 2027, a few months away from now. Oh, well, this is where we have to draw the curtain on this show. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen. We've been speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and political affairs analyst. We also had Dr. Kachi Ononuju, historian, researcher, and director general of the Research Center in Abuja, who appeared on this show in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, I must say a very big thank you to you. I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time. All right, then on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the angels manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemduto. I'll see you again on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Ziro Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500 US. competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV.
Important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Inec releasing 2027 election timetable to federal government launching Operation Savannah Shield after Kwara attack. Also, El Rufai restates reserve to unseat Tinubu's government. And finally, NNPP Kwankwasia condemn U.S. bill targeting Kwankwaso. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. The Independent National Electoral Commission, Inec, has officially released the timetable for the 2027 general elections. The chairman of Inec, Professor Amopiton, announced that the presidential and National Assembly elections will be held on Saturday, February 20, 2027. Governorship and State House of Assembly elections will follow 2 weeks later on Saturday, March 6, 2027. The Commission also outlined the official campaign period for political parties and candidates. Campaigns for the presidential and National Assembly elections will run from November 18, 2026 to February 1, 2027. Meanwhile, campaigns for the governorship and state assembly elections will begin on December 15, 2026 and end on March 5, 2027, exactly 24 hours before the respective election days. Political parties are expected to conduct their primaries between July 1 and September 30, 2026, after which they must submit their list of candidates to the Commission between October 1 and October 31, 2026. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele. He is a seasoned journalist and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you, sir. I'm glad to have you join us, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
I said glad to have you, sir. Glad to have you join us.
Good evening, Nena.
Good evening. It's always a pleasure
Thank
to have you.
you.
I missed you last week.
Yes. Thank God it's Friday. And this
Yes.
is a Valentine edition.
Yes.
We call that.
Joining us virtually, we have Prince Imoshemi. He's a development practitioner and a political affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Prince.
Thank you very much. Glad to be on the show. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, let me start with you. Inec has announced, or they've released the timetable. What do you make of this announcement? What does this portend for our nation? Because so many people have been clamoring for Inec to release timetable, and now they've released the timetable. What do you make of it?
Okay, thank you very much, and good evening once again. And I would say it's about time, because we all know that even before the timetable was released, political parties have already started to campaign, and it was almost as if we were already in the political era. So I would say INEC releasing the 2027 timetable this early is actually a big deal. It signals structure, it signals predictability. Now political parties just have to, they don't have excuses anymore. Preparation starts now. And February 2027 may look far, but in politics, that's basically tomorrow. The real game starts with party primaries and voter mobilization. The timetable just triggered I would say it just triggered the race. So just to conclude, I would say it's a call to the young people, because now we have to play our part also as the voters on voter registration and trying to get our PVCs ready ahead of this 2027 election. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You said this portends structure, or this shows structure. So I want to ask you, do you think that INEC is really, really prepared for this election?
I would say, if I'm speaking like a mathematician now, let me give it in terms of percentages. I would say they are about 50 to 60% ready. There are still some excuses like, the results cannot be transmitted live because of some network constraints and all that. These are issues that we are clamoring for. These are things that they need to put into place even before 2027 when we have the election. So to answer your question, I think they are not really there yet. They are not 100% ready, but I believe they have the resources. I saw a couple of days ago, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, I saw the budget, the proposed budget for the 2027 elections, and I think they have the resources and they have the time to put in any infrastructure that needs to be put into place for us to have a good election. So they are not there yet, but they have the resources to get to where we want to get to.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come to you, Mr. Elvis. He talked about the budget. Let me start with that. So many people have questioned this budget. Some persons have said that the budget is too much, or it's a lot. Charlie, considering the fact that one of the things proposed for the capital expenditure is building a hospital. And you're like, hospital? Like, what does INEC need a hospital for? It looks like misplaced priority. Let's go there first before we now begin to talk about this announcement. What do you make of that budget? Do you align with that school of thought that the money is actually a lot?
Yeah, Nena, let me actually, speak in line with that hospital issue. You see, sometimes when this is why most of these our MDAs, ministry, department, and agencies actually don't actually know what they are spec out for. How can an INEC be talking of building a hospital? INEC, incidentally, Nena, they have staff in all the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja. Are they talking of building this hospital around all the 36 states, or they just want to build a hospital in Abuja? How many of INEC staff are in Abuja that need hospital? What INEC should have been talking of, not even INEC, what Nigeria government should be talking of, is how to make Nigeria hospital functional so that you and I can walk in there. Then INEC can now be talking of, okay, they have a HMO, that their staff can get to any hospital and be able to get the best of treatment. Why will INEC be including getting a hospital for themselves in a budget? As far as I'm concerned, that's fraud. They should face their core mandate. Do you know what it means to give a country an election? This is a new administration in INEC. Is this how Ahmed Bouton is going to lead INEC? We saw the monumental failure of Yakub Mahmoud. Even though Nigeria government started rewarding him with national honor and making him an ambassador after he left. But Nigerians today knows too well that Mahmoud Yakub does not have a good name before Nigerians. So Ahmed Bouton should, as respected as Nigerian, applauded his appointment, he should not come up with things that will now begin to make us to that thing. They should quickly find a way to expunge that hospital matter out of that budget. Then be that as it may, Nena, do you know the budget, the timetable they released is loaded. It's loaded. By the time you now begin to talk of appropriation for hospital, you now begin to talk of getting the contractor, begin to talk of supervising it, your attention is divided. Tomorrow we will now begin to hear glitch again, which you don't want to hear in 2027. Why are they trying to divide their own attention? There is a Ministry of Health that's supposed to take care of that. Even Abuja, the federal capital, has a federal capital authority that should be talking of all the general hospitals in Abuja should work adequately so that INEC staff that are in Abuja or any other part of Nigeria, even this respective state, there is no state in Nigeria that does not have a federal medical center. This is what they should have even, okay, let us work with Minister of Health and say, okay, please, we have staff. They are not even the only one that have staff that need a hospital. Nigeria generally need hospital. So that should be taken out. Then for the timetable, we have seen that they have outlined what they are going to do this year. That should be enough for them to work on, not other things that will distract them. They have said continual voters registration will commence in March. And it's going to end in January 2027. Do you know what that means? They should be concerned with the number of PVCs that are there. People have not picked. Is it too difficult for INEC to even say, let us begin to find a way to begin to dispatch PVCs to people? It's not too much. If I see that one in the budget, I will say, okay, these people are concerned about, erasing voter party. They wanted to capture everybody. You can begin to think of something of this nature abroad. Things of this nature can be used as May. You get it at the front of your house, you pick it and take it. It should bring in better innovation because the number of PVCs that are lying unpicked by Nigerians is so much in all the 36 states. It should bring in those kind of new ideas that Nigerians will see they are serious. Okay, is it now Nigerians become out now to go and talk of registration? But sometimes after registration, many of them will not go and pick it. I knew what it took my wife to get her PVC in 2022. She traveled to one of the villages in Lagos here, interior villages, towards Badagry, because she was determined to get her PVC. Why don't you find a way to relieve Nigeria of such things and say, okay, we are starting off another voters registration, but these are collection points that will be easier for people to easily pick up their PVCs. Then you're talking of party primaries. Remember, we are talking of national election. Now, this is a general election. It's not just an off-season election. We're talking of one state. And remember, even this same year, Osun State is coming in. Ekiti State is coming. You have not even thought of all these ones. These loaded duties you have at hand. You are talking of a hospital in your budget. So, think of how to let Nigeria begin to see difference in our election. By July 1st, primary starts. We have up to 18 political parties in Nigeria. We don't know how many of them will fly candidates yet, but at least I know up to 10. That's for the national, for the presidency. Then you talk of the whole National Assembly, 360 members of House of Rep. It's not just 360. Remember, all the political parties are going to have aspirants. You understand that they are going to, and INEC is to monitor all these primaries. Then you have 109 House of Rep, Senate members, House of Senate. Then before you have the 36 states of the nation having state House of Assembly, not even the state governors. You see their hands are filled up. Then you are looking for diversionary things again to get distracted. then the next thing we are going to hear is that, oh, because they concentrated on figments, then the May object. Why are you chasing shadow? We don't want to hear a repetition of what happened in 2023 general election again in Amuton's-led Inec. So he should retrace his footsteps and face his core mandate. The core mandate of his office is to give Nigeria credible election.
Wow, thank you. Okay, but let me ask you, with all you've seen so far, do you think that INEC is operationally ready to give us credible elections?
If they drop this figment, they should be able to give us credible election, because what they are asking for, IREV is already on ground. 360-something billion was given to Mahmoud Yakub in 2022, so 2023 to conduct 2023 election. Yeah, so there are already structures on ground. Remember, even this card, the PVC, you know, the Beavers machine. So many were brought in. Then when we were talking about, oh, will the Beavers be enough? Those are the areas now. Where did they not measure up to standard before? How many Beavers? How many of them are functioning? Are we reconfiguring it? These are the things they should be talking about. Then, if the IREV, you know, that glitch that we announced to us last time, okay, if there are areas now that we think that, oh, the network is not good enough for us to transmit, because we are talking of election result transmission, you know, in real time. That's what the Electoral Act is heading towards now after the protest this week. You understand? Then, how do we work with NCC, Nigeria Communication Commission, to make sure that we show up networks in area where there may be failure, so that we will not hear the language of glitch again? These are concerns, and these are the things that will capture the Nigerians' mind more than a hospital. More than a hospital. Many of them, they even I know if he's not feeling fine today, he will not remain to treat himself in this nation. Why is he trying more than the bereaved? If there is anything, it should not even be the one that should be mentioning hospital. It doesn't belong to Ministry of Health. We have Ali Pate, the Minister of Health, that should be talking about Nigerian hospitals are not working well. Not himself. He should be concerned now with how will Nigeria, every part of Nigeria, have network to transmit the result real time. He should be concerned with how am I going to be talking of the welfare of even the ad hoc staff? How will material be able to move to pulling boost in real time? Nena, these are some of the things, constraints we have always having in our election. That there are some polling booths, 1 p.m. materials have not arrived yet. Will it continue from that continue in that trajectory? He should be talking about, okay, riverine area. Can I work with Nigeria Navy to help me to move materials into riverine areas? Okay, if there are other areas that are so difficult, how do I work with Nigeria Air Force? To fly is done in other countries of the world. To fly in materials, there should be this collaboration now. Wherever Mahmoud failed, he should be able to proffer solution to them. Not coming to start adding to the work of INEC, especially those that don't belong to INEC.
Okay, I want to ask you a question, but I'm going to come back to you. I want to ask you something in line with us printing our materials outside the country. Is it not high time that we print our materials, you know, in Nigeria? What is stopping us from printing our materials in Nigeria? These are some of the innovations we should be putting in place. We have Nigeria printing a meeting. That even goes as far as supposed to be printing Nigeria currency, as sensitive as Nigeria currency. Why can't that one? Why can't we even come in collaboration with such an organization and say, okay, I don't want a situation where we will not be spending hard-earned dollars or whatever for forex to begin to print outside. Can't we empower Nigeria printing a meeting and say, print this thing for us, you know, locally? Let's empower them. These are collaboration we should be talking about. Why can't we do our things domestically and also come up with results? We go to print in South Africa. This is still an African country. Is the technology? Can't we import technology? With this billion he's mentioning in his budget, he should be able to say, let's collaborate with some of these organizations, these agencies in Nigeria, and get it better. By January 2022, we'll be hearing that even the foreign company printing the materials have not brought them into Nigeria. Then before you know, you now begin to talk of, we are now beginning to think of what way forward. Getting way forward, we now begin to see fake printing and the original printing. We'll not be able to know which one is which. This at the time is okay. Nigeria Printing and Meeting Company, let us begin to work together. I want everything, my own administration, I want everything to be domesticated, and these are my plan. Roll out your plan, not hospital. It's an aberration for INEC to be talking of hospital. Let me go back to our virtual guest. And Prince, I'm sure you're still with us. You know, before now, we've seen some would I call it hidden campaigns or subtle campaignings going on, and even when INEC has not even opened the window for campaigning. But now that this timetable has been released, do you think that it will reduce uncertainty, or would it intensify early political tension and, intensify the political tension we already have in the country?
Okay, thank you very much. And to be honest, I think it's only going to heighten the tensions of whatever has been going on, because as far back as the first, I don't want to sound political right now, I'm not, but then as far back as the first year of the current administration, we could already see low-key campaigning already happening. There were billboards, there were roads that were designed with Asuwaju 2027. These are things that we have already been seeing even before now. And now that the INEC has officially come and say, okay, this is the timetable that we're going to use, I think, honestly, it's only going to intensify the efforts that have been downplayed in the past, coming from 2 years back and last year up until this year. I think it's only going to really heighten. There's going to be a lot of tension moving forward. I think there's going to be a lot of decamping, and I think we're really in for a show with this one. And to just be direct, I don't think things are going to be as calm as we expect or as calm as we would like. I think the political landscape is about to get really tensed because of now that the INEC has rolled out the timetable for the 2027 general election.
Okay, while you were speaking earlier, you kind of talked about the electronic transmission, which has been like it's been in the news. It's been a tug. I don't want to use a tug of war, but it's been a back and forth. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It's been a back and forth amongst the senators, amongst Nigerians, and and all of that. But I want to ask you, and I'm going to also throw this question to our guest in the studio: electronic transmission. Do you think that is the only thing we need to make our elections free, fair, and credible? Please unmute your device, please.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't think that's the only thing that needs to change. But speaking of one of the major things that Nigerians are clamoring for, we want to see our results in real time. It is possible. It is doable. If you really look at the statistics, it takes about 600 to about 800 kilobyte, not even up to 1 megabyte to transmit the EC, the election form with the results for people to see. So that issue of that excuse of there is no network, it doesn't hold water anymore. And I think we also have some issues regarding some voters. When I say voters, some citizens that are kind of disenfranchised because of the role they play during the election. And that's one of the reforms that we, the Altes from Yaga Africa, are trying to push, because there are a lot of people, election officials that work. I myself, I have been the presiding officer of one of the elections as far back as some 2, 3, 4 years ago, where we tested the electronic beavers of technology when the INEC first introduced it to us. And I remember that I wasn't able to vote that day because I was working on election day. So this is something that INEC needs to look into. They need to look into. I don't know if it's possible to create a day or two before the election, where these people can, security agencies, police, NSCDC, people that will be working on that election day, people that are expected to work on the election day, because of their job, they shouldn't be disenfranchised from participating and voting in elections. It's their basic human right. So I believe INEC should also, the electronic, the transmission of results is there, but then another issue that needs to be looked into is the provision of a time where these people can vote. Right now I've talked about the election workers, the security officials. There are even some prisoners that still have voting rights. So these people, if you calculate all these votes together, you'll be talking about millions here, because it's not just Nigeria is a lot. We are very really populated. So if you put in these people in different states, combine it together, you will see that some political parties or some political aspirants are actually losing credible votes that would actually be able to make a difference in the general election. So this is also another issue that the INEC needs to look into, in addition to the live transmission of votes.
Okay, thank you. Let me come to you, Mr. Elvis. I wanted to talk about this particular question. You know, there's just been so much clamoring about this electronic transmission, and I'm wondering, aside from is electronic transmission going to make our elections free, fair, and credible, or are there other factors that we need to ensure that our elections are free, fair, and credible?
You know, election has to do with pre and election day itself and post. These three must work together for an election to be called credible. Pre is the preparation of the campaign. The ruling party must give that atmosphere to other political parties to also have a fair share in having adequate campaign. Not a situation where you were at a billboard because your party is not the party that owns that state. Then the governor will go and pull it down. You know what I'm talking about. So that conducive atmosphere for other political parties to also have that right to campaign, to reach out to Nigerians, first of all must be created. I'm talking about the pre now. It must be created. Political rallies, they must have a situation where another party will say, oh, we want to use also stadium. That is when the governor will not tell you he's renovating it. That stadium is locked up, you cannot use it. Do you understand, Nena? That must be kicked against. The releasing of security for them to also move. They also need security to move. Not only the ruling party should line up convoy because they are campaigning. They need it. These are pre. They must be able to gather for their meetings. Not a situation where they are gathering, then the ruling party will now release hoodlums to go and disrupt their gathering or disrupt their campaign, tear down their billboard and all this. All these ones must be worked against. The ruling party must not allow this. Give a conducive atmosphere to everybody to have a fair play, because politics is game and politics has to do with choice. You can't change my choice. Even if you are bullying me, the person I like is the person I'm going to vote for. That's true. Then get it to the election proper itself. Like what we saw in some states last time, that people were driven out of the queue because they said you are not going to vote for the so-so party. That must not allow to take place. It must be checked. Because if you are doing that, you are inviting anarchy. You cannot disenfranchise somebody. Because the right to vote and be voted for is my own right. That's franchise. It's a constitutional right. So I'm on the queue and I want to vote for somebody. Somebody is coming to tell me, leave the queue. Then you are attacking me. That must be checked. The ruling party must be able to secure everybody that want to go and cast their vote for their candidates. It must not be the ruling party that I love. Whoever I love to vote for, I must have that right to go and cast my vote unhindered or molested. That must be done. Then coming to the role of the umpire itself, that is the INEC. INEC must make sure that, first of all, electoral materials must get to the polling booth as at when due. I was an observer in 2023 general election, Nena. I was one of the observers, independent observer. And I know to that day, especially that day of the presidential election, as early as 6:30, Nigerians were already in their respective polling booths. There were some areas that as at 11 we never got materials. That must not, these are things that discourage people from coming out. So that must be checked. We are talking about credible election now, things that make election to be credible. By the time electoral material now come in, maybe 2 p.m., then you now the vote now spill into 8 p.m. in the night, things will begin to go wrong. Because I remember in some places in the last election, some people have to go and start bringing out their generator to assist. INEC doesn't have generator. But they were the cause of the problem. INEC must be able to make arrangements with good transport system. I don't even know why INEC is talking about using National Union of Road Transport Workers, knowing fully well that these members of this National Union of Road Transport Workers, in some states, they do the bidding of the sitting governor and even the president. Not even this kind of National Union Road Transport Workers we have in Nigeria today, we know who the leaders are and how they got here. What we thought INEC must discourage that. Look for other means of other transport systems that you can use that are much more credible, that are much more refined. Not going to rely on buses from, Agbero until they release their bus or whatever. When their chairman called them and said, this is the person we must work for, that's where all of them is going to work for. They can decide to sabotage the area they know that an opposition party has strength. Material may get there late. You know what that would mean? These are some of the things we'll be talking about. I'm talking of the re-election day now itself. Then posts. After we have finished voting, we are now expected to hear results. 3 a.m. announcement of who won must be discouraged. Because as at 3 a.m., I'm sleeping and I'm snoring. I finished voting. I don't want to start hearing that, when I now wake up, they say president has been announced. We have to discourage that. So that's why we are talking about let the technology play its role as expected. Nena, if the technology play its role as expected, even before I go to bed, I've not seen the winner yet. It's not been announced. But with my collation from the IREV and my collation, my mind may be addressed that, okay, this person is coasting towards this victory. I followed Ghana election, December 7th. I already know that Mahama is coming back. I said, Mahama is coming back. Mahama was also just like our former president, Goodluck Jonathan. His boss died, inherited the remaining position, he contested and won. But when he was coming back, he lost the election. Exactly what happened to Goodluck Jonathan. But Ghana now saw that this man is not bad. Let us bring him back because the person they voted for that unseated him disappointed them. So before I went to bed that day, I already see that Mahama is coming back. And I was happy for his victory because I was already seeing everything as expected. I follow politics because that's the only thing I know. So now a situation where Nigeria is talking about we may not have network. Don't preempt it so that day you not go and switch it off and say you already said it was not going to. How can the city senator be telling us that 9 states does not have network? After 26 years of democracy, and the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy has been having budget for 9 years. And we have a very savvy young man who is the minister for this current administration. And he has been doing his best. He has laid underground cable for so many states that we're not having networks since he came in. He's one of the credible, Dr. Bosun, one of the credible ministers we can still speak for in this administration. This is the time to make sure that we give him an assignment. All these states that we think that network is going to fail, let us find a way to shut them up. He can do it. He has a budget. Let him work in collaboration with INEC so that by the time Nigerians go to sleep, they are already aware that before they even went to bed, they have seen so much of this thing on screen already. I follow America election. I don't live in America. I follow South Africa. I already saw the ruling party in South Africa that there was Nelson Mandela's party. What's the name now? Was already going off. I said, wow, what's going on with ANC? Because I could see it, I could read it and see it in Nigeria here. Why can't Nigeria's election be seen by other African countries and even countries beyond Africa? If Ghana can get it right, South Africa can get it right, even Kenya can get it right, we must be able to get it right. Then immediately after that day, then post-election, when the result is announced, let it be that the result is the result that everybody knows. We already know. That acceptability, Nena, douse tension. It douse tension. Nobody went to court in Ghana. But when there are doubts, the court festers. And at the end of the day, democracy, which is government of number, now become a government that is going to be given to us by only 5 judges or 6 judges sitting and say this is not the president or this is not the governor. We must discourage that. I'm talking of post-election now. We must try as much as people to get it right from the election day itself, so that the post will be credible between you and I and say, no, we actually knew he was going to get the victory. These are some of the areas we should be talking about, Nena.
Okay, before I move to the next conversation that we have tonight, while you were speaking, you reeled out some countries that we know that are getting it right, that have gotten it right.
Yeah.
But why do you think Nigeria hasn't yet gotten it right? Is it about our leaders? Is it our leaders? Is it corruption? Is it our leaders that are not?
It is greed and corruption. The politicians deliberately do it. An average Nigerian politician is very selfish, he's very greedy, and it's full of manipulations. So they do all these things because they know too well. You know, this is supposed to just be a very little issue. If you are a student and you didn't read, you will not pass. You will not pass. When we were in school, I don't know what's going on now. When we were in school, if you don't read, you will not pass. So a politician who did not do the bidding of his people for 4 years ought not to be returned. But because they know that they have not done the bidding and they want to go there by all means, they now tend to bring in manipulations. That's why you see it has not worked in Nigeria. Because Nigeria politicians are not accountable to the people that voted them into power. They're only accountable to themselves and their family. That's what Nigerians must be discouraged. That's why we are clamoring on let the system work so that Nigerians can begin to throw out those ones that never did their bidding for the first opportunity they were given. 4 years. If you don't do my own bidding for these 4 years, you should be thrown out. You are not expected to come back. That's why we are calling on credible electoral system, electoral acts that will give Nigerians that leverage, that opportunity to be able to say, this is the person I voted for, and this is the person, and this is the person, and my result counted as expected. That's the issue, Nena.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Let's move to the next conversation, and of course, we are delving into security now. The federal government has launched a new security operation following a deadly terror attack in Kwara State. The renewed offensive, codenamed Operation Savannah Shield, involves the deployment of military personnel, police units, and National Forest Guard to reinforce security in vulnerable communities. Authorities confirmed that at least 75 people were killed in the attack, prompting immediate federal response. In a related development, the federal government has ordered the redeployment of police officers from VIP escort duties to frontline security operations to reinforce manpower and boost security presence in Kwara, Plateau, Benue, Kogi, Nasarawa, Niger, and the Federal Capital Territory. Let me come to you first, Prince. Oh, okay. I heard that our virtual guest is out. So let me come to you, Dr. I said Dr. Elvis.
Maybe I'm heading
Maybe you're heading to Doctor. Let me come to you, sir. Okay, what do you make of this Operation Savannah Shield? Would you call it like a rebranding of an existing counter-terror operations, or what do you make of it?
No, we have had so many of these operations.
Yeah.
We have Operation Hadikai.
Yeah.
We have Operation Lafia Dole. We have so many of these operations that, you know, they have been given different names. But the major thing there is that it is not just the name, it is the action that follows the name that we should be talking about. Now, we saw what happened in Woro and Nuku community, you know, in Kwara State that led to this Operation Savannah Shield. All those things that led to the killing of those Nigerians, over about 200 Nigerians that died, you know, massacred unjustly, you know, avoidable death. With this new Operation Savannah Shield that is brought up now, they should be able to work with intelligence. They should be proactive. Not when it happens, then maybe it happened again, another operation, whatever will be set up again, you know. We don't need that. We don't need a situation where it is after the whole thing has happened, Nigerians have died, before the president will now begin to come up with whatever operation, or the Nigeria Armed Forces. Now that this one has been, you know, inaugurated and come into operation in Kwara State, and all that fringes around Kwara, Niger, they must be able to do real-time intelligence security gathering. They have to gather intelligence so that if there is any other group, because I heard that there is another group now that have written a letter to a community in Kwara that they are coming. So this very operation, Savannah Shield, should be able to know where that letter, such information is coming from, and those that are behind it. And it may not even be the community that is mentioned. They may know that the attention is of the security forces is on that community. They may go to the neighboring community. So it is an encompassing thing. They should be very proactive. Reactionary matter should be discouraged in security issues. Then again, many of government spaces in Nigeria, Nena, this should be discouraged. The governors that are having so much now, since the removal of fuel subsidy in Abuja, the humongous FAC allocation that they get, what are they using it for? We were told last time that even if the security has actually took off from Ilorin, before they would have gotten to Woro and Kunu, it would have taken up to 4 hours. A joint that is supposed to be less than 1 hour. because there are no roads. The governors should put their full step down and develop their respective states. You know, there was a time last time when the president said, I was having a meeting with them and I said, please go back to your state and wet more ground. Wetting more ground is let development get to the grassroots so that people can feel it. Then the president have actually gone to the Supreme Court has given local government autonomy, but we have not seen it work. If local government works, Nena, some of these government spaces will be covered up, will be filled up. That is the government that at the lowest ebb, the government with the people at the grassroots. There is nobody in Nigeria that did not come from a ward. As I sit here, I know my ward. I'm from Ward 9, Eastern Central in Edo State. Do you understand? I know that after the ward, I have a councillor in my ward. And I have a local government chairman. My councillor should be able to know what I need in my ward and report to the chairman of my local government. So if the local government is now having an autonomy and they now get their allocation directly from federal government, the local government chairman must be held accountable for some of this underdevelopment in his own local government. So all these ungoverned spaces, Nena, if local government works, it will reduce. These are things we'll be talking about. It will help security. If the armed forces can move with time and get to where there is trouble, that sunset and sunrise killing in Woro from 6 p.m. in the evening to 7 a.m. in the morning would have been averted. At least within that range of almost 12 hours, they would have been able to get to that place and rescue and help these people. So these are some of the areas that everybody must speak to, not just talking about Operation Savannah Shield. They can't do it alone. Then Nigeria Air Force should also be, whatever is their challenge, if the ground troop cannot get there early enough, the Air Force should also be at the rescue of Nigerians. So if this Operation Savannah Shield is made up of all the armed forces, those, especially Nigeria Air Force, should be activated at all times. That even if the ground force is moving in, let this one first of all go and move in to rescue Nigerians that are under attack. These are some of the areas that we should be looking for in this Operation Savannah Shield.
Okay, let's look at this redeployment of VIP escorts. Yes. We've talked. There was a time the president gave the directive that all VIP, every police officer that is on VIP duty should be withdrawn. And then we saw that afterwards, the IGP withdrew like 11,000. Yeah, and then now, just at the wake of this this particular incident in Kwara State, now there's like an enforcement again of this redeployment. Yeah. Do we have to wait until something happens before we ensure that whatever directive that has been given begins to work, or it's obeyed?
No, we are not supposed to wait. That's why I was saying that security must be proactive. We must be proactive in security matters. We are not supposed to wait. Even this one that have been, this 11,000 that have been brought out from carrying Madame handbag and carrying a suitcase, now they have to be retrained. Many of them have been out of formation. They've been out of their real core operational duties, so that they will not just go and become victims in the hands of all these terrorists. I hope they have retrained them and let them get them back to the real rudiment of what they are supposed to be doing. Because for so many years, some of them are now beginning to carry Madame's handbag into parties and markets. And some of them, the other ones are carrying a gas briefcase to airport and whatever. So these were not their duties any longer. So if they are not retrained to become operational officers, they are going to be victims to all these elements. So redeploying them is a good one. But I hope they have given them the necessary refreshment training that will bring them to line, so that we will not begin to record casualty from our armed forces. That will act as moral reduction to others. If anything that will demoralize the Nigeria armed forces should be checked at all costs, whether military, whether armed police or whatever, because nobody sees a fellow person that we were standing together now is already laid down and is dead. Nobody will be happy about it. So before they talk of all this redeployment to all these troubled states, I hope they have given them a refresher course to bring them back to what they were originally trained for before politicians snatched them and made them to become domestic servants.
Well, excuse me. Well, that's the way that analogy is very.
Yes. That's what they have been doing.
The analogy is so
they
cute.
become a school run,
Wow.
going to drop children in school,
So,
madam's my supermarket and market, or gas briefcase to the airport and whatever. That's what they've been doing. And you know, they were happy doing it, but now they have been brought back to their real job. So they should be given refreshers training so that they can function properly.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Former Kaduna State Governor Nass El-Rufai says the opposition must remain resolute in his effort to unseat the government of President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 general elections. He made this declaration following an attempt by security agencies to detain him at an airport. While describing the airport episode as unfortunate, totally unnecessary, and probably criminal, El-Rufai stated that the incident strengthened his determination to work towards Tinubu's removal from office. Meanwhile, Atiku has criticized the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, describing it as partisan, following the failed attempt to arrest El-Rufai. What's your opinion about the attempt to arrest El-Rufai before we now move on to this, whatever it is that he's saying?
Well, if he has skeleton in his cupboard, it's not bigger than the state. This is a country with a functional constitution. It can be picked up. But the only thing I didn't really like the way they did it, the security agencies, was that they know his address. He's already coming into the country. He's not going out. So you can allow him come in, then get to his house and pick him or invite him for whatever questioning. You know, now turning a sacred place. An airport is a sacred place. That El-Rufai's supporters now have to invade the airport. Where is it done in the world? Where is it done in the world? When you now start hearing listening to and say disrespect nation, giving us different name, the America Donald Trump giving us different name. It is all these people that are bringing us to this disrespect that we get all over the world. People now came to the airport because you hear your leader is coming in and the security agency said they want to arrest him. Then you now went and start shooting him. It's not done anywhere. This could have been done maturely and more civilized. Let him get to his house. Is he not coming in? He's not going out. Then you can send invitation to him, and if he refuses to honor your invitation, then you cannot do otherwise. We saw sometime when they went to Bogo, the former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha's house, EFCC. Remember, we saw all the shenanigans they played around the former governor of Kogi State, what is former governor of Kogi State. We saw Yaya Bello. We saw all that happened. So let him land and let him get to his house. Then pick him up to answer for some questions. Not what happened in the airport. It was very shameful for a nation.
But some persons have said that this is a political witch hunt. Do you see any?
No. Forget about political witch hunt, Nena. If there is any political witch hunt, let him be arrested and let them charge him to court and let the court do his job. Do you understand? If there is anything, do you know that politicians always come up with narrative? Is he the only politician in Nigeria? Of what relevant is he? There are bigger politicians than El-Rufai. Why has Obi not been picked up? Even Atiku Abubakar, why has he not been picked up? If he has anything to answer against the state of Nigeria, he should be called for it. He's not bigger than Nigerians. And Nigeria as a country. So anything that has to do with political witch hunt is always a consultation by the politicians to encourage that kind of sympathy from you and I. The same you and I that they have rendered to this level that we are. So don't sympathize with them. There is nothing like political witch hunt. If there is anything against him, he should face the charges. He should go and face himself and defend it. He has lawyers. There are lawyers. So he should not be the one that is talking about political witch hunt. Because I don't even see how politically relevant he is now that anybody should be talking about witch hunting him. If you are against the state, he has questions to answer. The security agencies should be allowed to do their job.
Well, let's have a concluding thought before we draw the curtains on today's program.
We are entering the bigger era of Nigeria politics, come 2027 politics. The ruling party must make the atmosphere to be conducive for every political party that want to bring out candidates, aspirants and candidates for the election to have a fair play, not a situation where the ruling party will not be intimidating others because they are the one that has the mantle of governance. It must not be done. Democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. the people must be allowed to participate fully in who governs them. The democratic system of the country, the people owns it. So the ruling party must not, hijack it and make it like we are not become a motor park team. It's only touts in the motor park that fights, destroy campaign ground, destroy meetings, destroy billboard. Those must not be allowed to happen as we are entering the era now. Now that the timetable has been released. That's my parting shot, Lena.
Thank you very much, Mr. Limihele. Thank you very much for being a part of it. And thank you, Prince, for joining us all the way from Abuja. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, electoral governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zairo Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us because it's a whole team working together to ensure that this goes flawlessly. If this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. So this is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. And chief among them today is hashtag Nigeria Decides 2027. So, of course, Inec has set the timetable. We know how it's going to go down come 2027, February, March for the general elections, talking about the presidential, the National Assembly, the gubernatorial, as well as the state assemblies. But this is what is playing out on X right now. Electorates are saying Inec must review the schedule because these elections fall during the Ramadan period, the holy period. So it's what netizens are saying. I'm not going to talk too much here. You see for yourself, right? So it is hashtag Nigeria Decides 2027. Let's take a look at the first post so you have a feel of it. Yeah. So this is Inec itself on X. Inec Nigeria says 2027 polls. Inec fixes 20th February for presidential and National Assembly elections, 6th March for governorship and state assembly elections. Hashtag Nigeria Decides 2027. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amukpito, has formally released the notice of election and the timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general elections, setting February 20, 2027 as the date for the presidential and National Assembly polls. Addressing members of the press in Abuja, the INEC chairman described the announcement as a significant milestone in our democratic journey and a constitutional obligation aimed at consolidating Nigeria's democracy. Let's take a look at the next page of this post. So INEC goes on to say, according to the commission, presidential and National Assembly elections February 20, 2027, governorship and state houses of assembly elections March 6, 2027, the elections will cover the offices of President and Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, governors and deputy governors, except in Anambra, Bayelsa, Edo, Ekiti, Imo, Kogi, Ondo, and Osun states. And that's because of the staggered elections Nigeria, currently practices. Continues to say members of the Senate, members of the House of Representatives, members of the state houses of assembly, and then Professor Amukpito emphasized that the release of the notice complies strictly with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, and Section 28, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2022, which mandates publication not later than 360 days before the election date. Now, how are netizens responding? I just gave you a sneak peek, but let's take a look for ourselves now. Let's take a look at how netizens are responding to this particular hashtag. The first one is Bashir Ahmed OON. Bashir Ahmed OON is leading the charge, and he says, "Dear at Inec Nigeria, this is a respective observation following the announcement of February 20th and March 6th, 2027, as the date for the next presidential and National Assembly and Governorship and State Assembly elections, respectively. The proposed dates fall within the holy months of Ramadan, a period during which many Muslims devote significant time to fasting, prayer, and spiritual reflection. If the intention is to encourage full and inclusive participation in the electoral process, scheduling such a critical national exercise during Ramadan may present challenges for a large segment of the population. Many Muslims tend to reduce engagement in demanding worldly activities during this period in order to focus on religious obligations. Given the significant Muslim population in this country, it may be worthwhile to reconsider the timing to ensure broader participation and convenience for all citizens." There's a concluding part of this post. Let's take a look at it. And then he says, "I do hope this observation will be taken in the spirit of inclusiveness and national cohesion. Thank you, Bashir Ahmed OON." Sounds very civil, yeah? But I Occupy Nigeria is next, and it sounds a little bit harsh, if you will. But let's take a look at the next post. So I Occupy Nigeria says, "How you go fix presidential polls during Ramadan so northern voters no go stay at home, and Tinubu with him soon-to-be announced Christian running mate go magically win the north? Joash," he calls him by his first name, "we sabi say you no send for North and Muslims, but at least try to pretend small." This is coming from I Occupy Nigeria. Jen Slow says, "INEC, take note, no transmission glitch allowed." Remember what happened in the last general election cycle? Lots of glitches. It's what Jen Slow is referring to. But more reactions. Let's take a look at the next one. So this is Olasukomi, who says, "This will fall during the Muslim fasting next year and may cause too much of excessive burnout to voters who want a credible election and stays for the final counts and being transmitted. I guess INEC officials should review this." Or I think it's referring to those who want to stay back to ensure that their votes count by ensuring that whoever is at the polling booths, will count their votes in their presence. I think that's what Sukomi is talking about. But he's warning against burnout. More reactions. And let me just let you know that it is following the same trajectory. It's all about, a large section of the country, being cut off this very important exercise. But let's go back to X now, so you see how netizens are reacting. This is Afola BBO, who says, "This is not well conceived. I think that period falls within the holy months of Ramadan, when the Muslim faithfuls engaged in pious religious activities." More reactions. So this is Bashir Usman FCA, who says, "Very valid point, Honorable Bash. I join you in respectfully calling for a reconsideration of the proposed dates for our general elections in the overall interest of all Nigerians. Scheduling the elections during a period that coincides with Ramadan places significant physical and logistical demands on many ad hoc staff and security personnel, including those from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, who will be fasting while also undertaking strenuous national duties. These responsibilities often require long hours, overnight stays at collation centers, and high levels of alertness under challenging conditions. A slight adjustment of the timetable would demonstrate sensitivity to religious observances while also helping to ensure optimal performance, inclusiveness, and the smooth conduct of the electoral process. Our democracy is strengthened when participation is made easier for every citizen and official involved." More reactions. So Honorable Aminu AK says, "Scheduling the election on February 20, 2027 in the middle of Ramadan will be difficult for Muslims. We will not accept it." Sir Sagba Sabgar says, we respectfully call on the Independent National Electoral Commission and its chairman, Professor Amupito, to kindly reconsider the scheduled dates for the 2027 general elections as they fall within the sacred months of Ramadan. Abiola says, you have a lot of work to do as an institution. Good luck. I think they need it. Samuel says, we finally have election dates. Meanwhile, credibility still processing. As for Samuel, it's not about the date now. It's about credibility. But that's how we wrap up that particular hashtag. We'll keep our fingers crossed to see if the electoral umpire, Inec, is going to consider, these concerns. Because you see, this is happening real time. All of these reactions it's just there for Inec to see because they're reacting to the posts they put up. So if there's any development in this regard, we'll keep you posted. Still electoral matters. Let's talk AMAC now, right? Talking about the municipal elections that is going to happen this month in Abuja. It's the 21st, right? Yes, talking about the local government elections. In case you're confused when I say municipal. Now, AMAC is trending because of Dr. Paul Moses, who is an ADC chieftain, and he's drawing a lot of bigwigs to the federal capital and to the grassroots to help him campaign because he's an AMAC chairmanship candidate. So what is AMAC? Let's take a look at the first post, right? This promises to be interesting. So the Abuja Municipal Area Council, AMAC, is a major local government authority in Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory, managing the administrative, political, and commercial heart of Abuja. Covering areas like Garki, Gwarimpa, it holds a population of over 1.96 million people. It's huge. It is currently a focal point for 2026 local elections, with candidates focusing on infrastructure development and improved service delivery. Details about AMAC. Administration, it operates under the Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA. Location, home to key sites like the Zuma Rock, the National Mosque, and Jabi Lake. Those are beautiful landmarks, if you ask me. So we go to X now, so we see the very first post put up by the former Vice President, ADC chieftain, Atiku Abubakar. He says, this was yesterday night. Yesterday, I think. Our campaign train for Dr. Moses Paul moved through several areas today, including Area 1 in Garki and Zone 4. The energy at the Garki Area 1 shopping complex, Zone 4 Plaza, and other locations we visited was amazing. It is clear that businesses are struggling, and many business owners are desperate for real relief and a better future. I urged voters to stay strong, ignore all forms of intimidation, and come out to vote for the ADC so we can begin the real change they have been hoping for. Today also marks the official start of the ADC mass membership registration. I used the opportunity to invite citizens to join our party and encouraged everyone to register and collect their PVCs. AA, Atiku Abubakar, he put up this video. Take a look. Guys, did you, okay, so that's the former Vice President Atiku himself talking, and of course that the AMAC chairmanship candidate, Dr. Moses, with his signature face cap standing beside him. But did you catch former Osun State Governor Rauf Aregbesola, in the thick of it all? So it looks like they're out en masse. Now, in a short while, you're going to be seeing how netizens are saying Peter Obi is the one who led the way, because we saw him last week, doing a huge campaigning. Would you call it a rally? No, he was campaigning actually for the same Dr. Moses. So netizens are reacting to this post and the video that the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar put up. Let's take a look at the reactions, shall we? So Senator Idris Haruna says it's inspiring to see this level of grassroots engagement. Dr. Moses Paul's campaign is clearly connecting with the people who matter most. everyday business owners and citizens who are feeling the pinch and yearning for real change. Highlighting their struggles shows empathy and a commitment to addressing real issues, not just political slogans. Encouraging voters to stay strong, participate, and get their PVC is exactly what democracy needs. Active, informed citizens ready to shape their future. ADC focusing on mobilizing communities and listening to their needs is a positive step toward meaningful change. The next one. So this is Toba Truth, who says, "Sir, this is a commendable effort. One more thing to do is to allow Peter Obi to ride on the ADC train for 2027. Next one. So this is Nuruddin Mahe, who says, this is indeed commendable and Echi Atiku participating at the campaign of Area Council Chairmanship candidate Dr. Mopol. I wish our party, the ADC, success in the FCT Area Council elections. Dr. Paul, I wish our party, the ADC, success in these Area Council elections of the FCT. The next one. So this is Dr. Dalhat, who says, today, keep in mind, this was yesterday, but still trending, up till today. Says it wasn't just a rally, it was a real grassroots mobilization. Atiku Abubakar walked through Area 1, Zone 4, Wasa, and Garki, connecting directly with traders, businesses, and residents in Hausa, Igbo, English, and Fulfulde. Proud to have been part of the campaign, the momentum is real, and the grassroots are ready. The next one. So this is ADC Vanguard, who put up this one. Says His Excellency Rotimi Amechi stormed Nyanya Market for the ADC AMA campaign, and this happened today. So Amechi too has jumped into the fray, and ADC Vanguard put up this video. Credit goes to them. Take a look, guys. All right, so this one is a little bit short, but let's take a look at the reactions now, because there are a lot of them, and they are basically what netizens are saying is this is hugely inspired by Peter Obi, but they are liking it, right? So we'll take a look at the responses now to hashtag AMAC. So Toba Truth again says, Nigeria will be great again. Peter Obi has taught the most important lesson. Go to the people and speak with them. See how Amechi, they shake hand with the Nigerians or with Nigerians, and then he's laughing. AA Alhaji of Nupe Land says, we are waiting for them to canvass for the ADC candidate in Buhari local government. Or Abuja ended in AMAC. No, Abuja didn't end in AMAC. And then Dubem says, ADC is really trying. They should resist APC from rigging. Let's go to the next one. So this is Expresso, who says, this is what I mean by leadership being the problem and not followership. Today, presidential candidates are doing grassroots campaign for local council elections because one man did it. Stay there and be thinking leadership doesn't matter. More reactions? So this is Sweetman 911, who says, Obi is showing them how it is done. There's another one. Now, this is Knight, who says Tinubu go enter one market during campaign season. Peter Obi don't cast update. So is this the same trajectory? I think we have one more before we go on to the next hashtag. Let's take a look at that one. All right, okay, I understand this is the last one. But this is sort of preparing us for the next hashtag, which is an update to what happened yesterday. Remember how former FCT minister, former Kaduna State Governor Nass El-Rufai was crying wolf yesterday because he said security operatives attempted to arrest him at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport just on arrival from Cairo. Cairo, that would be Egypt. But he resisted, the arrest. He said, if you want to arrest me, do it, make it formal, send a letter. And shortly afterwards, he put up a post on X. His lawyers did same as well. So there's been so much solidarity, should I say that now, from his colleagues and his brothers and his fellow politicians. This time, the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar visited him yesterday night, right? And so it's trending, it's still trending today. The Leadership newspaper has that post. Atiku Abubakar also put up a post. So we'll take a look at what Leadership has to say before we take a look at the post the former Vice President put up. Leadership says, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar on Thursday night paid a solidarity visit to his political ally and former Kaduna State Governor, Nass El-Rufai, following an attempt by security operatives to arrest the ex-governor at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja earlier in the day. Atiku shared videos and photos of the visit on X on Friday morning, describing the incident as a failed partisan attempt by the DSS and and EFCC to embarrass the former governor. Let's take a look at the post Atiku himself put up. So Atiku says, last night, he put up this post today, and this video, of course, he attached it. He says, last night, I paid a solidarity visit to the former governor of Kaduna State and stalwart of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Madam Nass El-Rufai, following the failed attempt by the partisan ICPC to arrest him at the airport upon his arrival in the country. AA. Take note, this is Atiku Abubakar speaking. He put up this video. Take a look.
Excellency, my brother, you are welcome. And I hope, in spite of what has happened at the airport, you will have, or you will join members of your family to have, you know, a very peaceful reunion. But let me also use this opportunity to strongly condemn what has happened today at the airport. There is absolutely no reason for authorities to try and embarrass you at the airport. Not only you, embarrass all Nigerians, because this is a democratic society. This is a society based on rule of law. There was absolutely no need for you to be, or try to be kidnapped, I will say, from the airport. I mean, they could allow you to return to your house and then invite you normally. You have held very, very high positions in government in this country. You are a minister, you are a governor, and you successfully perform your functions. There was no need for them to try to embarrass you. By embarrassing you, they are entirely embarrassing the entire political class. And we condemn it. And we condemn it in totality. And we will stand by you, and we will protect, you know, your interests and the interests of every law-abiding Nigerian, particularly the ADC. Just as they undermine and sabotage the PDP, there are also efforts and plans to undermine the ADC by using the judiciary again. We must be alert, and we must stand up against that plans to undermine the opposition.